Chapter 481 Evil God Emissary. Chapter 481 Evil God Emissary. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. Translator, Zayamoj. After the blood-red giant egg absorbed the hearts and blood essence from 3 million ordinary people, the heartbeat sound suddenly became much quicker. Crack. Along with a crisp sound, the blood-red giant egg burst apart. A 100-meter-long, queer giant snake enveloped in raging red flames and covered by scales engraved with human faces with pained expressions, with a pair of wings, a single horn on its head, and a beautiful face on its forehead suddenly flew out from the giant egg. It exuded an evil, weird, and terrifying aura. The weird giant snake was an evil god emissary, one of the pillars of the Black Snake State. With a drop of the Infinity Warlock rank Evil God 9-star Evil Snake Troll's ordinary blood coupled with the sacrifice of 10 million ordinary people, 30,000 level 3 Warlocks, 1,000 Great Warlocks, 100 Starry Sky Warlocks, and 1 Quasi-Moonlight Warlock, the Evil God Emissary was refined. When it was born, this Evil God Emissary possessed intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank fighting strength. With the support of the 7 Warlock Towers, it could even compete against Pinnacle Moonlight Warlocks. While fighting with the support of the 7 Warlock Towers, its only weakness was that it was limited to a radius of only 10 kilometers outside the capital. As soon as the Evil God Emissary was born, it spurted a bloody beam of fire from its maw that barreled towards the Starry Sky Rippers. As long as the Starry Sky Rippers were touched by the bloody fire, flames would rise on their bodies and would get burnt into puddles of steel refuse. Tens of thousands of gunner robots armed with Gauss rifles fired wildly at the Evil God Emissary. When the countless thin beams of light hit the Evil God Emissary, they set off ripples, yet weren't able to harm it. The Evil God Emissary turned. Its eyes flickered with a fearsome gleam, and it sprayed the strange beam of bloody fire again. Countless gunner robots were burned into ashes by the bloody fire, leaving a large area of scorched soil burning with flames behind. Long live! Long live! Long live His Majesty! Long live the Evil God Emissary! When they saw this, the countless warlocks within the Black Snake State's capital shouted in excitement. As for the death of 3 million ordinary people, they didn't feel anything. The idea of respecting the strong was deeply rooted in the hearts of the Fuso subcontinent's people. It was much more serious than in other places of the Zhangji Plain. Here, the head of any state must be the strongest expert in said state, even if their cultivation base was their only redeeming quality. Although the evil gods of the Evil God Plain were cruel, insidious, bloodthirsty, and vicious, but because they were strong enough, the people of the Fuso subcontinent worshipped them. As long as your cultivation aptitude was good enough, and you continuously performed blood sacrifices, the evil gods will grant you more and more strength. This was much easier and faster than ordinary cultivation. If Yang Feng hadn't fought all over and snatched countless precious cultivation resources, if he just practiced cultivation step by step with his original cultivation aptitude, it would be impossible for him to reach the Great Warlock realm even with the help of an optical computer. A glint flashed past Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes, and he spoke. That Evil God Emissary has no substance. It's an incarnation of magic, so it's basically impossible to kill it. Only if its magic power is exhausted will it disappear. Sir Yang Feng, what are you going to do now? Retreat? Or surround the Black Snake State? Yang Feng turned around, took a meaningful look at Kaiman Kumasaburo, and said, The Evil God Emissary is not without weaknesses. For instance, it has an Evil God core. If its Evil God core is destroyed, then it'll disintegrate completely. The 7 Warlock Towers that summoned it are also its weakness. With every Warlock Tower that is destroyed, its strength will be weakened by a fraction. As long as another 3 Warlock Towers are destroyed, it will no longer be able to sustain itself. Kaiman Kumasaburo smiled awkwardly. Sir Yang Feng, your knowledge is indeed profound, as expected of a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. However, the Evil God core can move freely inside the Evil God Emissary. Without the power of a level 7 spell, it's simply impossible to destroy the Evil God core in a one-shot. And the 7 Warlock Towers cannot be destroyed that easily as well. After Kaiman Kumasaburo has just finished speaking, He recalled that Yang Feng has destroyed 2 Warlock towers, and he became even more awkward. As a Warlock of the Fuso subcontinent, he naturally didn't want to see the Evil God Emissary easily broken by Yang Feng. Otherwise, if the West Sea State confronted Yang Feng in the future, its Evil God Emissary won't be able to exert its power. That would be despairing. Yang Feng said with a faint smile. In fact, it's not difficult to eliminate the Evil God Emissary. There was a look of disapproval in Kaiman Kumasaburo's eyes, but he no longer said anything. The Evil God Emissaries were one of the trump cards of the Fuso subcontinent's major states, so how could they be that easily destroyed? Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Retreat!" The Mechanical Legion, whose losses surpassed 100,000 battle robots, quickly withdrew from the Black Snake State's capital. Relying on its advantage of range, the 4 arc battlestars shot various beams blasting towards the capital like raindrops. Covered by the dense rain of light, one small Warlock tower was crushed after another. With every Warlock tower that was smashed, the Evil God Emissary made a weird sound, rushed into the Warlock tower, inhaled, and devoured the Warlocks inside one by one. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Black Snake State's Warlocks fell, and they flew out of the small Warlock towers, turned into streaks of light, and flew towards the 7 Warlock towers. "Help! Don't! Don't eat me!" Miserable screams echoed inside the capital. With a malevolent expression on its face, the Evil God Emissary merrily hunted the Warlocks who fled in disarray. Every time it devoured a Warlock, it showed a look of joy, and its aura strengthened by a little. Yang Feng watched the Evil God Emissary turn on the Black Snake State with a smile on his face and uttered, "The Evil God Emissary is a double-edged sword. Without an enemy, it will hunt its own people instead. I just need to keep up the pressure on the Black Snake State, and the Evil God Emissary will collapse by itself." freewebnov.co. Watching the small Warlock towers being smashed by the rain of light, Kaiman Kumasaburo nodded silently. From inside the Black Snake State's palace, Kurihibiko watched the Evil God Emissary devour his Warlocks with an unsightly look on his face, and then asked coldly, "What was the Nishino State's reply?" Kamida Omu wiped the cold sweat from his face and answered, "The Nishino State has promised to send reinforcements. Minamata Shinichi will support us for a day." Face cold, frigid killing intent rose from Kurihibi Ko's body, and he shouted abuses. "A day? Bastards! Those damn wretches!" Those small Warlock towers guarded the aristocratic Warlock families of the Black Snake State. They were the essence and foundation of the state. It didn't matter if 1 or 2 of those aristocratic Warlock families were wiped out, but now dozens of them have been exterminated, which injured the vigor of the Black Snake State. The destruction of dozens of Warlock families meant that within the following century, the Black Snake State will give birth to at least 10 Starry Sky Warlocks less than it should have. When Kurihibiko thought that he has provoked such a strong enemy, an utter hatred towards the Nishino State's ruler arose inside him. The Nishino State's capital, the Nishino Imperial Palace, within a palace. A tall and handsome man wearing a purple gown sitting on a throne looked coldly towards a dashing man with a medium-sized build dressed in black. The man in the purple gown was the ruler of the Nishino State, Seijo Yorawa, while the man dressed in black was the Prime Minister of the Nishino State, Minamata Shinichi. Seijo Yorawa said indifferently, "Minamata, the Black Snake State has just sent a request for help." Minamata Shinichi revealed a confident smile and uttered, "I already know. I have summoned Kinoshita Makoto and Anami Wa, Your Majesty." The 2 of them led a team to assist the Black Snake State. The West Sea State, the Black Snake State, the Kahara State, and the Anto State have always only paid lip service to our state, so it's a good idea to let them suffer a little. It's best that the Black Snake State and Yang Feng suffer heavy loss. By then, we can seize the opportunity to take control of the Black Snake State. Although the 4 states were ancillary states of the Nishino State, but they also possessed their own independent will. Normally, they would obey the Nishino State's decrees. But once the Nishino State weakened, the 4 ancillary states were sure to turn on it. Seijo Yatsuki frowned, and a gleam of anxiety flickered in his eyes. Yang Feng has pressured the Black Snake State to the point that they're asking for help. Is his strength actually that great? Minamata Shinichi responded with a smile. Your Majesty, there's no need for concern. With how aggressive and overbearing Yang Feng is acting, the West Sea states and the other 3 states will feel insecure. When the right time comes, the Nishino state will bring the power of all states together to suppress Yang Feng in one fell swoop. This way, Sir is bound to be extremely happy and bestow their grace upon you. It will be enough to let you break through the bottleneck and promote to a glorious dawn Warlock, Your Majesty. In the future, you'll be able to unify the Fuso subcontinent and become its true master. There was a scorching gleam in Seijo Yoruwa's eyes. Glorious Dawn Warlock. Seijo Yoruwa has been trapped in the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock realm for more than 1,000 years now. Although he has relied on the power of the Nishino state to collect countless magical materials that could improve his chances in breaking through the bottleneck, but he also knew that his chances to reach the glorious Dawn Warlock rank were still less than 10%. The reason why Seijo Yoruwa has acted against Yang Feng this time was because a powerful being has promised that if he killed Yang Feng, he would be given a vial of a precious elixir that would increase his chance of promotion to a glorious Dawn Warlock to 30%. Chapter 482, Ambushing the Reinforcements. Chapter 482, Ambushing the Reinforcements. Translator, Zayamoj. The cultivation of human warlocks consisted of evolving and transforming into a higher rank life forms. The further they practiced cultivation, the more difficult it was for them to advance. If a level 3 apprentice warlock failed to break through and become an official warlock, their soul would be slightly damaged at most. They could recover after several years. From level 1 warlock to level 3 warlock, a failed breakthrough also wouldn't result in death. However, once a great warlock failed to promote the Astari Sky warlock, their soul will be severely injured. Without some precious elixirs, they won't be able to charge at the Starry Sky warlock rank ever again. When Starry Star warlocks who charged at the Moonlight warlock rank failed to break through, there was a 60% chance that they would die directly. As for Moonlight warlocks who charged at the Glorious Dawn warlock rank, there was a 90% probability that they would die directly when they failed in their promotion. The higher the realm, the fewer warlocks there were in the realm. In the Zhangji Plain, Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank experts were a foundation laid over thousands and tens of thousands of years. If Seijo Yoruwa could promote to a Glorious Dawn Warlock, not only will his lifespan increase greatly, but he'll also have a chance to unify the Fuso subcontinent. He naturally couldn't decline such an opportunity. Seijo Yoruwa spoke gravely. Are the Ogre Hound and the Mountain Ape back yet? The Ogre Hound and the Mountain Ape were 2 Moonlight Warlocks of the Nishino state. They weren't stationed in the state. Instead, they traveled the Fuso subcontinent and looked for opportunities. During the eras of the 8 Warlock dynasties, the Fuso subcontinent has also given birth to Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. Relics of these ancient warlocks could be discovered in the Fuso subcontinent from time to time. The Nishino state's resources could barely support 8 Moonlight Warlocks. If they want to advance their cultivation base, those Moonlight Warlocks had to travel around and search for opportunities. Since the Nishino state has planned to suppress Yang Feng in one fell swoop, Seijo Yoruwa began to call back the Moonlight Warlocks traveling outside. Minamata Shinichi's eyes flickered with a dignified glint. The Ogre Hound is ready to return. As for the Mountain Ape, there was no response from him. He was most likely killed. Seijo Yoruwa's face sank, and he said coldly, "Killed? By whom?" Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, Moonlight Warlocks were greatly valued. As for a state such as the Nishino state, the 8 Moonlight Warlocks were equivalent to 8 pillars of the state. freewebnov.co. Minamata Shinichi responded, "There is no information at this time." As Minamata Shinichi conferred with Seijo Yoruwa, a 100-meter-long flying vessel made from levitation would rose into the air from the Psycheo port, turned into a streak of light, and flew towards the Black Snake state. The black flying vessel has just flown 500 kilometers away from Psycheo, when 2 huge pillars of light shot out from 2 arc battlestars located 500 kilometers away and instantly crushed into the vessel. The black flying vessel suddenly erupted with a magic shield. Yet in less than a breath of time, the magic shield collapsed, and the flying vessel was swallowed by the 2 pillars of light. Nearly half of the flying vessel was destroyed. A dense rain of light followed the two pillars of light and barreled towards the wreckage of that black flying vessel. Along with the glitter of magic light, warlocks flew out of the wreckage of the black flying vessel, and then were blasted apart by the concentrated hail of light along with their defensive spells. Who is it? Which bastard dares to ambush me? I'll tear you from limb to limb. A violent roar spread from the wreckage of the black flying vessel, and Moonlight Warlock rank aura spread, transformed frantically, and strengthened, rising from the junior to the intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank. A pitch-black, 100-meter-tall extraordinary life-form Cyclops evil ogre with two horns, a single eye, and a malevolent expression suddenly appeared. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. The Cyclops evil ogre was an ogre demonic life form of the evil god plane with tyrannical fleshly body and frightening healing ability. Its only eye strangely possessed a 360 degrees field of view, and it could see through many illusions. It was an extraordinary life form that wasn't proficient in curses and spells. When the artillery barrage released by the two battlestars bombarded the Cyclops evil ogre, it only managed to break trough its skin. The fleshly body of the Cyclops evil ogre wriggled, and the small wounds were quickly healed. Damn ants! I'll tear you to shreds. There was a flash of a sinister gleam in the eye of Anami Wa, who has transformed into the Cyclops evil god. He blurred into motion and shot towards the two battlestars, leaving afterimages behind. Kinoshita Makoto, whose right half of the body was shattered and whose face was ashen, roared, "Anami Wa, since the other party dares to attack us, they must come prepared. We should withdraw to Saikyo immediately." The might of the Arc Battlestar's primary artillery was tremendous. Kinoshita Makoto has been severely injured just by being grazed. If he was hit directly by one of the two pillars of light, he would be insta-killed without a shadow of a doubt. "You trash. If you want to go back, then go back by yourself." Anami Wa's sinister howl came from in midair. Kinoshita Makoto's face flickered, then his figure blurred, and he turned into a streak of black light and shot towards the ground. Once he entered the ground, he would be able to cast a variety of spells to avoid the scan of the battlestars. When Kinoshita Makoto was about to reach the ground, a 100-meter-long sword suddenly appeared from below the ground and slashed at him with the force of a clap of thunder. Kinoshita Makoto had already used his life-saving spell just now. As such, he could only watch as the huge sword crushed the life force field around him and cut him into two halves. A giant sword in hand, a man with a look of delight on his face and a dissolute and unruly temperament grabbed Kinoshita Makoto's severed head and smashed it. Now there was a moonlight core in his hand. When Yang Feng's clone saw this scene, he was a little surprised. Who is this person? What a domineering spell. What a wonderful timing. The appearance of the man with a giant sword in hand was completely beyond Yang Feng's expectation. Kinoshita Makoto was a junior Moonlight Warlock. Even though he was seriously injured, it still wasn't easy to kill him. The man with a giant sword in hand glanced at the warlocks of the Nishino state being insta-killed by the rain of light. Then his body blurred, and he shot towards Anami Wa's incarnation of a Cyclops evil ogre. At this time, 100,000 starry sky rippers pounced at the Cyclops evil ogre. The Cyclops evil ogre smiled fiercely and tore his left arm off, which twisted and changed into a huge wolf-tooth club. His torn-off left arm regenerated at an alarming rate. The Cyclops evil ogre suddenly rushed into the starry sky ripper swarm and went on a rampage with the huge wolf-tooth club. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions sounded non-stop as starry sky rippers were blasted apart by the Cyclops evil ogre. There were dazzling fireworks in the sky. Flying in a virtually straight line, the Cyclops evil ogre barreled towards the two Arc Battlestars. Clearly, he also knew that it was meaningless to kill the starry sky rippers. It would ultimately lead to his own downfall. The man with a giant sword in hand has just flown into the sky, when tens of thousands of starry sky rippers blocked in front of him, and countless electronic eyes stared directly at him. The man smiled and said, Hey, I come in peace. Right, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Lang from the Bright Moon School. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng. I'm here to help you. If we fought each other, won't that be a joke? Looking pensive, Yang Feng uttered solemnly. Jiang Lang from the Bright Moon School? Jiang Lang was the eldest senior disciple brother of the Bright Moon School's younger generation, as well as a most outstanding genius. If nothing unexpected happened, he was almost certain to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock in the future, and he still had a 30% chance of promoting to a Bright World Warlock. Although he couldn't compare to freaks like the Tai sexy Xuanhuan and the battle demon sex Shui, but he was still a peerless genius of the younger generation. A starry sky ripper responded, "So it's senior disciple brother Jiang. In this case, please give me a hand, senior disciple brother Jiang." The tens of thousands of starry sky rippers separated, turned into streams of light, and shot towards the warlocks of the Nishino state. Jiang Lang glanced at the starry sky rippers with a look of excitement in his eyes. Interesting, these mechanical golems are so powerful, and they're so numerous. With the top speed of the starry sky rippers at Mach 10, they were much faster than many Moonlight Warlocks. Only Moonlight Warlock who employed teleportation spells and other types of spatial spells may surpass them in terms of speed. Jiang Lang has traveled a lot in the Zhangji Plain, yet it was still a first for him to see such a powerful and numerous mechanical legion. The Cyclops Evil Ogre forced his way to 100 kilometers away from the Arc Battlestars. A junior Moonlight Warlock rank Ancient Dragon might suddenly erupted. The mechanical black dragon suddenly emerged and opened its maw, and a dragon breath beam shot towards the Cyclops Evil Ogre. The Cyclops Evil Ogre fighting the Starry Sky Rippers was caught off guard. Hit by the black beam, half of his body was vaporized and disappeared, and he uttered a painful roar. "Damn you, you bastard, you wretch!" Anami was incarnation of a Cyclops Evil Ogre roared wildly. He took out a palm-sized bag and opened it, and the blood essence of 1 million ordinary people immediately flew into his mouth. Chapter 483, Killing the Cyclops Evil Ogre. Chapter 483, Killing the Cyclops Evil Ogre. Translator, Zayamoj. After Anami was incarnation of a Cyclops Evil Ogre devoured the blood essence, tissues surged on his vaporized wound, and his injury was healed in an instant. Although the Cyclops Evil Ogre was an ogre extraordinary life form who wasn't proficient in curses and spells, but it possessed a terrifying innate ability. That is, it could devour blood essence to heal any injuries instantly. If such a terrifying extraordinary life form like a Cyclops Evil Ogre went to a place with a large population and massacred the people there, it could continuously restore its strength. It was a very tricky ogre extraordinary life form. The Starry Sky Rippers naturally possessed no flesh and blood for the Cyclops Evil Ogre to devour. As such, he could only devour the blood essence of ordinary people that he has prepared beforehand. Yang Feng frowned and sighed slowly, saying, "Blood essence. The Fuso subcontinent is really a subcontinent run by evil gods, where even a thing like blood essence can be seen everywhere. Ordinary people were the foundation of the world of warlocks. All warlocks stemmed from them. Therefore, in the Great Cloud Dynasty and the other Orthodox dynasties, although the status of ordinary people was far lower than that of warlocks, but they could not be butchered like cattle. Once evil warlocks who caused large massacres were discovered in the Great Cloud Dynasty, they would be besieged by countless powerhouses. But in a remote place like the Fuso subcontinent where people believed in evil gods, the flesh and life of ordinary people were used as materials to refine various evil treasures with reckless abandon. When Anami was incarnation of a Cyclops Evil Ogre recovered, he immediately issued a tyrannical roar, and then suddenly catapulted out. He crossed the distance of multiple kilometers, appeared above the mechanical black dragon, and mercilessly struck with his club at the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon's electronic eyes flashed, and a level 6 energy shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of it. When the huge wolf tooth club slammed into the energy shield capable of withstanding level 6 spells, it lit up with strange patterns, destroyed the level 6 energy shield, and blasted into the body of the mechanical black dragon. As countless parts splashed about, the mechanical black dragon shot down like a broken rag doll and fell on the ground. A dense crowd of Starry Sky Rippers suddenly flew out. Seizing this chance, they slashed at Anami was incarnation of a Cyclops Evil Ogre and opened numerous bloody gushes on his body. Anami was incarnation of a Cyclops evil ogre wanted to pursue and destroy the mechanical black dragon. But he could only wield the wolf tooth club to destroy the starry sky rippers that got close to him. Standing in the void, Zhang Lang quietly looked into the distance and quickly analyzed. If nothing unexpected happens, this Cyclops evil ogre is dead. These robots are really terrifying. Although Anami was incarnation of a Cyclops evil ogre was tyrannically powerful, and he could heal his injuries almost instantly, but with every wound that healed, his strength was sapped a little. If things continued like this, he will eventually run out of strength and die. At this time, Anami's consciousness has been completely dominated by the Cyclops evil ogre he has changed into. He has transformed into a cruel and murderous Cyclops evil ogre in body and mind. At this moment, there was no concept of escape in his mind. Victory was victory, defeat was death. This was a weakness in the nature of extraordinary life-form Cyclops evil ogres. Although evil god warlocks were extremely powerful, and their cultivation speed was amazingly fast, but they had two major weaknesses. The first weakness was that their growth had a limit and was controlled by the evil gods they believed in. An evil god warlock who believed in a moonlight warlock rank evil god could grow into a starry sky warlock at most. The second weakness was that they were easily controlled by the evil god's will and turn into puppets of the evil gods. Or, like Anami Wa who was dominated by the Cyclops evil ogre's will, they would get reduced to a killing monster without their own will. Let me send you on your way. Taking advantage of the moment when the Cyclops evil ogre has destroyed a dozen starry sky rippers, Zhang Lang slashed with his sword, and a transparent sword ray emerged and turned into a lightning bolt that flashed towards the Cyclops evil ogre. With a bright flash, the Cyclops evil ogre was split into two in an instant, and a copious amount of blood spewed out of his body. The tissue of the Cyclops evil ogre split in two extended from the two halves, trying to merge them. The most terrifying thing about Cyclops evil ogres was their regeneration ability. Even many extraordinary life forms stronger than them would be hounded to death by them. Numerous starry sky rippers pounced on the Cyclops evil ripper like locusts and sliced him into countless pieces in an instant. Zhang Lang shuddered when he saw the Cyclops evil ogre being sliced and diced by countless starry sky rippers. After a breath of time, a starry sky ripper with a moonlight core in hand emerged from the body of the Cyclops evil ogre and flew towards Zhang Lang. That was the strongest offensive secret method of the Bright Moon School, Bright Moon's Sacred Sword. What an awesome secret method! No wonder it's the strongest battle secret method of the Bright Moon School. Senior disciple Brother Jiang, you are truly a genius. From the starry sky ripper's mouth came Yang Feng's voice. At the same time, the starry sky ripper extended a robotic hand and handed Zhang Lang the moonlight core. Bright Moon's Sacred Sword was an unparalleled sword secret method of the Bright Moon School that was formed by absorbing a large amount of gold elemental particles and moonlight energy. The ancestor who founded the Bright Moon School has relied on the Bright Moon Sacred Sword to run amok in the world, killed several Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and created the foundation of the Bright Moon School. Although there was no secret method in the Battle Demon sect that could compare with the Bright Moon Sacred Sword in terms of offensive power, but the mysterious fundamental secret method Battle Demon Secret Method was an edge above the Bright Moon Sacred Sword in terms of comprehensive power. Although the power of the Bright Moon Sacred Sword was endless, but it was also extremely difficult to cultivate it. In the Bright Moon School, there were no more than 3 people in each generation who successfully cultivated this sword art. Zhang Lang deserved to be called a genius for being able to cultivate this secret method successfully. Zhang Lang responded with a self-deprecating smile. Genius? Junior disciple Brother Yang. I'm far too inferior when compared to you. When I was a great warlock, I had to give my all to just deal with starry sky warlocks. Compared to you who defeated that monster Xuanhuan while in the great warlock realm, I am but a fairly hardworking ordinary person. Visit frioubnovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Yang Feng uttered, Senior disciple Brother Jiang. I plan to level the Nishino state, and then supplant it. What about you? Zhang Lang's eyes brightened, and he smirked and said, Level the Nishino state? How grand. Interestingly, I happen to have some grudges with the Nishino state, So count me in. The Fuso subcontinent's Fuso Kobianas aren't half bad. After the Nishino state is leveled, I want 100 Fuso Kobianas to have a good time with. Yang Feng responded, no problem. Senior disciple Brother Jiang. Please stay here and stop any reinforcements from the Nishino state. I am now besieging the Black Snake state. After I have conquered the Black Snake state, the West Sea state, the Kahara state, and the Anto state will fall in line. Zhang Lang had a big grin on his face. Okay, we have killed 3 Moonlight Warlocks of the Nishino state, so they'll surely become a bit more well-behaved. Yang Feng asked curiously, 3 Moonlight Warlocks? Zhang Lang played down, saying, when I traveled the Fuso subcontinent, I set my sights on a woman. A son of a bitch called Mountain Ape of the Nishino state came to fight me for the woman, but then he killed her during the scuffle. I killed him in a fit of anger. Now there are only 5 Moonlight Warlocks in the Nishino state. Yang Feng was a little shocked. What an amazing fellow! In a battle between Moonlight Warlocks, the side that lost could usually escape through various secret methods. At the time in the Satsuma port, Yang Feng was confident that he could beat Kaimen Kumasaburo but not make him stay. In the Kahara state, Yang Feng used the method of assassination to plot against Kahara Kai, which was how he suppressed Kahara Kai and gained control of the Kahara state. For Zhang Lang to slay a Moonlight Warlock, his strength was conceivable. Yang Feng said, then I'll have to trouble you. Zhang Lang responded with a confident smile on his face. No problem. With the help of these mechanical golems, even if the 5 of them come, I'm not afraid. By the way, how many of these golems are there? How many can be destroyed? Yang Feng replied, these golems number about 2 million. It's fine as long as the 2 motherships, Battlestars, aren't destroyed. Although Zhang Lang still had that careless smile on his face, but turbulent waves were set off in his heart. 2 million. And it's these powerful mechanical golems to boot. How extravagant. He should have obtained an inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. When swarmed by a 2 million-strong army composed of Starry Sky Rippers and other powerful battle robots, even Zhang Lang would have to retreat. Although the Bright Moon's sacred sword was exceedingly mighty and possessed extraordinary destructive power, but its consumption of energy was just as impressive. At his peak condition, Zhang Lang was only able to unleash it 20 times in a row. Zhang Lang looked at the dense crowd of Starry Sky Rippers and mused, meteorological spell. Only a powerful expert proficient in meteorological spells and equipped with a formidable secret treasure might be able to destroy these 2 million mechanical golems. Otherwise, human wave attack is the only option. The Nishino state's capital Psychio Imperial Palace, within a palace. A very anxious voice came from outside the reception hall. Then a warlock charged into the hall while cutting a sorry figure, knelt in front of Seijo Yorawa, and shouted, Your Majesty! It's bad, Your Majesty! An ominous premonition welled up inside Seijo Yorawa's heart, and he barked, What's the matter? Spit it out. The warlock shivered, saying, The reinforcements we sent were ambushed and wiped out. Sirs Kinoshita Makoto and Anami Wa are dead. Seijo Yorawa suddenly felt his vision go dark, and he crumpled on his throne. Chapter 484, Black Snake State in Despair. Chapter 484, Black Snake State in Despair. Translator, Zaemoj. With its 8 Moonlight Warlocks, the Nishino state was rated as number 1 or 2 among the Fuso subcontinent's 4 major states. In the Nishino state, there were many strange and powerful existences similar to Evil God Emissaries, many of whom were even stronger than Moonlight Warlocks. However, just like Evil God Emissaries, those powerful beings possessed various restrictions. FRUUBAVL.cm. Only Moonlight Warlocks could go to various places to suppress rebellions and fight other forces over benefits. For every Moonlight Warlock that your force possessed, it was another deterrent for other forces. There were many powerful treasures left by the ancient warlocks in the Holy Glory state, where even glorious Dawn warlocks who acted presumptuously might get suppressed if careless. However, the Holy Glory state only had 2 Moonlight Warlocks to prop it up. Therefore, although the 4 major states still showed allegiance to it on the surface, but in private they looked down on the state. Originally, Seijo Yorowa reckoned that he'd lose a Moonlight Warlock in the worst-case scenario. Now that the reinforcements were ambushed, and the mountain ape was slayed by Jiang Lang, 3 Moonlight Warlocks have died. This was simply a devastating blow to him. Full W current novels on fruobnov.com. Seijo Yorowa's gaze turned frosty, and he looked at Minamata Shinichi with frigid killing intent. Looking like he has suddenly aged by several decades, Minamata Shinichi spoke with a bitter expression on his face. It's all my fault. I misjudged Yang Feng's strength. I didn't expect that, in addition to his own strength, which was at the Moonlight Warlock rank, his subordinated mechanical golems were this powerful. He concealed his strength very well. Seijo Yorowa uttered coldly, "Now isn't the time for excuses. Minamata, contact them immediately. Ask them to send a glorious Dawn Warlock to suppress Yang Feng. Otherwise, with Yang Feng's vengeful temperament, the Nishino state will be destroyed in his hands." "Yes, Your Majesty." Minamata Shinichi responded respectfully and took his leave, a bitter smile on his face. Seijo Yorowa watched Minamata Shinichi's lonely back, and regret welled up inside him. He muttered in a low voice, "Was I wrong?" After Minamata Shinichi accepted the bribe from the Tsangyuesi pavilion, he told Seijo Yorowa everything. The one who made the decision to deal with Yang Feng was actually Seijo Yorowa himself. At the thought of losing 3 Moonlight Warlocks, Seijo Yorowa felt a stabbing pain in his heart. When Minamata Shinichi entered a secret room, he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger at the idol of a handsome 3-eyed evil god, and a stream of black light entered the idol. The third eye of the idol of an evil god opened, and a streak of gray light shot out and formed a crystal mirror in the void. From the crystal mirror came a voice that was neither male nor female. "Minamata Shinichi, what's the matter?" Minamata Shinichi answered respectfully, "Sir, Yang Feng's strength has exceeded our expectations by far. He just ambushed the Nishino state and killed 3 Moonlight Warlocks. We are currently powerless to suppress him. Great sir, please send a glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse here to suppress Yang Feng. We will prepare the finest offerings for you." The weird voice was very dissatisfied, saying, "A bunch of trash. You're one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent, yet you can't even deal with a trifling great warlock. How useless." Minamata Shinichi lowered his head, a respectful expression on his face. Even though he was called trash, there was no fluctuation in his mood. The strange voice said, "Okay, I will dispatch a glorious Dawn Warlock rank expert to suppress Yang Feng. I need 100,000 16-year-old virgin girls, 200,000 16-year-old virgin boys, and the blood essence of 3 million young men. Go make the preparations." Minamata Shinichi heaved a slight sigh of relief, saying, "Yes, sir." Yang Feng was just a great warlock, and he already possessed such a terrific power. Once he matured, God knows how much more terrifying he will be. The lives of 3 million ordinary people were nothing to Minamata Shinichi. If Yang Feng could be killed, then even if half of the Nishino state's population had to be sacrificed, Minamata Shinichi wouldn't hesitate to give the order. The Black Snake State's capital. Staring coldly at Kamita Omyu with his snake-like eyes, Kurihibiko spoke while stressing each syllable. "What did you say?" The reinforcements sent by the Nishino state were wiped out. An unsightly expression on his face, Kamita Omyu replied with difficulty, "Yes, Your Majesty, the 2 Moonlight Warlocks Kanoshita Makoto and Anami was sent by the Nishino state are dead, and the troops they commanded have been practically wiped out. Only 2 quasi-Moonlight Warlocks escaped luckily. Within a short period of time, the Nishino state can't send us any further reinforcements." As if he had fallen into an ice cave, Kurihibiko immediately felt ice-cold. Kamita Omyu said, "The Nishino state told us to ask help from the West Sea state, the Kahara state, and the Anto state. I have just sent a help request to the 3 states." A glimmer of hope was ignited inside Kurihibiko, and he asked, "How did they reply?" Kamita Omyu smiled bitterly. "The West Sea state claims that their ruler is in closed-door cultivation. The Kahara state claims that their ruler is injured, and the Anto state will to send a small troop to assist us. Yang Feng's powerful offensive against the Black Snake State and the subsequent wipe out the Nishino State's reinforcements frightened the three states, and they started to pull back their forces to defend their state. None of them was willing to send people to assist the Black Snake State. Kurihibiko put himself in their shoes. If he was the ruler of those states, he would never send the top fighting strength that were Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks, Starry Sky Warlocks, and Great Warlocks to the Black Snake State to throw away their lives. Kurihibiko asked solemnly, "How long can the Evil God Emissary last?" Kamida Omyu's spirit shook slightly and he replied, "With our current reserves, it can still last for half a year." Kurihibiko heaved a slight sigh of relief. In a distant location, the primary artilleries of 4 arc battlestars floating in the clouds shone brightly, and resplendent pillars of light barreled towards a 6-story tall Warlock tower in the Black Snake State's capital. The Evil God Emissary instinctively felt a threat to its life. Its huge body twisted, and it immediately blocked in front of the Warlock tower. It spread open the fingers of its hand, and a bloody shield made up of countless human faces appeared before it. A pillar of light shot by a primary positron artillery capable of destroying a mountain range slammed into the bloody shield in an instant. After breaking through the bloody shield, the weakened pillar of light blew open a huge hole in the body of the Evil God Emissary. A bloody mist bubbled up, and the wound on the Evil God Emissary's body healed by more than 70%. Hard to kill was the most intractable characteristic of Evil God Emissaries supported by Warlock towers. When fighting this Evil God Emissary in the Black Snake State, even a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock will be hounded to death. Half a breath worth of time later, another pillar of light shot from the same direction and at the same angle, hit the same place of the Evil God Emissary, and pierced through the Evil God Emissary and slammed into the 6-story tall Warlock tower. Following a loud blare, all the level 3 Warlocks inside the 6-story tall Warlock tower spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, another pillar of light shot out instantly and followed the same trajectory. The Evil God Emissary could only extend its hands to block. The pillar of light crushed the hands of the Evil God Emissary, slammed into the Warlock tower, and blasted open a crack in the 6-story tall Warlock tower. When the last pillar of light fell from the sky, the legs of the Evil God Emissary twisted and blocked the column of light, and then were shattered. The column of light crushed heavily into the 6-story tall Warlock tower and blasted numerous cracks open. Seeing this scene, the Warlocks in the capital revealed looks of despair on their faces. Anyone could tell that the 6-story tall Warlock tower will be destroyed with the next volley. A copious amount of bloody mist coiled around it, and the crushed hands, legs, and chest of the Evil God Emissary quickly distorted and recovered to their original form. But there was no longer an excited clamor. Fear and despair shimmered in the eyes of the Warlocks in the capital. After a long silence, Kamida Omyu said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, the defensive array will be destroyed within a day. We no longer have the power to resist the invasion of Yang Feng's mechanical golem legion. Your Majesty, please run away. Otherwise, when the array is broken, it will be very difficult to escape." Kurihibiko looked at the Warlock tower full of cracks that could collapse at any time with despair in his eyes. He knew that it was only a matter of time before the remaining 7 Warlock towers were destroyed. Even if he transformed into an evil troll snake, he couldn't resist the primary artillery fire of the battlestars. "Yang Feng, I am the ruler of the Black Snake State, Kurihibiko. Why are you attacking the Black Snake State?" Kurihibiko's voice suddenly sounded in the capital. In his human form, he walked out of the Imperial Palace while treading on air and looked in the direction of the 4 battlestars 500 kilometers away. Yang Feng's mocking voice came from a starry sky ripper, sounding mechanical. "You don't know the reason behind this? The Nishino State ordered you to get rid of me. I'm just forestalling." Chapter 485, Bloody Demonic Eye. Chapter 485, Bloody Demonic Eye. Translator, Zayamoch. Sure enough, a bitter look in his eyes, Kurihibiko took a deep breath and said, "Sir Yang Feng, this is a misunderstanding. The Black Snake State has never intended to stand against you. From now on, the Black Snake State will cut all ties with the Nishino State immediately. Please stop attacking us." Yang Feng sneered. "Now that things have reached this point, do you think that I'll stop? After another day, I will destroy all the resistance of the Black Snake State." There was a flash of madness in Kurihime Ko's eyes, and he yelled, "If you push me to the brink, then I'll activate the final trump card of the Black Snake State and sacrifice the 13 million people in the Black Snake State to the evil god 9-star evil snake troll. By then, you won't get anything." When they heard this, a look of horror flashed in the eyes of the human warlocks in the Black Snake State, and they turned into shooting stars and frantically escaped in different directions. A hail of light shot out from the 4 battle stars, hit the human warlocks, and tore them to pieces. FREOWebnovel.com. Yang Feng said callously in a flat tone, "The 13 million people in the Black Snake State are currently my enemies. I don't care if they all die. However, they are my property to be. If you do kill them, then I'll kill all the descendants of your bloodline." When Kurihime Ko heard Yang Feng's indifferent and callous words, he felt a chill in his heart. People who had a strong sense of justice might have compromised with Kurihime Ko because of the 13 million lives. However, Yang Feng was obviously a determined and iron-hearted person who didn't care about the lives of the 13 million enemies. He couldn't be threatened with this. Kurihime Ko finally gave up and sighed slowly. "I can have the Black Snake State surrender to you and compensate you for your war losses." Yang Feng responded flatly, "If you surrender, that would be for the best. I give you 2 options. The first one is to leave the Black Snake State with your subordinates along with your assets. The second one is to become my subordinate. No matter what you choose, the Black Snake State will no longer exist." Kurihime Ko's gaze flickered for a moment before he finally released a long sigh. "I choose the first option. I will leave here with my people." If Kurihime Ko continued to resist, then, except for him and a few Starry Sky warlocks, no one would be able to leave the Black Snake State's capital alive. But as long as people lived, everything was possible. Soon after, Kurihime Ko quickly evacuated the capital with all his cronies. A large number of Starry Sky Rippers and other battle robots flew into the Black Snake State's capital and began to clear up the remaining resistance forces and suppress the rebels at once. At the same time, the huge mechanical legion also flooded into every corner of the Black Snake State like a tide, taking control of the state and maintaining order. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng has used robots in many areas to maintain his dominion and run the various governmental forces. Thus, although there were some troubles in controlling the Black Snake State, but things still seemed somewhat calm. When the Black Snake State was eliminated, the 2 states West Sea State and Anto State felt a chill, and they sent emissaries in secret to show their goodwill towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng assembled about 4 million battle robots and pushed directly into the territory of the Nishino State. Under the attack of the terrifying mechanical legion formed by 4 million Starry Sky Rippers, one city of the Nishino State after another fell. Countless warlocks attached to the Nishino State were directly eliminated, and the whole state was plunged into artillery fire. Zhang Lang, guarding the 2 battle stars, was responsible for intercepting the Nishino State's reinforcements. After the loss of 3 Moonlight Warlocks, the Nishino State could no longer send any reinforcements. Instead, it pulled back its troops and recalled the warlocks stationed in various places. Within a valley in Saikyo, in the center of a vast square, there was a blood-colored altar engraved with countless mysterious runes and hair-raising evil god heads exuding a wicked aura. The source of this scene tent is FREOWebnovel.com. Hundreds of thousands of ordinary people were escorted into the valley. When they looked at the evil altar, horror filled their eyes. Minamata Shinichi silently recited an incantation in front of the scarlet altar. Executioners dragged the struggling ordinary people forward and beheaded them. Copious amounts of blood gushed out of the headless bodies of the ordinary people. The evil god heads engraved on the evil altar opened their eyes, breathed in, and sucked in the blood of those ordinary people. The blood of hundreds of thousands of ordinary people entered the evil altar. The evil altar trembled, and a blood-colored beam of light soared into the sky and formed a blood-colored staircase in the sky, covered in black scales, exuding glorious dawn warlock rank might, a 3-meter-tall evil god with a sinister face, a horn on his head, and a malevolent smile on his face, slowly walked down the bloody flight of stairs. Minamata Shinichi's eyes glimmered with a scorching light when he saw the evil god exuding glorious dawn warlock might. Once the glorious dawn warlock rank evil god joined the war, then they were sure to suppress Yang Feng. Noir Corn Ogre. To send such an existence, it seems that you really have set your eyes on my disciple. With a sneer, a twisted cave strangely appeared on the blood-colored staircase, and a huge hand tore the staircase and extended towards the evil god. The glorious dawn warlock rank evil god Noir Corn Ogre was about to resist, when a ray of black light shot out from the hand and landed on the forehead of the Noir Corn Ogre. The forehead of the Noir Corn Ogre twisted, and a weird rune emerged. His body trembled, no longer able to budge. In the face of the black giant hand, the glorious dawn warlock Noir Corn Ogre had no strength to resist. There was a flash of despair in his eyes. Huang Iha, you dare to mess with my people. Do you want me to wipe out the battle demon sect? A heaven-shaking roar came from the other side of the blood-colored staircase, and an awe-inspiring giant hand covered in green fur emerged from the other side of the blood-colored staircase and extended towards the black giant hand. Guggalol, if you have the ability, then come here in person. At that time, I will catch you and suppress you beneath the battle demon sect's subduing demon tower. The gigantic hand released by Huang Iha turned, swatted at the huge hand covered in green fur and shattered it, and grabbed the glorious dawn warlock rank Noir Corn Ogre. As an infinity warlock rank evil god of the evil god plane, Guggalol possessed unparalleled strength. In terms of strength alone, he was even a cut above Huang Iha. However, Guggalol was attacking from the evil god plane. He was separated by a tremendous distance from the Zhangji plane. Huang Iha, on the other hand, was attacking from inside the Zhangji plane. It was natural for him to easily break Guggalol's attack. When the Noir Corn Ogre was captured, the bloody staircase collapsed in a flash. Crack! A huge crack appeared on the bloody altar. As if there was an invisible force permeating the bloody altar, the altar slowly collapsed and turned into fragments that scattered around. When Minamata Shinichi saw this scene, his face flickered with an abnormal flush, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a look of despair in his eyes. Is the Nishino state about to fall? Damn you Huang Iha! You dare to capture my subordinate, you wretch! The fragments of the blood-colored altar suddenly flew up and released wisps of bloody gas that formed a distorted screen, and a furious roar came from the distorted screen. Minamata Shinichi, I will send you Yang Feng's location. The Nishino state is to immediately send people to kill him. Kill him. I will come to the Zhangji plane along with the 9-star evil snake troll to restrain the people from the battle demon sect. Kill Yang Feng. I want him dead. Following a maddened roar, everyone around the bloody altar with the exception of Minamata Shinichi disintegrated, and all their blood essence was drawn away. Countless wisps of bloody gas converged in the void and formed a bloody demonic eye 1 kilometer in diameter constructed from countless strange runes. The blood-colored demonic eye suspended in the air above the Fuso subcontinent looked like a bloody sun, as it emitted blood-colored light invisible to the naked eye spreading in all directions. In the Fuso subcontinent, in the center of the Holy Glory State, a 10,000-meter-tall Fuso divine tree towering into the clouds with dense and lush foliage lit up with a gentle green light that covered the entire Holy Glory State. When the bloody light touched the gentle green light, it disappeared. In the Fuso subcontinent, except for some mysterious places with powerful barriers, everything was pervaded by the strange bloody light. Within a battle star, as Yang Feng's mechanical avatar was sitting on the bridge, a strange ray of bloody light silently landed on him. Yet neither the mechanical avatar nor the instruments inside the battle star had any reaction to the bloody light. A cruel voice said coldly, "That's not him, it's just his avatar." Chapter 486, Assassination. Chapter 486, Assassination. Translator, Zayamoj. In a secret room in the Kahara state, Yang Feng, sitting on a jade bed, was forming a starry sky core. Countless mysterious runes intertwined with his soul, and formed a starry sky core. A powerful life force field surrounded Yang Feng. A ray of bloody light silently passed through layers of barrier, touched the life force around Yang Feng, issued loud sizzling sounds, and turned into black smoke and disappeared. A warlock's life force field was a powerful natural barrier capable of weakening or canceling all kinds of attacks. A frigid voice full of elation echoed in the void. "Found you! You're here!" Filled with violence and ruthlessness, Guggelol's voice sounded again in the valley. "Found him! I have found Yang Feng's position. I'm sending you his coordinates now. Kill him. Spare no cost. Use the Nishino state's full power to kill him. Kill him. Then use his body and soul to make a sacrifice. And I'll give your ruler a secret treasure that will increase his odds at promoting to a glorious dawn warlock by 30%. The giant bloody demonic eye in the sky crumbled, turned into a ray of bloody light that entered Minamata Shinichi's forehead, and formed a strange blood-colored curse mark. Minamata Shinichi's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart filled with fear. Kahara State. Yang Feng's true body is currently located in the Kahara State. This means that he has secretly subdued the Kahara State. What a terrible scheme. If the Kahara State stabbed us in the back at a critical moment, that would be dangerous. Although the four major states Kahara State, Anto State, West Sea State, and Black Dragon State were far less powerful than the Nishino State, but they were still states with a long heritage that had Moonlight Warlocks and Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks. Once the Kahara State changed sides at the most critical time, the Nishino State may not be able to withstand such a betrayal. With a decisive look in his eyes, Minamata Shinichi strode towards Saikyo. Yang Feng must be dealt with. The Kahara State's capital, Tsukamoto City. Shrouded by a queer light, Seijo Yorawa strolled inside the Tsukamoto City, yet no one could see him. The four Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses Minamata Shinichi, Ogrehound, Katsuragi Kojiro, and Moonlight Ogre Slayer followed behind Seijo Yorawa and strolled in the Tsukamoto City like specters. When he reached the royal palace, Seijo Yorawa looked at the tall palace wall with a flash of ridicule in his eyes and said indifferently, "I didn't think that there'll come a day when I'll act as an assassin." Even though Seijo Yorawa was a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse, but after he ascended the throne of the Nishino State, he hasn't done anything himself. No matter what he wanted, everything would be dealt with by his subordinated 7 Moonlight Warlocks. Yet now he was forced to act in person, to act as an assassin. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Minamata Shinichi said with a bitter expression on his face. "It's all my fault." Seijo Yorawa spoke in a domineering way. "Minamata, we made that decision together. You're not the only one at fault. I'm even more so to blame. The source of this content is frububble.cm. There was a surge of emotion in Minamata Shinichi's heart. He has followed Seijo Yorawa for more than 1,000 years and watched Seijo Yorawa guide the Nishino State from the bottom of the 4 major states to the top of the 4 major states step by step. If they hadn't provoked Yang Feng, the Nishino State might have become the leader of the 4 major states in the future. But now everything has come to naught. With Yang Feng's mechanical legion pressing the attack, the Nishino State was in an extremely precarious situation where it could be wiped out at any time. In the meantime, Yang Feng was building a large number of munitions factories in many places in the Kahara State. Once those munitions factories were constructed, Yang Feng will be able to create a large number of Starry Sky Rippers to throw into battle. That's when Yang Feng will choose to launch the decisive attack. As one of the 4 major states in the Fuso subcontinent, the Nishino State's foundation was by far deeper than anyone could imagine. Aware of this fact, Yang Feng advanced cautiously. On one hand, he wanted to eradicate the local powers of the Nishino State. On the other hand, he wanted to accumulate his power and prepare to launch a blitzkrieg attack. Able to perceive the danger of the situation, Seijo Yorawa dispatched quasi-moonlight warlocks to take the royal guards to attack the mechanical legion on various fronts. The Starry Sky Rippers were almost everywhere in the Nishino State, and they moved in groups of at least 10,000 units. Although the Nishino State's Royal Guard Corps possessed powerful battle prowess, but it suffered defeat in every skirmish against the Starry Sky Rippers. Over time, the Imperial Guard Corps' casualties mounted, and half of them had been killed. But the numbers of the Starry Sky Rippers hasn't visibly decreased. Feeling like there was a noose tightening around his neck, Seijo Yorawa was eventually forced to act in person and come to assassinate Yang Feng. Seijo Yorawa blurred into motion and then appeared on top of the palace wall. The detection spells that were set up inside the royal palace instantly swept Seijo Yorawa and broke the light masking him. Assassin! When an imperial guard of the Kahara state patrolling atop the city wall saw Seijo Yorawa, his face changed dramatically, and he shouted loudly. A loud and clear alarm sounded within the royal palace. The ogre hound smiled ferociously and silently recited an incantation, and then shone with a black light. He suddenly transformed into a 100-meter-tall god with a horn on his head covered in black fur and enveloped in a wicked aura. The ogre hound has transformed into a unicorn evil ogre hound of the evil god plane. Unicorn evil ogre hounds inherently possessed a powerful fleshly body, and after they matured, they possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. Although unicorn evil ogre hounds weren't proficient in spells, but they could break countless defensive spells with their canines. Even magic shields of glorious dawn warlocks could be shredded with a single bite from them. After the ogre hound transformed into a unicorn evil ogre hound, the 4 Moonlight Warlocks Seijo Yorawa, Minamata Shinichi, Katsuragi Kojiro, and Moonlight Ogre Slayer jumped onto his back. The unicorn evil ogre hound's figure blurred and left behind afterimages as he ran towards the secret chamber where Yang Feng was located. The warlock towers within the royal palace flashed brightly, and magic shields suddenly sprang up and blocked in front of Seijo Yorawa and his party. The unicorn evil ogre hound knocked against the magic shields capable of withstanding Moonlight Warlock rank attacks with its horn and broke them one by one. Not only were the unicorn evil ogre hound's teeth intractable, but its horn could also destroy countless powerful barriers. Following a flicker of magic light, fire elemental particles surged, and a 100-meter-long Psy and flame arrow fell from the sky and shot towards the unicorn evil ogre hound. Evil ogres like unicorn evil ogre hounds feared lightning, fire, and light the most. The Cyan flame was called Thunder Cyan Light Flame. When hit by an arrow formed from Thunder Cyan Light Flame, even a Moonlight Warlock would receive severe damage, or even be purified into ashes. Seijo Yorawa frowned and flipped his hand, and a level 6 secret treasure fire flask engraved with numerous mysterious runes appeared in his hand. A great swallowing force erupted from the flask and sucked in the flame arrow in an instant. Your Majesty Seijo, why did you break into my royal palace? Although the Kahara state is one of the Nishino state's ancillary states, but our royal palace isn't a place that you can break into at will, Your Majesty Seijo. A cyan light glittered, and Kahara Kai appeared in a rock garden 500 meters away from Seijo Yorawa and company. Looking at the 5 people with anger in his eyes, he questioned coldly. Kahara Kai, stop wasting time. We came here to kill Yang Feng, who is hiding in your palace. If you help us, then your past offense can be forgotten, and the Kahara state can be exempted from giving offerings to the Nishino state for 1,000 years. At the same time, I can agree to 3 reasonable requests. If you don't want to help either side, that's also okay. Your past offense will still be forgiven, and the Kahara state can be exempted from giving offerings to the Nishino state for 100 years. But if you insist on being our enemy, then I will do everything in my power to kill everyone in the Kahara state and sacrifice them to the evil god. Even if it takes me 1,000 or 10,000 years, I will exterminate all of your offsprings. I'll give you 3 seconds to make a decision. Minamata Shinichi coerced. Kahara Kai smiled bitterly. If he had a choice, he would definitely have chosen not to aid anyone or even stab Yang Feng in the back. However, he was already infested with countless liquid metal nano-robots, and so his life was no longer under his control. Even if he wanted to betray Yang Feng, he still couldn't do it. Kahara Kai shook his head and flattered. Since you already know, then there's nothing to talk about. Sir Yang Feng is the Lord of Destiny and the ruler of the Fuso Plane. It is my pleasure to serve him. I will never betray him. Evil God Emissary, show yourself. A bloody coffin suddenly emerged directly from within the palace, and a burst of strange heartbeats poured out of it. Chapter 487 Advancing to a Starry Sky Warlock. Chapter 487 Advancing to a Starry Sky Warlock. Translator, Zayamoj. In the Tsukamoto city, 9 six-story tall Warlock towers radiated blood-colored light that sank into the blood-colored coffin. The lid of the bloody coffin suddenly flew open and shot aside, and a wicked, ferocious, and violent aura spread in all directions. The eyes of Seijo Yoruwa and the other 4 moonlight warlocks flashed gravely. Evil God emissaries were evil existences that the rulers of the Fuso subcontinent states forged according to the instructions of the evil gods. They believed in using various evil techniques such as blood sacrifice. Every evil god emissary possessed incredible innate abilities, and they should not be underestimated. The face of Katsuragi Kojiro, who was proficient in curses, suddenly changed dramatically, and then a large hand covered in green fur extended from his mouth, stabbed into the top of his head, and dug out the moonlight core from in his head. Seijo Yoruwa's face fell, and he warned loudly, "Be careful! This evil god emissary is a void evil ogre. It has the innate ability to freely travel through the void." Katsuragi Kojiro's body suddenly exploded, and a sinister-looking void evil ogre, a little shorter than an ordinary person and covered in green fur, appeared in front of everyone. The void evil ogre showed everyone a malevolent smile, and then its body abruptly blurred. "Go on ahead. I'll suppress it." Seijo Yoruwa frowned, then silently recited an incantation, erupted with quasi-moonlight warlock rank might, and extended his right hand towards the void. At the same time, his right hand has transformed into an claw. From the empty void, an ogre claw suddenly protruded and collided with Seijo Yoruwa's claw. The void evil ogre suddenly emerged from the void and flew backwards like a broken rag doll. Distorted light flashed, and the void evil ogre disappeared again in an instant. Seijo Yoruwa grabbed at the void again and forced the void evil ogre into the open once more. Although the void evil ogre possessed the innate ability to shuttle the void, but it was an evil god emissary without intelligence after all. And even though it possessed advanced moonlight warlock rank battle prowess with the boosts from the several warlock towers, but it still couldn't cross Seijo Yoruwa's defensive line. Seijo Yoruwa knew very well that with the boosts from the Kihara State's 9 warlock towers, the void evil ogre was almost immortal. Thus, he didn't cast any world-shaking spells, and just entangled with the void evil ogre, not letting it pursue Minamata Shinichi and the others. "Your Majesty Seijo, your reputation is well-deserved. It seems that I have to step in myself." Kihara Kai sighed faintly, then silently recited an incantation and took a few steps back, and his figure blurred and shone with black light. He turned into a 100-meter tall, ferocious-looking Aoki evil ogre covered by countless tendrils. Aoki evil ogres were a powerful kind of evil ogres of the evil god plane. After maturing, they possessed moonlight warlock rank strength. Aoki evil ogres could innately manipulate and strengthen all kinds of extraordinary plants. In a jungle with many extraordinary plants, they possessed terrific fighting strength. When Kihara Kai transformed into an Aoki evil ogre, the branches of a 20-meter-tall ink cloud tree covered in black leaves inside the royal palace swayed. Countless black leaves suddenly flew out and formed a dark cloud that covered the sky. The 3 moonlight warlock rank experts, the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, Minamata Shinichi, and the Ogre Hound, were enveloped by the black cloud. As if they have plunged into a darkness domain, they couldn't see anything, and their moonlight warlock rank extraordinary perception was obstructed. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and bright moonlight spread from his body and brightly illuminated the space covered by the ink cloud tree leaves. Illuminated by the moonlight, the space returned to normal. The earth suddenly trembled, and countless tendrils rose from the ground and swept towards the 3 moonlight warlocks. "Sir Prime Minister, I'll handle things on this end. Go kill Yang Feng." The Moonlight Ogre Slayer bellowed, and then blurred and transformed into a 30-meter-tall, very handsome moonlight evil ogre with a moonlight mark engraved on his forehead. Moonlight evil ogres were humanoid existences born from moonlight and who absorbed moonlight. The first moonlight evil ogre was a mighty warlock monarch rank expert, a darling of moonlight, and one of the 108 warlock monarchs who had followed the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord. The moonlight evil ogre following the Time Lord was called the Moonlight Monarch. After the Time Lord died and the first warlock dynasty fell apart, the Moonlight Monarch went to the Evil God Plane, where he was eroded by the Evil God Plane and turned into the first Moonlight Evil Ogre. Even though there were only 2 or 3 individuals in each generation of Moonlight Evil Ogres, but their inheritance was still passed on. As for the Moonlight Ogre Slayer, he obtained a Moonlight Evil Ogre inheritance by a fluke. Judging by the power of inheritance alone, the Moonlight Ogre Slayer's inheritance was even a cut above Seijo Yoruwa's. When the Moonlight Ogre Slayer transformed into a Moonlight Evil Ogre, moonlight gathered around him and formed moonlight discs that looked like crescent moons. The Moonlight Ogre Slayer controlled the moonlight discs to slash at the tendrils. Tendrils were instantly chopped to pieces by the sharp moonlight discs, and a passage was formed in the forest of tendrils. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewebove.com. With Minamata Shinichi on his back, the Ogre Hound crossed hundreds of meters with a jump and darted out of the passage. The moonlight mark on the Moonlight Ogre Slayer's forehead shone brightly, and dozens of moonlight discs suddenly emerged and slashed in all directions. Countless tendrils sweeping towards the Moonlight Ogre Slayer from all around were slashed into pieces by the moonlight discs. As if they woke up, countless extraordinary plants surged from all over and bombarded the Moonlight Ogre Slayer with all kinds of attacks. In theory, the Moonlight Evil Ogre possessed a much higher rank and evolution potential than the Aoki Evil Ogre, but within the royal palace where there were countless extraordinary plants, the Moonlight Evil Ogre was pushed back again and again. The Ogre Hound carrying Minamata Shinichi has just escaped the extraordinary plant forest, when the mechanical black dragon who has already evolved into a Moonlight Warlock rank existence swooped down from the sky and shot a dragon breath beam that barreled towards him. The Ogre Hound's incarnation of a unicorn Evil Ogre Hound spewed a column of black gas out that intertwined with the dragon breath beam in the sky. Evenly matched, the 2 attacks eventually annihilated each other. Minamata Shinichi blurred into motion, turned into a streak of cyan light, and catapulted away from the Ogre Hound. When he reached the palace where Yang Feng was in seclusion, he punched and shattered a wall. Behind the wall appeared a secret chamber with a strong barrier activated. Inside the secret chamber there was a person sitting with their eyes closed. The person was Yang Feng. Minamata Shinichi's figure blurred, and he transformed into a 10-meter-tall, ferocious-looking ferocious evil ogre covered in cyan fur. freewebnovel.com. Ferocious evil ogres were common evil ogres of the Evil God Plane, and the limit of their evolution potential was the Moonlight Warlock rank. They possessed the strength and agility of evil ogres and were proficient in curses. Apart from this, there was nothing particularly special about them. They were very mediocre evil ogres. However, ferocious evil ogres were rather ferocious, and ordinary human warlocks of the same rank weren't their opponent. In order to kill Yang Feng, Minamata Shinichi used his trump card from the get-go. "You're too late." Yang Feng, who was sitting still, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone, and a set of black armor appeared on him. He took a step forward, primal chaos aura spread from him, and he sent a primal chaos annihilation fist containing a wisp of world force blasting towards Minamata Shinichi. When the primal chaos annihilation fist containing the power of law slammed into Minamata Shinichi's abdomen, a tyrannical force erupted and crushed Minamata Shinichi's lower body in a flash. Minamata Shinichi's eyes flashed with horror, and he exclaimed shrilly, "Starry Sky Warlock! You advanced to a Starry Sky Warlock!" While in the Great Warlock realm, Yang Feng could already compete with Xuanhuan, who possessed Junior Moonlight Warlock rank combat power. Now that he has promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock, his fighting strength has increased by several times. Minamata Shinichi shuddered at this thought. With a flicker of fire, the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede suddenly appeared, and then sprayed a stream of golden sun flames shooting towards Minamata Shinichi. Amid the golden sun flames, Minamata Shinichi's upper body burned to ashes. Only the moonlight core remained. After Minamata Shinichi was killed in an instant, Yang Feng blurred into motion, appeared behind the Ogre Hound's incarnation of a unicorn evil Ogre Hound, and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist onto the other party's back, and primal chaos force broke out. With this strike, he blasted a huge bloody hole in the body of the unicorn evil Ogre Hound, and a copious amount of flesh and blood splashed around. The mechanical black dragon took this opportunity to shoot a dragon-breathing beam that slammed into the unicorn evil ogre hound's head and blasted a huge hole open. Next, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede sprayed a stream of golden sun flames barreling toward the unicorn evil ogre hound, and then the violent golden sun flames burned the latter until only the moonlight core remained. When the moonlight ogre slayer saw this, he felt a chill and bellowed, "Your Majesty, run!" Moonlight discs flew in all directions and slashed the extraordinary plant forest to pieces, and then the moonlight ogre slayer blurred into motion and turned into a streak of moonlight escaping outside the royal palace. Chapter 488, Slaying Moonlight. Chapter 488, Slaying Moonlight. Translator, Zayamoj. A blue magic shield suddenly blocked in front of the moonlight ogre slayer. The moonlight ogre slayer erupted with dozens of moonlight discs and directly shattered the magic shield. The blue magic shield has just collapsed, when another transparent magic barrier blocked in front of the moonlight ogre slayer, and then another and another, forcing him to frantically unleash spells to attack the continuously emerging magic shields. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared behind the moonlight ogre slayer, and sent a tyrannical primal chaos annihilation fist flying towards the latter. The moonlight ogre slayer's face changed greatly, and the moonlight mark on his forehead suddenly lit up. A copious amount of moonlight gathered and formed a total of 36 moonlight shields. When the primal chaos annihilation fist collided with the moonlight shields, it shattered the shields one by one until eventually the strength of the fist was exhausted at the 34th shield. Virtually at the same time, a vine suddenly ejected from the void and violently slammed into the back of the moonlight ogre slayer. The mechanical black dragon shot a dragon breath beam that slammed into the moonlight shields and crushed the last 3 shields, and then blasted open a large hole in the body of the moonlight ogre slayer. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede sprayed a stream of golden sun flames from its mouth that shot towards the moonlight ogre slayer. There was a gleam of despair in the moonlight ogre slayer's eyes, and he issued a shrill scream, "Your Majesty, save me!" With the powerful barrier activated in the royal palace, the moonlight ogre slayer could only ask Seijo Urawa for help. Seijo Urawa frowned, then raised the fire flask and pointed it towards the golden sun flames, and the golden sun flames were immediately sucked into the fire flask. The moonlight ogre slayer has just breathed a sigh of relief when gravity spheres shot out from the royal palace and slammed into him, making his body sink. As if he was carrying a mountain on his back, his movements became very sluggish. A swarm of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out at Mach 10 speed and slashed at the moonlight ogre slayer. A fierce look in his eyes, the moonlight ogre slayer waved his hand, and moonlight discs revolved and turned into a moonlight disc hurricane, shredding the starry sky rippers that approached him. Seijo Urawa shot Yang Feng a frigid look. Killing intent flashed past his eyes, and he said coldly, "Yang Feng, let us go, and I can sweep what happened today under the rug." Yang Feng sneered, "Sweep what happened today under the rug? I can't agree to that. I'm afraid that I have to insist on you dying here today." 3 arc battlestars hidden in the clouds emerged and locked their 3 primary artilleries on Seijo Urawa and the moonlight ogre slayer. Seijo Urawa's face changed dramatically. His body flickered, and he disappeared from his original spot, leaving behind afterimages. The moonlight ogre slayer turned into a streak of moonlight and frantically tried to avoid being locked on by the battlestars. The might of arc battlestar primary artilleries was beyond compare. With one strike, it could even inflict serious damage on a glorious dawn warlock. The 2 experts Seijo Urawa and the moonlight ogre slayer didn't dare to let the battlestar primary artilleries lock on them. The figure of the void evil ogre flickered, and it chased after Seijo Urawa and forced him to engage in combat, drawing all of his attention on itself. Frantically drawing on the power of the semi-plane, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he oddly appeared before the streak of moonlight that was the moonlight ogre slayer. He blasted a primal chaos annihilation fist into the latter. The lower body of the moonlight ogre slayer was directly smashed by the overbearing force. The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede belched a stream of golden sun flames shooting towards the remaining upper body of moonlight ogre slayer. While uttering miserable screams, the moonlight ogre slayer only managed to resist the golden sun flames for a few seconds before he was burned into ashes, and only a moonlight core remained of him. Seeing this scene, Seijo Yoruwa felt a chill in his heart, and he silently recited an incantation. With a flicker of black light, he transformed into a more than 100 meters tall multiple-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms. In his 6 arms, Seijo Yoruwa's incarnation of a multiple-armed troll respectively held 6 level 6 secret treasures: Fire Flask, Thunderbolt Sword, Flame Halberd, Windbreaker Blade, Vajra Shield, and Mountain Hammer. Secret treasures were treasures developed by human warlocks to deal with powerful existence from other planes. The reason why human warlock were able to establish the 8 warlock dynasties and suppress countless planes was in part due to the power of secret treasures. In the Zhangji plane, alchemists were the most respected and esteemed beings. Even pharmacists were a notch below alchemists in terms of status. In other planes, level 6 secret treasures and above were called god armaments. Level 6 secret treasures were very precious even in the Zhangji plane. Even though the Kahara state's ruler Kahara Kai was a moonlight warlock, but he didn't have a suitable level 6 secret treasure. Seijo Yoruwa had to use the power of the entire Nishino state and expend countless precious treasures, and it still took him 1,000 years to invite alchemists to forge him 6 level 6 secret treasures. The Void Evil Ogre suddenly emerged from the void and extended its claw towards Seijo Yoruwa's back. "Go to hell!" Seijo Yoruwa bellowed, and then slashed with the Thunderbolt sword enveloped by thunderbolts at the Void Evil Ogre. Countless thunderbolts shone and paralyzed the Void Evil Ogre. The Mountain Hammer slammed into the Void Evil Ogre with the power to crush mountains, and the Void Evil Ogre shattered into countless pieces. The Flame Halberd stabbed out, and a violent blue flame suddenly burst out and burned the remains of the Void Evil Ogre, making sizzling noises. If the Void Evil Ogre was a real entity, it would be forced to flee when it was seriously injured by an attack from Seijo Yoruwa. Blood-colored light shot into the remains of the Void Evil Ogre from all directions, and the remains formed back into the Void Evil Ogre within a breath of time. With 9 Warlock Towers as the core power source of an Evil God Emissary, even a glorious Dawn Warlock could hardly destroy an Evil God Emissary. The mechanical black dragon suddenly ejected a dragon breath beam from its mouth that blasted towards Seijo Yatsuki. Seijo Yatsuki raised the Vajra shield and blocked the dragon breath beam. The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede sprayed a stream of golden sun flames. Seijo Yatsuki lifted the fire flask, which immediately absorbed the golden sun flames. Kahara Kai urged his magic power, and numerous thick tendrils swept towards Seijo Yatsuki. Seijo Yatsuki waved the flame halberd, which burst out with violent flames that burned the thick tendrils to ashes. Next, he waved the windbreaker blade, and fierce wind blades turned the flames more vigorous, and the flames rolled out towards the royal palace. There was a dignified look in Yang Feng's eyes. "How strong! That's a quasi-glorious warlock rank being for you." Inside the royal palace, he can still fight against 4 moonlight warlocks by himself. If it wasn't for the Void Evil Ogre keeping him in check, the mechanical black dragon, the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede, and Kahara Kai wouldn't be his opponents. With the 6 level 6 secret treasures in hand, Seijo Yoruwa was like an undefeated demon god, as he neutralized the siege of the 4 moonlight warlocks with ease. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, today you die. Yang Feng blurred into motion and retreated by 1,000 meters. The countless starry sky rippers hidden in the Tsukamoto city turned into a cloud steel and madly lunged at Seijo Yoruwa's incarnation of a multiple-armed troll. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. A fire burst into the sky, and thousands of starry sky rippers were shattered along their energy shields. Countless wind blades glimmered, and thousands of starry sky rippers were chopped into numerous pieces. Violent thunder snakes raged about. In the wake of the thunder snakes, starry sky rippers dropped on the ground like raindrops. No matter how Seijo Yoruwa attacked, there was no end to the starry sky rippers. The sounds of loud explosions sounded virtually in an uninterrupted succession. Practically having no time to take a breather, Seijo Yoruwa expended a lot of effort to kill the starry sky rippers by the hundreds and thousands in every moment. Once he let up a little, the starry sky rippers will take advantage of the moment to open wounds on his body. While being bombarded by gravity spheres and spatial disruptions, Seijo Yoruwa felt his body become heavy and his physical strength and spirit force quickly deplete. Yang Feng, do you dare to fight me fair and square? You just rely on your mechanical legion to deplete my strength. How impressive is that? A majestic disciple of the Battle Demon sect doesn't even have the courage to fight me? A dazzling thunderbolt rose into the sky and a violent thunder snake thrashed about. Wherever the thunder snake passed through, thousands of starry sky rippers were blasted into pieces. At the same time, Seijo Yoruwa's bellows came from the thunderbolt. After the thunderbolt disappeared, Seijo Yoruwa, covered in injuries, emerged and stared at Yang Feng, who was by now aboard a battlestar 500 kilometers away. Quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks were extremely powerful experts. Aware that he wasn't the opponent of such an expert, Yang Feng naturally didn't want to stay on the battlefield. Yang Feng responded flatly, "It's useless, Seijo Yoruwa. History is written by the victors. I know that I'm not your opponent now. After I promote to a Moonlight Warlock, I have full confidence that I'll be able to kill you. As for now, I can only kill you with my mechanical legion. Please rest in peace." Chapter 489, Seijo Yoruwa surrenders. Chapter 489, Seijo Yoruwa surrenders. Translator, Zayamoj. There was a flash of despair in Seijo Yoruwa's eyes, and he turned into a streak of black light and shot outside. A transparent barrier blocking in front of Seijo Yoruwa was slashed apart. The barrier was just broken when another blue barrier blocked in front of him. The Void Evil Ogre suddenly extended a claw towards Seijo Yoruwa from the void. He raised the shield to block the Void Evil Ogre's claw. At this moment, the mechanical black dragon slammed its tail into Seijo Yoruwa, slamming him into the royal palace. There were countless defensive arrays in the royal palace. Even though Seijo Yoruwa was a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock, it will take him some time to escape. But Yang Feng will never give him this time. Hundreds of starry sky rippers took this chance to slash at Seijo Yoruwa and immediately cut hundreds of wounds on his body open. Seijo Yoruwa roared, and then thunderbolts flashed, and raging thunder snakes slammed into hundreds of starry sky rippers and destroyed them. Eyes bloodshot, exuding a dangerous aura, Seijo Yoruwa locked his gaze on the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Have you been backed into a corner? Even if you can't kill me, you still want to go all out to kill some of my helpers? Unfortunately for you, even if you give your all, it still won't do you any good. Yang Feng's voice suddenly sounded next to Seijo Yoruwa. The mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede instantly flew out. Locking on Seijo Yoruwa from afar, they respectively fired dragon breath beams and streams of golden sun flames from time to time. Countless starry sky rippers and other battle robots using human wave attacks rushed towards Seijo Yoruwa, and various beams of light bombarded Seijo Yoruwa, chipping away at his strength. There was a look of despair in Seijo Yoruwa's eyes. He has indeed planned to slay the mechanical black dragon and the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. But now that he was blocked by countless starry sky rippers, even if he gave it his all, he wasn't sure if he was able to achieve this. Gazing at Seijo Yoruwa from a battlestar, Yang Feng spoke indifferently. "Seijo Yoruwa, I rather appreciate you for your strength. Serve me and you can live. Otherwise, today you die." There was an unruly gleam in Seijo Yoruwa's eyes, and he barked, "You're not qualified to have me surrender. Only if you beat me in a fair fight will I be willing to submit to you." Yang Feng sneered, "Oh, in other words, you want to die? Without you around, there will be many hungry wolves to tear the Seijo family to pieces. You should also be aware of the fate that is in store for your precious daughter, the Nishino State's NR1 beauty Seijo Yatsuki. The same goes for your beloved concubines. After all, there are a lot of families whom you have wronged." These words were like a bucket of ice-cold water that doused Seijo Yatsuki, and he fell silent. The Nishino State was one of the 4 major states of the Fuso subcontinent. In order to tower over others and rise to the throne of the state, Seijo Yoruwa has offended countless families. When he thought of the plight that was in store for his concubines and daughter, Seijo Yoruwa shivered in his heart. "I have 2 conditions. If you agree to them, then I'll submit to you and let you install a restriction on me like you did with Kihara-kai. Seijo Yorawa was a highly intelligent figure. He guessed that Kihara-kai was controlled by Yang Feng through a strange spell. Speak! Yang Feng waved his hand, and the Starry Sky Rippers stopped attacking immediately. First, don't make things difficult for the families of Minamata Shinichi and them. They died because of me. I don't want their families to end miserably. Second, you have to marry my daughter Seijo Yatsuki. Watching Yang Feng aboard the Battlestar far away, Seijo Yorawa uttered loudly. Yang Feng contemplated for a while before responding resolutely, "Done!" With a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock in his corner, not only would Yang Feng's power increase greatly, but the Nishino state would also fall into his hands smoothly, providing him with great influence in the Fuso subcontinent. Seijo Yorawa stowed away all his secret treasures, prostrated himself on the ground facing Yang Feng's direction, and, as if worshipping an evil god, uttered deferentially, "Greetings, my lord. Arad Latest Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only." Even though Seijo Yorawa was the head of the Nishino state, but he worshipped evil gods. He was used to prostrating himself on the ground to please evil gods. This ritual was essential. Otherwise, you wouldn't be granted any power by the evil gods. Yang Feng pushed a button, and the Battlestar immediately fired missiles that flew over the Imperial Palace and opened, and boxes with parachutes fell down. Engineering robots stepped forward, opened the boxes, took out vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, and injected the elixir into Seijo Yorawa's body. A powerful life force surged inside Seijo Yorawa and instantly eliminated the liquid metal nano-robots. All liquid metal nano-robots have been destroyed. Please reduce the target's immunity. Otherwise, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir will have no effect. Yang Feng lamented, "Quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses are really powerful. Their life force can immunize them against most toxins. The greater a Warlock's cultivation base was, the stronger their physique was. If you reached the Warlock Emperor realm, you would gain immunity against virtually all poisons in the world. By then, only some innate poison abilities might wound you. My lord, I have a way to let the restraint into my body." Feeling the changes in his body, Seijo Yorawa took out a vial of elixir and drank it. Shortly after, the quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock life force on Seijo Yorawa disappeared, and he seemed to be a bit haggard. An engineering robot stepped forward and injected the liquid metal nano-robot into his body. Seijo Yorawa's immunity activated with difficulty and destroyed part of the liquid metal nano-robots, letting the rest of the liquid metal nano-robots erode his body and eventually merge with his soul. After about an hour, Seijo Yorawa's aura strengthened slowly, and he finally recovered completely. Seijo Yorawa knew that if Yang Feng didn't have control over him, he would immediately fall out and kill him. After all, a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock ticking time bomb was too dangerous. If Seijo Yorawa and company hadn't entered the Kihara State's royal palace in order to assassinate Yang Feng, they wouldn't have been suppressed. By then, with Seijo Yorawa's quasi-glorious Warlock rank cultivation base, even if he was besieged by Yang Feng, he could easily escape. As the ruler of the Nishino state, Seijo Yorawa naturally understood the mentality of people with authority, which was why he made such a decisive choice. When the liquid metal nano-robot elixir eroded Seijo Yorawa completely, the killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes vanished, and the swarm of Starry Sky Rippers flew away at once. Countless engineering robots quickly poured in and started collecting the remains of Starry Sky Rippers and transporting them to the various munitions factories to be melted down and forged anew. An arc battlestar flew over the royal palace, and a pillar of light landed on Seijo Yorawa and conveyed him to the bridge. When Seijo Yorawa saw the various sci-fi style apparatuses inside the battlestar, shock welled up in his eyes. This is the interior of Yang Feng's warship? It's completely different from the secret treasures I have seen thus far. That's a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect for you. Seijo Yorawa came to in front of Yang Feng sitting on the bridge and said, "My lord, I have something important to report to you." Yang Feng asked, "What is it?" Here was a complicated look in Seijo Yorawa's eyes. It was due to the Xuanhuan Pavilion's invitation that I offended you, my lord. The Xuanhuan Pavilion's Xuanhuan Xiongtian and the Sea Dragon Immortal Pavilion's Jiang Wanghai are on their way here. In another month, they will reach the Fuso subcontinent. If Seijo Yoruwa had waited for the Xuanhuan Pavilion's powerhouses before making an attempt on Yang Feng's life, he would have had better chances. However, Yang Feng was able to level the Nishino state within a month's time, forcing his hand. He didn't expect that he would have such an ending. Yang Feng glanced at Seijo Yoruwa. Seijo Yoruwa quickly said, "When the time comes, the court will naturally cooperate with you to kill those bandits, my lord." Yang Feng gave a satisfied nod. With Seijo Yoruwa in his pocket, Xuanhuan Xiongtian and them couldn't raise any storms. Seijo Yoruwa carried on, "My lord, there is a reason why I accepted Xuanhuan Xiongtian's invitation so readily. The force standing behind him isn't simple, and it even has an infinity warlock rank existence." Yang Feng frowned and asked keenly, "Is it an infinity warlock rank evil god from the evil god plane?" The evil god plane was located very far away from the Zhangji plane. Once an infinity warlock rank being from another plane entered the Zhangji plane, with the barriers set up by the 8 warlock emperors, it was impossible for them to hide their whereabouts. As long as Yang Feng didn't go to the evil god plane to throw his life away, infinity warlock rank evil gods from the evil god plane couldn't come to kill him in person. The 8 warlock emperors set up powerful barriers in the entire Zhangji plane and created a variety of secret treasures for detection. Once infinity warlock rank existences from other planes entered the Zhangji plane, they will be detected and their whereabouts will be grasped by these secret treasures. As such, infinity warlocks from other planes wouldn't go to the Zhangji plane rashly. Chapter 490, Capturing Xuanhuan Xiongtian. Chapter 490, Capturing Xuanhuan Xiongtian. Translator, Zayamoj. Seijo Yoruwa answered, "It isn't. It's an infinity warlock from the Zhangji plane. Of course, I derived this conclusion from some vague feeling I have. There is no concrete evidence." Yang Feng frowned. Infinity warlock from the Zhangji plane. Each infinity warlock rank existence was a pillar of a force. Even among the 10 great sects, they were the currently strongest experts, and the same was true for the Great Cloud Dynasty as a whole. It wasn't a pleasant thing to have an infinity warlock as an enemy. Yang Feng's mind revolved. Infinity warlock? I stand no chance against such an enemy. Let's leave this headache for teacher and them. Seijo Yoruwa spoke solemnly. Xuanhuan Xiongtian is very cunning, so it won't be that easy to ambush them. I'm going back to the Nishino state to prepare. Master, please have the Mechanical Legion maintain its current operation. Yang Feng responded, "Okay." After the discussion was completed, Seijo Yoruwa quietly returned to the Nishino state that very night. Time elapsed and soon it was 1 month later. The Nishino state, the capital Saikyo, along with 5 Moonlight Warlocks and 16 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks, the heads of 2 the Wei Sea City's top 10 sea merchant groups Xuanhuan Xiongtian and Jiang Wanghai arrived before the gate of Saikyo Royal Palace. A great warlock in a suit of armor stepped forward and yelled, "Stop! This is a restricted area of the royal city. Offenders will be captured and summarily executed." Xuanhuan Xiongtian took out a blood-colored wooden token and shook it, and the phantom of a 3-headed and 6-armed multi-armed evil god exuding a fierce aura flew out of the wooden token. The great warlock's face changed drastically, and he made a 90 degrees bow at once and said, "Guests invited by His Majesty. Sorry for not recognizing you. Open the gate." The gate opened, and Xuanhuan Xiongtian and his party walked inside. A lanky moonlight warlock frowned and said, "For the heads of states in the Fuso subcontinent who believe in evil gods, betrayal is commonplace. Is it okay for us to enter the Nishino state's royal city?" The fact that the major forces in the Fuso subcontinent believed in evil gods was well known. Do not enter a state's royal city was an unwritten rule that moonlight warlocks abided by. Xuanhuan Xiongtian responded with a light smile. "Don't worry, Seijo Yoruwa fought Yang Feng not long ago, and the casualties of his moonlight warlocks were disastrous. Only Minamata Shinichi escaped with serious injuries. With our force, even if Seijo Yoruwa fell out with us, He can't keep us from leaving here. Yang Feng's mechanical legion is already at his doorstep. He wouldn't do something so stupid. After a moment of thought, the other Moonlight Warlocks concluded that it was made sense, and they remained silent. With 6 Moonlight Warlocks, 16 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks, and 1 Quasi-Glorious Dawn Warlock, this force could even contend against a Glorious Dawn Warlock. Even if Seijo Yoruwa activated the royal capital's Warlock Towers, he still wouldn't be able to prevent this force from leaving. A bright smile on her face, a gorgeous woman with a sensual body greeted deferentially, "Are you Master Xuanhuan Xiongtian? My name is Kurenai Sakura. His Majesty has asked me to wait for you, sirs. Please follow me." Xuanhuan Xiongtian nodded slightly, and then Kurenai Sakura took them to a spacious, bright, and magnificent reception hall. Inside the hall, the 4 corners of the hall had an incense burner emitting a peculiar scent. When Xuanhuan Xiongtian and company smelled the fragrant scent in the hall, their spirit was stirred and their life force became more active. Zhang Wanghai glanced at the incense burners, and his eyes lit up. He sent a spirit fluctuation to Xuanhuan Xiongtian and the others. This is the Fuso subcontinent's specialty product Repose Incense. To use such treasures to receive, it seems that Seijo Yoruwa is anxious. Repose Incense was a very precious product of the Fuso subcontinent. During cultivation, Repose Incense could clear your mind and facilitate the absorption of knowledge. Smelling this aroma often could also improve your spirit force slightly. Each unit of Repose Incense was worth more than 100,000 magic crystals, and there was not much supply. Xuanhuan Xiongtian and his team looked at the Repose Incenses, and their eyes brightened. For Seijo Yoruwa to take out such precious treasures to entertain them, he was obviously anxious. As a result, in the following negotiations, they could be more aggressive. Beautiful Fuso Kobianas with different bloodlines came over and took Xuanhuan Xiongtian and company to their seats. An array of rare and delicious food was delivered into the reception hall. After each dish was served, the Fuso Kobianas tasted first to show that it wasn't poisoned. Careful as they were, Xuanhuan Xiongtian and his party still cast detection spells on the food and the Fuso Kobianas. After confirming that the food wasn't poisoned, they enjoyed the delicious food. Not long after, a mesmerizing woman with long black hair, lily-white skin, an oval face, a classical temperament, and a fragrance wafting from her walked into the palace. Among the quasi-moonlight warlocks, several people stared at the mesmerizing woman with greed in his eyes. The mesmerizing woman smiled sweetly and said, "I am Seijo Yatsuki. Hello, uncles. Are you satisfied with the food?" A dissatisfied gleam in his eyes, Xuanhuan Xiongtian spoke gravely. "Niece Yatsuki? Where's your father? Why didn't he come to see us?" As the leaders of the Wei Sea City's top 10 sea merchant groups, the status of Xuanhuan Xiongtian and other leaders was very high. They always looked down on the experts from the Fuso subcontinent. In the Nishino state, only Seijo Yoruwa was qualified to stand on the equal footing as them. Therefore, they were rather unhappy with the fact that Seijo Yoruwa hasn't welcomed them personally. Seijo Yatsuki answered with a sweet smile. "My father is receiving a guest, so he asked me to receive you, uncles." Zhang Wanghai snorted coldly. "What guest is more important than us?" freewebnovel.com. Seijo Yatsuki responded with a sweet smile on her face. "It's the battle demon sect's true disciple and my future husband Sir Yang Feng." Alarmed, Xuanhuan Xiongtian operated his life force. To his dismay, he discovered that his life force disappeared in an instant. The faces of Zhang Wanghai and the other powerhouses fell, and they suddenly realized that the life force inside them disappeared. Face ashen, a flash of despair and unwillingness in his eyes, Xuanhuan Xiongtian uttered, When did you poison us?" With a sweet smile on her face, Seijo Yatsuki answered, "The combination of Repose Incense and mysterious fragrance whale oil together with a special elixir will form a strange tonic that can suppress the life force of warlocks for a day and nurture your bodies. You will lose all your strength for a day. But tomorrow not only will your strength be restored, but there will be great benefits. This isn't a poison, so poison detection spells have no effect. Her beautiful and limpid eyes revealed an indescribable charm and intellect. A confident smile overtook her face, and Seijo Yatsuki said, "My father has surrendered to Lord Yang Feng. It just so happens that the Seijo family needs a gift to present Lord Yang Feng as a show of gratitude for his trust. Everyone, thank you very much for being that gift." The faces of Xuanhuan Xiongtian and his party were deathly pale, and despair and unwillingness shimmered in their eyes. Jiang Wanghai gritted his teeth and crushed a bead, and a powerful spatial force suddenly emerged and enveloped him. Magic light shone, and the space inside the hall became chaotic. Jiang Wanghai trembled, and the spatial force that shrouded him disappeared immediately. "It's useless. There's a powerful barrier activated in the Mange Palace. Unless a bright world warlock rank powerhouse steps in, no one can save you." Seijo Yatsuki clapped her hands, and a group of royal guards in black armor suddenly emerged from the side, pressed Xuanhuan Xiongtian and the other moonlight warlocks on the ground, and tied them up firmly. If they still had access to their life force, Xuanhuan Xiongtian and the other moonlight warlocks could kill these royal guards with one glance. But now they were at the other party's mercy. They had all their secret treasures confiscated. "Amazing, Seijo Yorawa. Your daughter is really something else." With a smile on his face, Yang Feng, accompanied by Seijo Yorawa, strode into the reception hall. Yang Feng has originally mobilized all his experts, ready to besiege Xuanhuan Xiongtian and the other experts. But Seijo Yatsuki has captured Xuanhuan Xiongtian thanks to a trick. Yang Feng couldn't help but have a completely new appraisal of her. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Seijo Yorawa smiled and uttered, "My lord, it was a fluke. Xuanhuan Xiongtian and them from the Great Cloud Dynasty have always looked down on the people of the Fuso subcontinent. They were captured because of their pride and arrogance." With a fragrance wafting off from her, Seijo Yatsuki came to before Yang Feng and paid her respects gracefully. "Well met, sir husband." "Very good." Yang Feng looked at the gentle, cunning, beautiful, and adorable Seijo Yatsuki, who sparkled like jade and exuded a classical aura, and his eyes lit up and he showed a smile of satisfaction. Seijo Yatsuki pointed at Xuanhuan Xiongtian and the other powerhouses and spoke with a sweet smile. "This is a gift I prepared for you, sir husband. Do you like it?" Yang Feng swept Xuanhuan Xiongtian and them with a glance and revealed a smile. "Of course I like it. This gift is wonderful." Once he controlled the leaders of two of the Wei Sea City's top 10 sea merchant groups, Xuanhuan Xiongtian and Jiang Wanghai. Yang Feng will gain two forces that can generate countless wealth, alleviating the pressure stemming from cultivation resources. Chapter 491 Magic Note. Chapter 491 Magic Note. Translator, Zayamoj. In the Mange Palace, Yang Feng was sitting on the throne, and there was a person sitting beside him. It was Seijo Yatsuki. Seijo Yorawa and Zhang Lang were sitting aside. Yang Feng said flatly, "Xuanhuan Xiongtian, tell me who is supporting you from behind." Xuanhuan Xiongtian didn't want to answer, but an answer still came out of his mouth. "My lord, this old slave also doesn't know. It's a very strict organization. After this old slave joined the organization, I obtained the secret methods and a lot of treasures from the organization, and finally promoted to a moonlight warlock. This old slave only knows that the organization is called Magic Note and it has an infinity warlock. It is extremely powerful." Yang Feng was surprised. Magic Note? The name of the 7th Warlock dynasty. Of the Zhangji Plains 8 Warlock dynasties, the Warlock emperors from the 1st to the 7th Warlock dynasties were unparalleled existences who suppressed countless planes. Among the 8 Warlock dynasties, apart from the 8th Warlock emperor, the Dawn Lord, who was a bit weaker, it wasn't clear who was stronger or weaker among the remaining 7 Warlock emperors. After all, when the 7 Warlock emperors were alive, they were invincible. Magic Note Dynasty was the name of the 7th Warlock dynasty. If this organization was connected to the 7th Warlock dynasty, then it was certainly dreadful. The Magic Note Dynasty was famous for its powerful secret treasures and secret methods. During the era of the Magic Note Dynasty, human warlocks developed countless new secret methods and created countless powerful secret treasures. Among the 8 Warlock dynasties, the Magic Note dynasty took the cake when it came to the number of developed secret treasures. After making repeated inquiries, Yang Feng found out that Songyue Xiongtian's position in the organization wasn't high, and what he knew was very little. Songyue Xiongtian mainly earned massive resources in the Wei Sea City and purchased various rare materials, which he sent to the Magic Note organization. The reason why Songyue Xiongtian thought that the Magic Note organization had an Infinity Warlock was because the organization instructed him to collect as many precious materials as possible needed by Infinity Warlocks. This content is taken from fga-iwabnavio.l.co. The precious treasures needed by Infinity Warlocks to practice cultivation were priceless. Over 1,000 years, Songyue Xiongtian has only collected a dozen or so pieces. The resources he spent on these materials were enough to nurture 2 or 3 Moonlight Warlocks. Without an Infinity Warlock, ordinary forces wouldn't squander their resources to collect such materials. Seijo Yatsuki asked with a smile, "Sir husband, what do you plan to do next?" Yang Feng's eyes radiated a cold glint. "Of course I'm going to attack the West Sea State and the Anto State and take control of all of the Nishino State's original ancillary states. Those who follow me prosper and those who oppose me die. The greater the territory Yang Feng controlled, the more resources he will have. God knows how many resources it will take for him to evolve the semi-plane inside him into a world. The resources Yang Feng collects from the Turandot subcontinent and the Feisua plane coupled with the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state were still far from enough." There was a look of happiness in Seijo Yatsuki's beautiful eyes, and she said loudly, "As expected of my sir husband. How heroic." Seijo Yatsuki was silent for a while before carrying on. "The West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro is very cunning. It'll be very difficult to cheat him out of the West Sea State. And although the head of state of the Anto State Akijija only has a junior Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base, but he never leaves his royal palace. However, we have moles in both states. We can arrange for assassins to go there. Sir husband, you have a peerless assassin as a subordinate. You can ask him to go assassinate the 2 rulers. In this way, you can easily get hold of both states." Yang Feng smiled, saying, "That assassin is me." Seijo Yatsuki was surprised. "It turned out to be you. Then the plan has to be changed. Assassination is too risky. Sir husband, you can't take such a big risk." Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Let's just send my mechanical legion there and crush them. If they don't surrender, then they'll die." When she thought of the almost endless mechanical legion, Seijo Yatsuki showed a smile. With such a powerful force, crushing them was the way to go. A few days later, a dark cloud formed from 4 million battle robots nearly covered the entire Anto state. Inside the dark clouds, there were 6 arc battle stars covered in countless frightening turrets. The Shieling Sea Wolf King flew out of a battle star and said, "Akijija, the ruler of the Nishino state Yang Feng summons you to Saikyo Royal Palace." Akijija's voice came from the Anto city. "I thank His Majesty Yang Feng for his kind intention. However, I'm sick. I'm afraid I can't go to Saikyo. I will increase this year's tribute by 50% as an offer of apology for not being able to go to Saikyo." The Shieling Sea Wolf King's face flickered, and he barked, "You dare to disobey His Majesty's order? How brazen! Attack!" The 6 arc battle stars shone brightly, and 6 columns of light barreled towards a warlock tower within the Anto city one after another. One barrier after another activated and enveloped the Anto city. The 6 columns of light crushed into the barriers and easily broke through, and then blasted into the Warlock Tower. Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion, the 6-story-tall Warlock Tower was blasted apart. Numerous starry sky rippers, space disruptors, wind manipulators, ice manipulators, and other battle robots poured into the Anto city. Magic lights flashed, and one 20-meter long-winged nefarious snake after another flew out and engaged with the battle robots. Winged nefarious snakes were a kind of extraordinary life form that possessed great warlock rank battle prowess once it matures. Going all out in its efforts to rear winged nefarious snakes, the Anto state nurtured 200,000 individuals. They were this state's trump card. The 200,000 winged nefarious snakes spurted nefarious snake beads from their maws that shot towards the battle robots. A starry sky ripper hit by a nefarious snake bead was blasted apart along with its energy shield. A gravity manipulator shot a gravity sphere that blasted into a winged nefarious snake, and a tremendous pressure engulfed it. 6 starry sky rippers descended, waved their battle blades, and instantly chopped the winged nefarious snake into numerous pieces. As soon as the 200,000-strong winged nefarious snake legion appeared, it was immediately besieged by the fearless starry sky rippers and suffered heavy casualties. Its numbers decreased continuously. Akajija's grief-stricken and indignant voice came from inside the Anto City. "Yang Feng, you're going too far." Magic lights lit up, and a 10-meter-tall, sinister-looking intermediate moonlight warlock rank scarlet nefarious ogre with 2 horns exuding frightening killing aura suddenly emerged from the Anto City. Scarlet nefarious ogres were tall nefarious ogres, one without very strong innate abilities. However, with its powerful fleshly body and the immortality it gained from of the Anto State's warlock towers, this scarlet nefarious ogre was still a terrifying weapon. Scarlet nefarious ogre, interesting. Let me have a look at its power. Showing a smile, Jiang Lang blurred into motion and appeared in front of the scarlet nefarious ogre. With a flick of his wrist, a great sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the scarlet nefarious ogre. Magic chains flew out of the great sword and coiled around the scarlet nefarious ogre. Sealing spells were the most effective way to deal with extremely strong and immortal opponents like the scarlet nefarious ogre. In a hall, when Akajija saw the Anto State's Evil God Emissary scarlet nefarious ogre was easily suppressed by Jiang Lang, despair flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, 2 people who looked like they were strolling in a garden came in through the main entrance of the hall. When he saw the 2 people, Akajija's face fell, despair flickered in his eyes, and he cried out, "Yang Feng, Seijo Yorawa." Yang Feng glanced at Akajija and said domineeringly, "Akajija, I give you a chance. Come at me with all you got. If you win, then I'll leave with my troops immediately. But if you lose, you must submit to me and let me plant a restriction on you." "Fine." Akajija's eyes brightened. Without saying any nonsense, he stepped forward, transformed into a 10-meter-tall, fearsome-looking scarlet nefarious ogre exuding a wicked aura, and intermediate moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power rolled out from him. Yang Feng had a dignified look in his eyes. A black battle demon suddenly appeared, turned into a set of black battle armor, and attached itself to him. "Let's rumble." Akajija showed a malevolent smile, and his body blurred. He strangely appeared behind Yang Feng and sent his hand stabbing towards the latter's flank. The life force of warlocks was very tenacious. Even if half of their body was blasted away, moonlight warlocks could still survive thanks to weird spells. Therefore, Akajija had no intention to pull his punches. "You're too weak." Yang Feng smiled coldly, turned around, and smashed a primal chaos annihilation fist into Akajija's abdomen, and the latter spat out a big mouthful of blood and slammed into the palace wall. Seijo Yorawa took a step forward, strangely appeared in front of Akajija, and touched the latter's forehead with his finger, and a weird curse mark formed and blocked the latter's power. 1. Evil Ogre was changed to Nefarious Ogre. Chapter 492, Conquering the West Sea State. Chapter 492, Conquering the West Sea State. Translator, Zayamoj. When Akajija's power was sealed, his body shrank, and he reverted back into his human form. He spoke with a bitter smile. "Sir Yang Feng, you're really strong. I'm convinced. Heed my command. Everyone stop resisting and surrender on the spot." The ministers in the hall heaved a sigh of relief and responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." When Akajija was defeated, the Anto State fell into Yang Feng's hands without any billows. After the Anto State was subdued, Yang Feng left 200,000 battle robots to maintain order in the Anto State, and then proceeded to lead the huge mechanical legion to the West Sea State. As long as the West Sea State was defeated, then the other smaller ancillary states of the Nishino State would have to surrender as well. There will be no longer any state with the power to compete with the Nishino State. Wherever the more than 4 million strong mechanical legion passed, the major cities of the West Sea State surrendered virtually at once. In cities that showed a bit of resistance, the resistance was completely crushed by primary artilleries of the several battlestars. As if a bulldozer, the huge mechanical legion crushed anything in its way before finally reaching the capital of the West Sea State, the West Sea City. Updat.dfrm.fga.ewebenvel.com. The Shieling Sea Wolf King flew out of a battlestar and uttered loudly, "Ruler of the West Sea State Soma Shinichiro, the ruler of the Nishino State Yang Feng has summoned you to Saikyo." An unruly voice came from the West Sea City. The West Sea State is now a vassal state of the Kitano State. If you want to summon me to Saikyo, then you have to ask the ruler of the Kitano State permission. A handsome man with a haughty look on his face in a white robe trod on empty air. Gazing fearlessly at the dense mechanical legion, he said loudly, "I am the emissary of the Kitano State Kawata Ko. The West Sea State's head of state Soma Shinichiro has declared his allegiance with my state. Now the West Sea State is a vassal state of the Kitano State. Yang Feng, get the hell out of the West Sea State at once. Here is part of the Kitano State's sphere of influence. Any aggression directed towards the West Sea State will be viewed as an open provocation aimed at the Kitano State." Inside the West Sea City, Soma Shinichiro showed a cold smile and looked scornfully at the sky-eclipsing mechanical legion. The Kitano State was the NR1 major state in the Fuso subcontinent. In this state, there were 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks and 10 Moonlight Warlocks. At the same time, the state had 5 subsidiary states, each of which had 2 Moonlight Warlocks. If the West Sea State was also added into the equation, then the Kitano State could mobilize 24 Moonlight Warlocks. With 24 Moonlight Warlocks working together, they could even fight against a glorious Dawn Warlock. Soma Shinichiro didn't believe that Yang Feng would go against the grain in such a way. The atmosphere seemed to congeal as the gazes of Zhang Lang, Seijo Urawa, and the other experts on the bridge focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "In this case, I declare war on the Kitano State." A battlestar primary artillery ray fell down and erased Kawata Ko in the blink of the eye. Battlestar primary artillery rays descended from the sky, slammed into a 6-story tall Warlock tower, and wiped it out. Secondary artilleries of the 6 battlestars shone brightly, and a hail of light rained towards the West Sea State's royal palace. Under the bombardment of the light beams, hundreds of royal guards were killed in a split second. 600,000 battle robots formed a torrent of steel, stormed into the royal palace, and locked in a fight with the West Sea State's warlocks. The West Sea City was caught in the flames of war, and the warlocks of the West Sea State died at any given moment. Soma Shinichiro's eyes turned bloodshot, and he growled madly, "Damn it! Release the vampire nefarious bats." A side palace hall of the royal palace suddenly burst open, and vampire nefarious bats the size of humans, with sharp fangs, exuding a dense wicked aura suddenly flew out. A sea of vampire nefarious bats flew out of the side palace hall and formed a swarm in the sky. When he saw the swarm of vampire nefarious bats, Seijo Urawa frowned, and his gaze turned dignified. Vampire nefarious bats. A lot of vampire nefarious bats. Is this the West Sea State's trump card? How remarkable! Vampire nefarious bats were a kind of strange demonic life form. Adult vampire nefarious bats were just level 3 extraordinary life forms. However, once the number of vampire nefarious bats exceeded 100,000, they could form an array that linked their power together, and then could compete against Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. A single vampire nefarious bat feared flames, but 100,000 vampire nefarious bats united into a large array could even withstand fire meteorological spells. The number of vampire nefarious bats that flew out of the side palace hall has exceeded 300,000, and the aura of the bat swarm they formed rose until it reached intermediate Moonlight Warlock realm. The vampire nefarious bats have just combined into a swarm when gunner robots fired at them with their Gauss rifles. Swept by the hail of bullets, the vampire nefarious bats in the sky dropped down like raindrops. The huge bat cloud rolled out towards the starry sky rippers below and shredded them one after another. However, for every starry sky ripper that was destroyed, a large number of vampire nefarious bats were killed by the gunner robots. vampire nefarious bats could absorb the blood of the dead to propagate. In a large-scale battle, they could increase their numbers continuously. But the Starry Sky Rippers had no blood. Therefore, although they could destroy the Starry Sky Rippers, but they couldn't increase their numbers. The 6 battle stars adjusted their artilleries and fired at the cloud of bats. A hail of light slammed into the cloud of bats and erased large swaths. The remaining 8 Warlock towers radiated light and emitted bloody gas, and a 100-meter-long Evil God Emissary blood nefarious dragon covered in scales and similar to an oriental dragon suddenly flew out. "I'll deal with it." Seijo Yorwa's figure blurred, and he transformed into a multiple-armed troll with 3 heads, 6 arms, and a level 6 secret treasure in each hand, and engaged the blood nefarious dragon in battle. In a hall, 4 coffins suddenly opened, and 4 cyan shadows flew out from a mural and entered the 4 coffins. The bodies inside the 4 coffins morphed into 4 cyan nefarious ogres that exuded junior Moonlight Warlock rank aura. They issued a tyrannical roar, blurred into motion, and shot out of the royal palace. The corpses placed in the coffins were the bodies of 4 of the West Sea States' past rulers, and they were all Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. After their bodies have been processed, they could be used as vessels for cyan nefarious ogre power. However, after transforming into cyan nefarious ogres, the bodies will be disintegrated a day later. When the 4 cyan nefarious ogres charged into the midst of the battle robots, they started a massacre. "Go!" Yang Feng waved his hand, and the 4 Moonlight Warlocks lay Zhangjiao, Kahara Kai, the Shieling Sea Wolf King, and the mechanical black dragon flew out and locked the 4 cyan nefarious ogres in combat. The Shieling Sea Wolf King was a naval warfare expert. Kahara Kai had to have access to a large number of extraordinary plants to be able to unleash his full strength, and Lei Zhangjiao and the mechanical black dragon also weren't a match for the cyan nefarious ogres. However, with the help of numerous battle robots, the 4 cyan nefarious ogres were completely suppressed by the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank experts. A cyan nefarious ogre has just sent the mechanical black dragon flying with a punch when gravity spheres slammed into it and made it tremble. 10 Starry Sky Rippers flew out, slashed at the cyan nefarious ogre with their blades, and sliced a dozen or so wounds on its body open. The cyan nefarious ogre waved its claws and 10 claw rays sliced the 10 Starry Sky Rippers apart. Gauss rifle bullets hit the head of the cyan nefarious ogre at once and smashed its eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the cyan nefarious ogre lost its eyes, the mechanical black dragon shot a beam of light from its dragon breath gun that crushed into the chest of the cyan nefarious ogre and blasted a large hole open. Next, countless Starry Sky Rippers lunged at the cyan nefarious ogre and chopped it into countless pieces. When the first cyan nefarious ogre was killed, it set off a snowball effect. The other 3 cyan nefarious ogre struggled for a little before being killed by the 4 Moonlight Warlocks. When Soma Shinichiro saw his trump cards being destroyed, a look of despair overtook his face, and he hid inside the royal palace and muttered, "How can this be? How can this be?" In the face of the huge mechanical legion, Soma Shinichiro lost his fighting spirit. Jiang Lang strode into the hall, glanced at Soma Shinichiro, and revealed a smile. "So you are Soma Shinichiro. Let me borrow your head." A dazzling sword ray shone and turned into a bright moon that slashed towards Soma Shinichiro. Easy sliced him in 2, and extinguished all his life force. Jiang Lang looked at Soma Shinichiro's dead body and frowned, and his eyes flashed with disappointment. "Is this a Moonlight Warlock? What a waste. Killing a trash who achieved their cultivation base by piling up resources really isn't fun." As soon as Soma Shinichiro died, the West Sea State's resistance fell apart, and the state easily fell under Yang Feng's control. When he saw that Yang Feng conquered the West Sea State, Kaiman Kumasaburo swept a greater chunk of the wealth of the Satsuma port and fled from the port that night. The West Sea State, the Anto State, the Black Snake State, and the Kahara State were left to Seijo Yatsuki to reorganize. Yang Feng directly mobilized the huge mechanical legion and proceeded to attack the Kitano State's ancillary state, the Osoda State. Chapter 493, Destroying the Osoda State. Chapter 493, Destroying the Osoda State. Translator, Zayamoch. The Osoda State was one of the Kitano State's 5 vassal states. It shared a border with the West Sea State. Alarmed by the war taking place in the Nishino State, the Osoda State sent numerous warlocks to the area that bordered the West Sea State to monitor the border. The head of state of the Osoda State, Osoda Takashi's eyes widened and his face paled, and he questioned the royal guard kneeling in front of him loudly. What? Yang Feng's mechanical legion has entered the Osoda State. The advisor Tachiki Kenji stared at the kneeling royal guard with an unsightly expression on his face. Face pale, a bitter expression on his face, the guard responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." After Yang Feng's mechanical legion suppressed the West Sea State, it directly entered the Osoda State. The Rige city has already fallen, and its city master is dead. Feeling like the sky was spinning, Osoda Takashi quickly asked, "What about the ruler of the West Sea State, Soma Shinichiro? This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com." The guard replied, "Soma Shinichiro was killed by Yang Feng's subordinate Yang Feng." The faces of Osoda Takashi and Tachiki Kenji turned even more unsightly. Moonlight warlocks were extremely difficult to kill, yet the Moonlight warlock Soma Shinichiro was killed in his royal palace. This also meant that they may be killed by Yang Feng. Osoda Takashi calmed his mind with difficulty and asked, "Why is Yang Feng attacking us? Isn't he afraid of a war with the Kitano State?" The royal guard uttered, "Soma Shinichiro has sought shelter with the Kitano State. The emissary of the Kitano State, Kawada Ko, offended Yang Feng." Furious, Yang Feng destroyed the West Sea State and officially declared war on the Kitano State. Now the Osoda State is his target. Osoda Takashi suddenly scolded, "That trash Kawada Ko! To provoke that fiend Yang Feng! What a son of a bitch! That bastard is our downfall." In the Fuso subcontinent, the strong were respected. Yang Feng controlled the Nishino State and had a huge mechanical legion. Deeply afraid of Yang Feng, Osoda Takashi didn't dare to scold Yang Feng, so he could only scold Kawada Ko to vent his anger. Osoda Takashi asked, "The West Sea State isn't a small state. After taking it down, the casualties of Yang Feng's mechanical legion must not be small." How big were the casualties of the mechanical legion? The royal guard uttered, "Reportedly, Yang Feng's mechanical legion has suffered 300,000 casualties in order to capture the West Sea State. At present, there are still 5.6 million golems in his mechanical legion." Stunned, Osoda Takashi almost jumped up in shock. How is that possible? Yang Feng's mechanical legion clearly only had 4.6 million golems. After losing 300,000 golems, how could there be 5.6 million? Tachiki Kenji smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, this only shows that the number of golems in Yang Feng's mechanical legion was more than 6 million to begin with." Osoda Takashi felt cold in his heart. 6 million golems! The Osoda State's regular army was only 50,000 strong, and only 20,000 soldiers were stationed in the royal capital. All soldiers were at least level 3 warlocks. It wasn't in the same league as the 6 million strong mechanical legion. Although the population of the Osoda State exceeded 100 million people, and you could recruit millions of ordinary people to form an army, but that would be meaningless. A large-scale meteorological spell could wipe an army composed of millions of ordinary people out. Only a large army formed from level 3 warlocks could display some power in the fight against Moonlight warlocks. With 50,000 warlocks facing against 6 million great warlock rank battle robots, no matter how Osoda Takashi thought about it, his chances were less than bleak. Boom! The royal palace trembled as if a violent earthquake had taken place. What happened? Alarmed, Osoda Takashi silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a stream of light entered an evil god statue. The evil god statue slowly opened its eyes, and scarlet light formed a mirror in the void. The entire Osoda city could be seen in the mirror. He saw that 3 of the 9 6-story tall warlock towers were blasted into pieces. In the sky, there were countless battle robots surrounding the Osoda city. Treading on air, the Shieling Sea Wolf King arrived before the Osoda city and spoke loudly, "Osoda Takashi, the Nishino State's head of state Yang Feng summons you to Saikyo." As if struck by lightning, Osoda Takashi trembled and looked at Tachiki Kenji. His face gloomy, Tachiki Kenji was silent for a while before saying, "Your Majesty, let's run away. While there's life, there's hope." Osoda Takashi's eyes flickered with an enigmatic light, and he said gravely, "That's the only thing we can do now." Magic light flashed, and the Osoda State's warlocks fled in all directions. The battle stars in the sky opened fire, and countless light beams swept towards the fleeing warlocks. Countless warlocks were blown apart. A dense crowd of starry sky rippers suddenly flew out, caught up to the fleeing warlocks with their Mach 10 speed, and fought wildly. A blood-colored mist rose from the Osoda city, and 10-meter-tall extraordinary life-form scarlet ogres jumped out from different corners and fought Yang Feng's mechanical legion. Scarlet ogres were the descendants of scarlet nefarious ogres and other extraordinary life forms. Adult scarlet ogres possessed great warlock rank strength. They were warlike creatures. The Osoda State Kingdom has bred 100,000 of these weapons. The various artilleries of the 6 battle stars adjusted their aim and locked on the scarlet ogres, and countless beams of light rained down on the scarlet ogres. Swept by the dense rain of light, scarlet ogres were blasted full of holes one after another, suffering heavy casualties. Without any restrictions placed on them, the 6 battle stars exerted far more destructive power than even a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse. The scarlet ogres possessed very tenacious life force. Even if they were chopped in half, they still wouldn't die. But before the curtain of light, they were still easily squashed like bugs. One red and one black, 2 streams of light suddenly flew out from the scarlet ogre swarm. Exuding moonlight warlock rank might, enchanted by defensive spells, the 2 streams of light fled towards the east and the west respectively. With the countless beams of light raining down on them, Osoda Takashi and Tachiki Kenji would have been punched full of holes if not for the level 6 defensive spells. If they wanted to escape the Osoda State along with the Scarlet Ogres, they had no choice but to exhibit their Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Head of State Osoda, stay! With a faint sigh, Seijo Yorawa descended from the sky, blocked in front of Osoda Takashi, and gazed at the latter calmly. When Osoda Takashi saw Seijo Yorawa, there was a gleam of bitterness in his eyes, and he stopped and said with a wry smile, "Head of State Seijo Yorawa, you're here in person." Countless battle robots flew over from all directions and surrounded Osoda Takashi in an instant. Seijo Yorawa shook his head and uttered, "I am no longer the ruler of the Nishino State. That position belongs to Yang Feng now." Osoda Takashi asked with a look of expectation on his face, "Sir Seijo Yorawa, can't you let me go? I'll give you all the treasures I have on me." Seijo Yorawa replied indifferently, "According to His Majesty's command, if you aren't willing to heed the summon, then I am to bring back your Moonlight Core." Osoda Takashi's thoughts revolved, and he promptly uttered, "I'm willing to heed the summon. Please take me to meet Sir Yang Feng. To live is better than to die." Each Moonlight Warlock has spent hundreds or even thousands of years to reach their realm of cultivation. They still had a great deal of time to enjoy, so they naturally weren't willing to die just like this. On the other side, the 4 Moonlight Warlock rank experts Zhang Lang, the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede, the mechanical black dragon, and the mechanical ancient devil surrounded Tachiki Kenji. Zhang Lang said with a smile, "Tachiki Kenji, do you want to die? Or do you surrender?" Tachiki Kenji glanced at the lineup of powerhouses surrounding him, and then responded decisively, "I surrender." Zhang Lang was a fierce existence among Moonlight Warlocks who has cut down 2 Moonlight Warlocks of the Fuso subcontinent. Tachiki Kenji didn't want to be the third one. Zhang Lang sighed profoundly, then took a deep look at Tachiki Kenji and said in dissatisfaction, "A pity." Tachiki Kenji trembled slightly, and then became increasingly happy with his decisiveness. After Osoda Takashi and Tachiki Kenji surrendered, the entire Osoda state fell into Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng continued towards another vassal state of the Kitano state, the Kamisha state. When the ruler of the Kamisha state, Kamisha Akira, sighted Yang Feng's army, he surrendered at once. Yang Feng's mechanical legion was unstoppable. The Kitano state, the Redwood City, the Royal Palace, within the reception hall, there were 12 people seated. These 12 people were the Kitano state's 12 Moonlight Warlocks. The two people sitting in the seats of honor were the two quasi-glorious Dawn warlocks of the Kitano state, the ruler Hako Uci and the advisor Hinoki no Somu. A tense atmosphere pervaded the hall. A thin and short man spoke solemnly. The Osoda state, the Kamisha state, and the Darkwood state. Of our vassal states, only the Raige state and the Jodo state are left. Your Majesty, we have to make a decision now. I propose that we immediately use the power of the Kitano state to fight Yang Feng. Chapter 494 Meeting of Heads of State. Chapter 494 Meeting of Heads of State. Translator, Zayamoch. A burly man said solemnly, Eastwood Monarch, that won't do. Even if we use all our strength and defeat Yang Feng, the victory will be tragic. By then, the Azumano state and the Minamino state will definitely take advantage of our weakened state. And if we are defeated, then with Yang Feng's disposition, the Kitano state will cease to exist. The remaining Moonlight Warlocks nodded. In a fight between Moonlight Warlocks, it was easy to defeat the opponent, but very difficult to kill them. Thus, after a fight between two states, the losing party will carve off a part of its land and give it away as reparations, and things will end here. Rarely will a state be wiped out. After all, the party to wipe out another state will also incur heavy losses. As he has attacked many places in the Fuso subcontinent, Yang Feng's losses exceeded 1 million battle robots. But because he has established many munitions factories in the Kihara state and the Nishino state, the destroyed battle robots were being reforged. At the same time, a steady stream of troops was being delivered from the Tyrannid subcontinent. The mechanical legion that didn't seem to decrease in numbers gave people a sense of despair. If it wasn't for the huge number of battle robots that served as cannon fodder, Yang Feng would think twice before starting a war. With a gloomy expression, a Moonlight Warlock spoke coldly. That trash Kawada Ko deserves to die 10,000 times over for the mess he created. The other Moonlight Warlocks showed anger on their faces, and killing intent towards the already dead Kawada Ko surged inside them. Of course, they selectively forgot about how excited they were when Kawada Ko had the West Sea state submit to the Kitano state. Eastwood Mata said harshly, Furukawa Monarch, what do you suggest we do? Do we just stay still and watch Yang Feng take down our vassal states one by one? Furukawa Hano responded with a faint smile. Of course not. We can invite the Holy Glory state together with the Azumano state and the Minamino state to mediate. Even if Yang Feng was stronger, he cannot ignore the combined force of the three major states as well as the Holy Glory state. The Azumano state and the Minamino state must also have some fear towards the aggressive Yang Feng. As long as we pay a small price, they will definitely agree to mediate for us. Furukawa Hano's eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint and he carried on. If Yang Feng doesn't accept the mediation, then with the combined strength of the four major forces, we can completely destroy all of his forces in the Fuso subcontinent. Hako Uci's eyes radiated resplendent light. Well said. Let's do it this way. A few days later, the Nishino state's royal palace in a secret chamber. Surrounded by piles of magic crystals, Yang Feng was sitting on a jade bed. A fearsome whirlpool formed on his body. Every time the whirlpool span, a large number of magic crystals will be absorbed into his body. With the support of the Nishino state's myriad of resources, Yang Feng's cultivation base quickly reached the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm. Due to the semi-plane seed that he implanted inside his sea of knowledge, Yang Feng required millions upon millions of times more cultivation resources than other people. But unlike ordinary warlocks, he wasn't stuck in a bottleneck for dozens of years or 100 years. It took at least 30 years for an ordinary Starry Sky Warlock to cultivate from the junior to the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock realm. And this was the cultivation speed of geniuses from the Battle Demon sect. Many rogue cultivators were trapped in the bottleneck between the junior and the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank their entire life. Suddenly, there is a knocking on the door. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and the door opened automatically. Kitazuki Kaori came in with a fragrant scent wafting off from her, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, the Kitano state sent an envoy. Do you want to receive him? A Kitano state envoy. How fast? Yang Feng frowned and went on to say, let him wait for me in the dazzling hall. Kitazuki Kaori withdrew herself respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Feng went to a hot spring bath. Waited upon by beautiful women, he took a comfortable bath and dressed, and then walked towards the dazzling hall. As soon as Yang Feng entered the hall, he saw a slender, handsome young man. Update.frm.fga.ewebnvel.com. The envoy from the Kitano state was a starry sky warlock. He had been waiting here for 2 hours, but he didn't dare to show any hint of dissatisfaction on his face. With Yang Feng's power, he could have a starry sky warlock wait for him for several hours, and the same was true for a starry sky warlock with moonlight warlocks as their backers. I am the envoy of the Kitano state, Tanaka Xuan. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. After Yang Feng sat on his throne, Tanaka Xuan gave him a 90 degrees bow and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng asked with an arrogant attitude, "Are you here to declare war on behalf of the Kitano state?" Tanaka Xuan answered respectfully, "No. The Kitano state has the highest esteem for you, Your Majesty." The Kitano state had no prior knowledge of the West Sea state's matter. It was all an arbitrary action of Kawada-ko. In order to resolve the misunderstanding between us, the ruler of our state has invited the rulers of the Holy Glory state, the Azumano state, and the Minamino state for mediation. Please stop all attacks. After 10 days, please go to the Holy Glory ancient city to resolve this dispute. Yang Feng frowned. Here it is. How troublesome. It would be better for Yang Feng if the Kitano state was determined to fighting him. He could destroy the Kitano state and appropriate its power and resources in one fell swoop. Even if the more than 5 million battle robots and the 6 battle stars were destroyed in the process, it would all be worth it so long as the Kitano state was dealt with. However, the Kitano state invited the 3 major forces to mediate. Even if Yang Feng was stronger, he would still have to think carefully before acting. With the Mechanical Legion and the many Moonlight Warlocks who submitted to him, Yang Feng was certain that he could destroy the Kitano state. However, if he started a war against the 4 states at the same time, his chances at victory weren't high. And even if he won, the victory would come at a very heavy price. At least 70% of his experts would die. Tanaka Xuan took out a golden invitation letter and handed it to Yang Feng respectfully. Please accept this invitation letter, Your Majesty. Okay, you may take your leave. Yang Feng beckoned, and the golden invitation letter flew into his hand, and then said coldly. Tanaka Xuan made a salute and took his leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Feng played with the golden invitation letter in his hand and sighed with regret. Unfortunately, it seems that the large-scale offensive must come to an end. If he could control the Fuso subcontinent in its entirety, then with the resources of the entire subcontinent, Yang Feng wouldn't need to go elsewhere to look for resources. Coupled with a period of bitter cultivation, he could promote to a Moonlight Warlock in the Fuso subcontinent. Compared to the Tyrannid subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent was 100 times richer in resources. With its countless precious treasures, it has previously given birth to infinity warlocks. The Tyrannid subcontinent could not compare to this subcontinent in terms of value. The Holy Glory ancient city was located in the western part of the Holy Glory state. It was a huge city specially established to serve as a place for negotiations between the 5 major states. There were no magic barriers in this city. In this way, even if something happened, the heads of state of the 5 major states could run away immediately. Almost 90% of the Fuso subcontinent's forces believed in evil gods. As such, treacheries and betrayals were commonplace. Only places where there were no magic barriers could be entered safely. Even so, each time before they entered the Holy Glory ancient city, the 4 major states will send experts to conjure several detection spells within the city. In the center of the city, there was a wide platform that was more than 40 meters high. Atop the platform, there were 5 seats located. These 5 seats were reserved for the heads of state of the Fuso subcontinent's 5 major states. At this time, 4 of the 5 seats were occupied. The 4 people were the ruler of the Kitano state Hako Uci, the ruler of the Azumano state Higashi Ajime, the ruler of the Minamino state Minami Kikaku, and the ruler of the Holy Glory state Nakaho Suki Sakura. Higashi Ajime was a burly man built like a bear. Minami Kikaku was a man with a horn on his hand. a magic patters on his face, and a gloomy expression. Nakaho Sakura was a mesmerizing 16 or 17-year-old girl with a noble yet slightly childish temperament. Among the 4 people, except for Nakaho Sakura, who was a level 2 warlock, the other 3 were quasi-glorious dawn warlocks. Unlike the other 4 major states, the title of head of state of the Holy Glory State could only be inherited by those who have the bloodline of the state's first head of state. Next to Nakaho Sakura stood an old-looking advanced moonlight warlock rank expert. Minami Kikaku looked at Hako Uci and smiled eerily, saying, "Hako Uci, I heard that your Kitano state was beaten black and blue by Yang Feng. Of your 5 ancillary state, only the Raij state and the Johto state remain. You're in a tight spot. Isn't your Kitano state known as the NR1 state in the Fuso subcontinent? So why don't you duke it out with Yang Feng? Your Kitano state is a blemish on the Fuso state's reputation." Looks or ridicule focused on Hako Uci. The relationship between the 4 major states was very bad. If not for Yang Feng's rise being too fast and his threat being too great, the remaining major states would sit back and enjoy the spectacle of Yang Feng destroying the Kitano state. Hako Uci responded flatly, "My Kitano state is indeed not Yang Feng's match. Why don't you have your Minamino state have a go at him? If your Minamino state can beat him, then I, Hako Uci, will admit that you are better than me, Minami Kikaku." Chapter 495, Bet. Chapter 495, Bet. Translator, Zaemoj. Minami Kikaku frowned, then laughed and said, "My Minamino state isn't Yang Feng's opponent either. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here today." Once these words were spoken, the other 3 heads of state creased their brows, and fear shimmered in their eyes. The tremendous pressure from Yang Feng's mechanical legion left the 4 rulers breathless, and forced them to let go of past grievances and sit here together. Seeing this scene, Hako Uci mused, "If I were to suggest that we join forces to eliminate Yang Feng, what will happen?" The fear the 3 heads of state had towards Yang Feng exceeded Hako Uci's expectation by far. If he proposed to jointly deal with Yang Feng at this time, there was a 50% chance that the others will agree. But Hako Uci stayed silent. If he proposed to annihilate Yang Feng at this moment, then once the latter got wind of this, he will attack the Kitano state like there was no tomorrow. Even if Yang Feng's forces were wiped out in the end, the Kitano state will also be destroyed. Hako Uci would never do something that helped others but harmed himself. Clearly, the 2 heads of state Higashi Ajime and Minami Kikaku also thought of this. A strange atmosphere permeated the scene. From time to time, the 3 people would look at one another, but one mentioned this. Nakaho Sakura drank magic tea leisurely. With a slight smile on her pretty face, she quietly watched the intrigue between the 3 rulers. "The ruler of the Nishino state, His Majesty Yang Feng, is here." A loud voice sounded, and Yang Feng, followed by Seijo Yoruwa and the mechanical ancient devil, walked into the meeting place. When Hako Uci saw Yang Feng, his eyes flashed with killing intent, but then his gaze fell on Seijo Yoruwa behind Yang Feng, and he had no choice but to withdraw the killing intent in his eyes. "That damn wretch is cautious." The eyes of Higashi Ajime and Minami Kikaku lit up at first, but then their gazes fell on Seijo Yoruwa and the mechanical ancient devil, and their eyes dimmed, and the killing intent in the abyss of their eyes quickly vanished. Update D from FRYOUBnovel.com. Yang Feng was just a junior Starry Sky warlock. He was concealing his cultivation base. Even with the power of a virtual world, he still wasn't the opponent of quasi-glorious dawn warlocks. If Yang Feng came here alone, then Hako Uci and them wouldn't mind to kill Yang Feng directly. However, since Yang Feng was accompanied by the 2 powerful combatants Seijo Yoruwa and the mechanical ancient devil, Hako Uci and them dispelled this idea in their heads. Yang Feng sat down on the seat of the Nishino state's ruler, looked around, and uttered with a smile, "Sorry for being late." Higashi Ajime gave a friendly smile and said, "Yang Feng, I am the ruler of the Azumano state, Higashi Ajime. You're less than 100 years old, yet you already possess a Starry Sky warlock cultivation base. You also have become the ruler of the Nishino state. Impressive, really impressive." Yang Feng responded indifferently, "I was just lucky." Minamino states Minami Kikaku. Kitano states Hako UCI. Minami Kikaku and Hako UCI said coldly. Nakaho Suki Sakura smiled sweetly, and the surrounding scenery seemed to turn a little brighter. I am the ruler of the Holy Glory State Nakaho Suki Sakura. I'm happy to see you here, Your Majesty Yang Feng. Yang Feng said, I'm also happy to make your acquaintance. A gloomy expression on his face, Hako UCI went straight to the point. Yang Feng, everything before was a misunderstanding. Please withdraw your forces from the Osoda State, the Kamisha State, and the Darkwood State. They are vassal states of the Kitano State. Yang Feng responded with a smile. The rulers of those have merged their states into the Nishino State of their own volition. Thus, the 3 states are now my territory. If you don't believe me, I can summon them and let them testify. Nakaho Suki Sakura's eyes revealed a look of amusement. Hako UCI's eyes, on the other hand, showed anger, and he spoke frigidly. Since the 3 heads of state have fallen into your hands, they naturally won't dare to refute your words. Yang Feng, return the states to me. Otherwise. Yang Feng smiled coldly and immediately turned hostile and snapped. Otherwise? Otherwise what? The Kitano State will declare war on the Nishino State? All right, let's go to war. Forced into a corner, Hako UCI's face was frosty and his eyes flickered with endless rage, and he barked, That's going too far. Fine, when I go back, I'll summon the Kitano State's forces and fight you to the death. Higashi Ajime spoke with a smile. Pipe down, you two. Since everyone is gathered here, then let's have a proper mediation. Mere 3 lesser states aren't worth us fighting over them. Therefore, I propose that we solve this in accordance with the custom practiced in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Let's resolve this in the arena. If you win, then the 3 states belong to you, Your Majesty Yang Feng. If you lose, then the 3 states belong to His Majesty Hako UCI. If there was no life and death feud, some common conflicts between Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above could be resolved in the arena. This custom was formed because Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above were really too powerful, each one being a moving natural disaster. If 2 Bright World Warlock rank experts attacked each other recklessly with spells, the fearsome outbreak of power could even destroy a small subcontinent such as the Tyrannid subcontinent. Minami Kikaku promptly echoed the sentiment. Good idea. I agree. Nakaho Suki Sakura gave a sweet smile and said, That's a good idea. This way, there won't be many ordinary people dying. Hako UCI's countenance flickered several times, and then he released a long sigh. Since everyone agrees, then I won't go against everyone's will. Fine, I agree as well. Yang Feng uttered with a cold smile on his face. I also agree to it, but I don't agree with the stakes. The leaders of the 3 states have joined the Nishino State of their own volition. If you want me to bet the 3 states, then you have to bet the Raij State and the Johto State. Otherwise, let's just go to war. Hako UCI's face changed a number of times before he finally clenched his teeth and agreed. Fine. Yang Feng carried on. As for the format, using Moonlight Warlocks is too dangerous. Let's restrict it to below the Moonlight Warlock rank. We'll both send 3 people who'll fight until they're eliminated. The side that gets wiped out loses. No! Hako UCI's face changed greatly, and he went on to say, We should send 5 Moonlight Warlocks each and hold 5 matches. Each combatant can only fight a single time. The side that wins 3 matches is the victor. As Yang Feng was comparable to a junior Moonlight Warlock rank expert in terms of battle prowess, he could sweep the floor with any Starry Sky Warlock of the Fuso subcontinent. Hako UCI naturally understood this point. As such, he couldn't agree to Yang Feng's suggestion. Yang Feng said, Don't you want to talk it through? After all, the Kitano State was the NR1 state of the Fuso subcontinent. It had 2 quasi-glorious Dawn Warlocks, 3 Pinnacle Moonlight Warlocks, and 3 Senior Moonlight Warlocks. Yang Feng couldn't match its deep foundation. In such a match format, Yang Feng stood no chances at victory. Hako UCI sneered, Since I have agreed to your stakes, then I should be the one to choose the match format. Yang Feng said coldly, In that case, there's no point in talking to you. Let's just go to war. Hako UCI said with a cold smile, "This our collective decision. Do you want to go against our will to be our enemy?" The eyes of Higashi Ajime, Minami Kikaku, and Nakaho Sakura flashed as they stared calmly at Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of derision, and he said coldly, "So what? Even if all of my 10 million mechanical golems are gone, but so long as I gain control over the entire Fuso subcontinent, I can restore my force in less than a century." 10 million mechanical golems. When they heard this, the countenances of Higashi Ajime and Minami Kikaku changed. According to the information at their disposal, Yang Feng's mechanical legion was only over 6 million strong. Now that they heard this figure, billows were set off in their hearts. If all the forces of the three major states were mobilized, they could theoretically defeat Yang Feng. But as the three major states were as incongruous as water and oil, they didn't have the confidence to defeat Yang Feng. Additionally, Yang Feng could still return to the battle demon sect once defeated. However, once they were defeated, they will be expelled from the Fuso subcontinent and be reduced to stray dogs and rogue cultivators without a foundation. Nakaho Sakura smiled sweetly and uttered, "Let's make a compromise. You'll send 3 people below the Moonlight Warlock each. Each person may only fight once. The side who wins 2 matches out of 3 is the victor. What do you think, Your Majesty Yang Feng?" Yang Feng clapped his hands and said with a broad smile, "Okay, let's do it this way." Minami Kikaku nodded his head, a gloomy expression on his face. Higashi Ajime forced a smile and uttered, "Good idea." Yang Feng glanced at Hako UCI and sneered, "Hako UCI, this is a unanimous decision. If you disagree, you'll be falling out with all of us." Hako UCI's face was ashen. He naturally knew that this format was very beneficial to Yang Feng. With his terrifying fighting strength, Yang Feng was guaranteed to win a match. Hako UCI had to win the other 2 matches to be victorious. From the gazes gathered on him, Hako UCI could tell that he has been abandoned by the other 2 heads of state. He said while stressing each syllable, "Fine, I agree." Chapter 496, Powerful Fantasy Star Series. Chapter 496, Powerful Fantasy Star Series. Translator, Zayamoj. There is no time like the present. Let's get it over here today. Yang Feng smiled lightly. A spatial fluctuation surged, and he slashed with his hand, tore an opening in the void, and reaching out with his hand. Immediately, 2 people emerged from the opening. One was the tempting and charming dark elf Cheyenne, and the other one was one of the 8 dogs of the Shieling Sea Wolf King, the Mad Dog. Follow Current NOVLS on freewebvel.com. Dark Elf. When the 3 male rulers saw Cheyenne, their eyes lit up and showed greed. Dark elves were rare in the Fuso subcontinent. There were few women as beautiful as her in the Fuso subcontinent, and coupled with her dark elven identity, Cheyenne was even more desirable. If it wasn't for that fact that Yang Feng was the ruler of the Nishino state and had countless experts as his subordinates, Hako UCI and them would take Cheyenne by force. Nakaho Sakura's eyes constricted and revealed a dignified look. He has an amazing control over the law of space. To be able to so easily manipulate the space to grab people a dozen kilometers away, Yang Feng's control over the law of space has surpassed that of many Moonlight Warlocks. Yang Feng said, "These 2 and I are the candidates from the Nishino state. Hako UCI, you wouldn't be unable to find 3 people to participate in the bet, would you?" "Humph." Hako UCI snorted coldly, then silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a palm-sized blue drawing suddenly flew out, changed into a square carpet 20 meters in length. The carpet radiated cyan light that formed a cyan gate in the void. Hako UCI said, "Send the 3 strongest Starry Sky Warlocks here." A quarter of an hour later, a man with a folding fan in hand and a tall white Xuanhuan on the head and a refined temperament, a 2-meter-tall man built like a bear, and a man with a dull expression and a sword on his waist came out of the cyan gate. All 3 men exude quasi-moonlight warlock rank auras. Hako UCI glanced at Cheyenne and the Mad Dog with contempt in his eyes and sneered, "These are the candidates from the Katano state. I have an arena here. Please enter the arena to fight. Nakaho Suki Sakura smiled sweetly. With a wave of her lily-white hand, a palm-sized arena suddenly flew out of her hand, landed on the edge of the platform, and expanded into a small arena. In a fight between Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, some powerful spells may also damage the environment. There were no defensive barriers in the Holy Glory Ancient City. If Starry Sky Warlocks were allowed to go on a rampage here, the ordinary people inside the city will suffer heavy casualties. freewebnovel.com. As soon as the small arena appeared, a series of detection spells scanned the small arena and checked whether there were any issues with it. Before long, Seijo Yurawa nodded towards Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, Xiena's figure blurred, and she turned into a stream of black light that entered the arena. There was a sinister glint in the eyes of the tall man built like a bear, and he blurred into motion and rushed into the small arena. With a cruel flash in his eyes, the tall man licked his lips and smiled excitedly. I am Fukanari Kuma, Dark Elf. To meet me, your luck is really bad. I killed hundreds of women, but this is the first time I have encountered a Dark Elf. Your heart must be delicious. After I scoop it out, I'll make sure to have a taste of it. The techniques passed down by evil gods in the evil god plane were extremely powerful and equally wicked. Evil gods were selfish, cruel, and murderous. In their eyes, humans were just food. Human warlocks in the Fuso subcontinent who practiced the secret methods passed down by evil gods. Unless they were peerless geniuses, most people will be influenced by evil god bloodline. It was because of evil god bloodline that the people from the Great Cloud Dynasty looked down upon people from the Fuso subcontinent. Idiot Master asked me to fight you just so that the power of the newly designed weapon can be tested. Xiena smiled, took out a black rhombus Rubik's Cube, and the rhombus Rubik's Cube immediately broke down in her hand and changed into a black armor that covered Xiena. The black armor was inscribed with mysterious runes, and had a moonlight core embedded on the chest, and a pair of horns on the head. After Xiena was covered by the black armor, her aura was masked completely, making it impossible to read her strength. The gazes of Hako UCI and the other three powerhouses focused on Xiena, and their eyes glimmered gravely. A gloomy look on his face, Hako UCI looked at Yang Feng in astonishment and uttered while stressing each syllable, Alchemist! Higashi Ajime and Minami Kikaku looked at Yang Feng with excitement, fear, and longing in their eyes. In the Zhangji plane, alchemists were warlocks of the highest status. Every alchemist could create incredible secret treasures using all kinds of precious materials. No matter how human warlocks cultivated and imitated the powerful existences of other planes, but except for some outrageous geniuses who formed a virtual world, the rest couldn't contend against powerhouses from other planes of the same rank by solely relying on secret methods. Incredible secret treasures refined by alchemists were the trump cards of human warlocks that enabled them to contend against or even suppress powerhouses from other planes of the same rank. Each one of the 7 strongest warlock emperors has spent countless precious materials to refine a powerful Empyrean rank secret treasure. Relying on their Empyrean rank secret treasure, they suppressed the experts of countless planes and founded the most brilliant 7 warlock dynasties. The 7 warlock emperors were also the 7 most powerful alchemists in human history. In the Fuso subcontinent, the number of alchemists was very small, and the strongest alchemists could only make level 4 secret treasures at most. All the level 6 secret treasures in the Fuso subcontinent were obtained from the Great Cloud Dynasty by expending a tremendous amount of resources and time. Most Moonlight warlocks didn't have a level 6 secret treasure. Xiena's armor was embedded with a Moonlight core. If it could use the power of the Moonlight core, then the armor was definitely a level 6 secret treasure. Even Hako UCI and the other quasi-glorious Dawn warlocks were tempted by such a treasure. A look of praise in her beautiful eyes, Nakaho Suki Sakura uttered, "What a beautiful armor! Your Majesty Yang Feng, what is this armor?" Yang Feng responded with a smile. "This is a Phantasy Star Series armor, a prototype symbiont. Secret treasure? Great. After I tear you apart, I can get a secret treasure." Fukanari Kuma smiled fiercely and silently recited an incantation, and a blood-colored gas condensed around him. His body instantly expanded in the blood-colored mist, and he transformed into a 10-meter-tall, black and red scarlet nefarious ogre with rippling muscles. A pure red scarlet nefarious ogre was a complete scarlet nefarious ogre with Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. The scarlet nefarious ogre Fukunari Kuma has transformed into was an incomplete scarlet nefarious ogre. Even so, this incomplete scarlet nefarious ogre still had the power to crush ordinary quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. "You're too slow," a voice echoed in the arena, and a leg covered in black armor slammed into the back of Fukunari Kuma's head like a battle axe. A fearsome force broke out, and part of Fukunari Kuma's head caved in. Were it not for the fact that the head of the scarlet nefarious ogre was extremely hard, Fukunari Kuma's head would have burst apart. "What's going on?" Fukunari Kuma fell forward like a broken rag doll, and then Xuanhuan's afterimage disappeared. In the arena, afterimages continuously appeared around Fukunari Kuma as Xuanhuan struck him in the back of the head, the pit of the stomach, the mouth, the heart, and other vital parts. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Fukunari Kuma's mouth and scattered on the ground. If it wasn't for the body of the scarlet nefarious ogre being extremely sturdy, he would have been dead by now. Even so, while he was bombarded with attacks, he was seriously injured and lost the strength to fight back. At the 40th second, Xuanhuan kicked his face in. She squashed his eyes and disfigured his face beyond recognition. At this moment, his life force disappeared completely, and he fell on the ground, dead. Xuanhuan pointed with her finger, and a dark flame appeared from nowhere, landed on Fukunari Kuma's dead body, and burned it to ashes. There were only a storage ring and a starry sky core left. What an amazing secret treasure! When they saw this scene, everyone present took in a breath of cold air and looked at the Phantasy Star Series black armor on Xuanhuan with greed in their eyes. Xuanhuan was just a junior Starry Sky Warlock. But after she equipped the Phantasy Star Series, she was able to beat the quasi-Moonlight Warlock Fukunari Kuma Black and Blue. The speed provided by the Phantasy Star Series made Xuanhuan even faster than ordinary intermediate Moonlight Warlocks. Such a secret treasure was naturally coveted by the Moonlight Warlocks. A gleam of joy streaked across Yang Feng's eyes. Not bad. It seems that the mechanical armor made by combining Shizu technology and alchemy of the world of Warlocks is really useful. And there's still a lot of room for revision. If integrated with a soul stone, the armor could even evolve on its own. Guan. Chapter 497 Brilliant Ancient Capital. Chapter 497 Brilliant Ancient Capital. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng sighed with regret. Unfortunately, the forging of Phantasy Star Series requires Moonlight Cores. Moonlight Cores were treasures formed from the soul, spell models, spirit force, and life force of Moonlight Warlocks. The appearance of a Moonlight Core represented the death of a Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng didn't have many such treasures in his possession. A gloomy expression on his face, Hako UCI stared at the Phantasy Star Series armor on Xuanhuan. If he could get his hands on this armor, then even if he faced a glorious Dawn Warlock, he could come and go freely and directly escape. Yang Feng swept the two quasi-Moonlight Warlocks standing behind Hako UCI with a glance and uttered aggressively, "Okay, I'm going to fight for our side next. Who'll fight me?" The two quasi-Moonlight Warlocks exchanged a look and lowered their heads, a flash fear in their eyes. The gap between a quasi-Moonlight Warlock and a true Moonlight Warlock was extremely large. Under normal circumstances, 10 quasi-Moonlight Warlocks could barely compete with one junior Moonlight Warlock. Yang Feng was a monster who could contend with Moonlight Warlocks. The two quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank experts didn't want to throw their lives away. Hako UCI spoke coldly. "Yasuda Yasushi, go and fight with Yang Feng. You must win. I will take care of your family. If there's a genius with enough talent, I will cultivate him into a Moonlight Warlock." The refined man holding a folding fan responded with a bitter expression. "Yes, Your Majesty. Haha, let's go." Yang Feng blurred into motion, entered the arena, and operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of black armor covered him immediately. Yasuda Yasushi released a long sigh, then his body blurred, and he entered the arena as well. As soon as Yasuda Yasushi entered the arena, He immediately said, "Sir Yang Feng." Leaving behind an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yasuda Yasushi like a ghost, extracted a wisp of world force from the semi-plane, and punched at the former's heart. Before Yasuda Yasushi could finish his sentence, his body exploded into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and a glob of skyfire burst out, swept the earth, and burned Yasuda Yasushi's remains to ashes. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a storage ring flew into his hand. Then his figure blurred, and he shot out of the arena and tossed the storage ring to Seijo Yorawa. When they saw Yang Feng insta-kill Yasuda Yasushi directly, the four heads of state were stunned for a moment. Seijo Yorawa scanned the storage ring and took out a red pill, saying, "Lord, this is a nefarious ogre pill. After taking it, it can stimulate the host's life force. Can let a quasi-moonlight warlock display intermediate moonlight warlock rank strength for 1 hour. But after the hour is up, the quasi-moonlight warlock will die." Yang Feng glanced at Hako UCI, smiled coldly, and said, "Intermediate moonlight warlock? How scheming!" Hako UCI wanted Yasuda Yasushi to take Yang Feng down with him. FREOWebnovel.com. When Yang Feng saw that the quasi-moonlight warlock Yasuda Yasushi dared to fight him, he realized that the latter must have a trump up his sleeve. So, before Yasuda Yasushi got to play his trump, Yang Feng released an all-out strike and insta-killed him. A gloomy expression on his face, Hako UCI was silent. There was a look of joy in the eyes of the dull-looking man standing behind him. Nakaho Sakura said with a sweet smile, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, you won the wager. In this case, Your Majesty Hako UCI, you have a month to hand His Majesty Yang Feng the Rige state and the Johto state." Hako UCI suppressed his anger and responded while stressing each syllable, "I know. Within a month, I will hand the 2 states to His Majesty Yang Feng." In this holy glory ancient city, once a conclusion was reached, even the 5 major states could not violate it. Otherwise, they will become the common enemy of the other 4 major states. If Hako UCI didn't want the Kitano state to be destroyed, he had no choice but to surrender the 2 vassal state to Yang Feng. Nakaho Sakura suddenly asked, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, would you like to go explore the brilliant ancient capital?" Yang Feng responded with a light smile, "Of course I would. My Nishino state wants at least 10 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital." The brilliant ancient capital was a mysterious secret realm which appeared once every 300 years in the world. By then, numerous channels will be opened throughout the Zhangji Plain to the brilliant ancient capital. The brilliant ancient capital was said to be an ancient holy city established by one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Light Lord Brilliant Sage. It was a secret realm specifically dedicated to nurturing the young generation of the Zhangji Plain's human warlocks. Only warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank can enter the brilliant ancient capital to do treasure hunting. There were countless rare treasures and various precious extraordinary plants in the brilliant ancient capital. According to legend, except for the Light Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have traveled to the brilliant ancient capital, where they left their footprints and some rare treasures. Due to the Fuso Divine Tree, every time the brilliant ancient capital opened, a passage will be opened in the Holy Glory state. Each time this passage is opened, it can allow 100 people to cross it. Countless forces will compete for a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital. In the Fuso subcontinent, only the 5 major states could get at least 8 spots each time. As for the vassal states of the 5 major states, they have to compete over 10 spots. The rest of the spots will be given to some bright world warlocks, infinity warlocks, and other beings against whom the Fuso subcontinent can't contend. Although these beings couldn't enter the brilliant ancient capital themselves, but their subordinates and descendants didn't have that kind of restriction. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were treasures that could even amaze infinity warlocks, who naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Additionally, there were still more than 10 million rogue warlocks in the Fuso subcontinent who couldn't get a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. In order to get a spot, many rogue moonlight warlocks have no choice but to join the 5 major states and serve their heads of state. Yang Feng knew that there were more than 100 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital in the Battle Demon sect. If he didn't get any spots in the Fuso subcontinent, then he would also have to participate in the fight over the spots in the Battle Demon sect. After hearing that Yang Feng wanted 10 spots, the faces of the other 4 rulers flickered, but they stayed silent. Yang Feng's Nishino state was already the strongest force in the Fuso subcontinent, so they have already expected him to demand 1 or 2 more spots. Nakaho Suki Sakura's pretty eyes sparkled, and she said softly, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, I will enter the brilliant ancient capital to look for opportunities as well. At that time, if we can meet, please look after me." Yang Feng responded, "All right." Higashi Ajime and Minami Kikaku hesitated. They also wanted Yang Feng to take care of their people, but in the end, none of them spoke. At the meeting, the people divided up several resource points in the Fuso subcontinent before finally dispersing. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion stopped its offensive, allowing the Fuso subcontinent to restore its peace. A month later, Hako UCI handed Yang Feng the 2 ancillary states. The Raij state and the Johto state were large states that could birth moonlight warlocks. They clearly yielded a considerable amount of resources. After Yang Feng took over, countless engineering robots went to various places and proceeded to exploit the resource of the 2 states. After handing over the matters of the Fuso subcontinent to Shiena, Eunice, Seijo Yatsuki, and Seijo Yorawa, Yang Feng plunged into the treasury filled with treasures plundered from the various states and started searching. Top-grade inert Atlam stones, and there's enough to make 50 top-grade warp gates. The Fuso subcontinent does indeed have a lot of treasures. In a huge treasury of the Nishino state, as if a rat that has drilled into a rice jar, Yang Feng was happily treasure hunting. Although the Fuso subcontinent was far poorer than the continent's eastern and western worlds, but as a subcontinent that has previously birthed infinity warlocks, it also possessed countless precious minerals, herbs, and other treasures. That's Golden Sun Flame Stone. By consuming it, the 6-winged sun-devouring centipede should be able to evolve into an intermediate moonlight warlock rank existence. That's Star River Essence Steel. It's one of the core materials of a level 3 stronghold. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with excitement as he looked around. In the treasury, there were various precious materials that were useful to him. That's a superior grade soul stone. When Yang Feng came to before a pile of soul stones, he opened the box placed at the top, and was suddenly taken aback, and exclaimed. Soul stones were divided into 7 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, superior grade, monarch grade, holy grade, and divine grade. Low-grade soul stones were made by blood sacrificing tens of thousands of ordinary people, and then performing various wicked rituals. To produce mid-grade soul stones, the number of ordinary people had to be raised to hundreds of thousands. To make a high-grade soul stone, a great warlock rank expert or above as the dominant soul and hundreds of thousands of warlocks or extraordinary life forms have to be blood sacrificed. The stronger the dominant soul, the better the quality of the high-grade soul stone will be. The first high-grade soul stone Yang Feng got, which gave the mechanical black dragon a powerful evolution ability, was refined by using a Moonlight Warlock rank dominant soul. Chapter 498 Ruler Rubik's Cube. Chapter 498 Ruler Rubik's Cube. Translator, Zayamoj. To produce a superior grade soul stone, a Bright World Warlock along with 100,000 great warlocks had to be blood sacrificed. If given to a top alchemist, the superior grade soul stone coupled with countless precious materials could even be crafted into a weapon with Bright World Warlock rank combat strength, and it could even evolve into an Infinity Warlock rank secret treasure. If the superior grade soul stone was given to the Feisua Plains radiant primary god Prados, he could easily make a blazing angel with almost infinite evolutionary potential. As for monarch grade soul stones, a warlock monarch coupled with 1,000 moonlight warlocks had to be blood sacrificed to create one. A holy grade soul stone required a holy spirit warlock and 1,000 glorious dawn warlocks to be blood sacrificed. A divine grade soul stone required a warlock emperor rank existence and 1,000 bright world warlocks to be sacrificed. Holy grade and divine grade soul stones only ever emerged during the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Dynasty, and the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Demonic Divine Dynasty. After the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty, only monarch-grade soul stones appeared sporadically. In modern times, monarch-grade soul stones were virtually extinct. Superior-grade soul stones were already the top soul stones that warlocks could get. A superior-grade soul stone could even tempt a lot of Infinity Warlocks. Of course, only top alchemists or Bright World or Infinity Warlocks could use superior-grade soul stones freely. This superior-grade soul stone was a treasure that Yang Feng obtained from the Kamisha state. He didn't expect that the trifling Kamisha state would hide a treasure that even Infinity Warlocks would be interested in. Holding the superior-grade soul stone, Yang Feng revealed a look of excitement in his eyes. With this superior-grade soul stone, my exclusive Ruler Series Symbiont can now be manufactured. After combining Shizu technology and Zhangji plane alchemy, Yang Feng developed the concept of Symbiont. A Symbiont was ordinarily in the form of a Rubik's Cube, but once used it will unfold. With the Moonlight Core inlaid in the Symbiont as well as the Symbiont's life force as the power source, it will display a frightening combat power. The Phantasy Star series Xianna used was Yang Feng's prototype Symbiont. After witnessing the Phantasy Star series' power, Yang Feng was determined to develop the Ruler Series Symbiont. The Ruler Series Symbiont must be able to evolve continuously. The design must take into account the ability to absorb soul stones in the future. Currently, I have only 1 Glorious Dawn core and 13 Moonlight cores. But in the future I will get more powerful power sources. The design must also incorporate the function to absorb other power sources. And the auxiliary optical computer, which now is only at level 2, must also be able to be replaced at any time. Visit fruyobnul.com for the best novel reading experience. As for the abilities of the Ruler series, the aspects of speed, defense, and devouring energy should be boosted to the extreme. If necessary, the offensive power can be sacrificed. In terms of offensive power, it can be made up for with other secret treasures. Yang Feng delved into the design of the Ruler series. With the assistance of a level 2 optical computer, he frantically corroborated and combined Shizu technology with Warlock knowledge he learned in the Zhangji plane, and tested the ideas that came to mind. After acquiring the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's intelligence has reached new heights, not losing out to any genius in the world. After advancing to a Starry Sky Warlock, his soul has transformed again and reached the Moonlight Warlock rank degree. Coupled with the assistance from a level 2 optical computer, he was already qualified to search for his own way. A month later, the Nishino State's royal palace in a large practice ground. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and a black Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. He squeezed it, and the black Rubik's Cube immediately radiated golden light and turned it into a black armor that covered him. That black armor was equipped with a pair of horns, sharp blades hidden at the joints, countless engravings of mysterious runes, and a Glorious Dawn core and 9 Moonlight cores hidden in the chest that served as the core power source of the Ruler armor. As soon as he put on the Ruler armor, Yang Feng felt the endless power pouring out from the armor. He felt like he could tear a Moonlight Warlock to shreds with every movement of his body. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and 9 afterimages appeared in the practice ground. After a while, the 9 afterimages collapsed, but there was no trace of Yang Feng in the practice ground. The space twisted and rippled, and Yang Feng covered in the Ruler armor emerged from the ripples. Yang Feng took a closer look at the combat records and revealed a satisfied smile. As expected of the Ruler armor I designed, it can be perfectly integrated with the various secret methods I cultivate. As long as the Ruler armor continues to evolve, it will surely evolve into an Empyrean secret treasure one day. To craft this Ruler armor, Yang Feng has spent countless precious materials. He has used the Soul Glorious Dawn core he got from the Nishino State and the superior grade soul stone on it. The Ruler armor was a living mechanical being that could evolve continuously. Before equipping the Ruler armor, Yang Feng could only defeat intermediate Moonlight Warlocks at most. But after equipping the armor, he was confident that he could compete with and even defeat some weaker Glorious Dawn Warlocks. As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the practice ground, Zhang Lang stopped him. Zhang Lan stared straight at him and said, "Yang Feng, I need 3 spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital." Yang Feng agreed without a second of thought, Okay. Although the spots to enter the brilliant ancient capital could tempt Bright World and Infinity Warlocks, but Yang Feng already had 10 spots in his hands. For him, those spots that rogue warlocks had to desperately fight over were nothing much. Zhang Lang has helped Yang Feng at the most critical time. Without his help, Yang Feng wouldn't have gained control of the Nishino state so smoothly. Zhang Lang revealed a forthright smile. A true friend. I didn't help you take care of so many moonlight warlocks for nothing. Yang Feng asked curiously, are you planning to give these 3 spots to the Bright Moon School? Zhang Lang showed a wicked smile. You don't understand. With these 3 spots, I can pick up at least 3 junior disciple sisters of the Bright Moon School. Yang Feng smiled. No wonder the Bright Moon School's junior disciple sisters who marry with the battle demon sex people are less and less. They are being swallowed by guys like you. Sure enough, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Zhang Lang laughed evilly. Ha! Of course. In fact, I am also the master of a grade 9 plane, where I have a 3,000-strong harem. Unfortunately, compared to female warlocks, ordinary women are far too lacking. Yang Feng, why don't you join the Bright Moon School? If you join our school, the both of us will definitely be able to turn the Bright Moon School into our personal harem. Yang Feng chuckled. If we did that, the Bright Moon School's great elders will slap us both to death. The Bright Moon School was a warlock group dominated by women, where most of the great elders were female. If they knew that Zhang Lang wanted to open a harem in the Bright Moon School, they would definitely show Zhang Lang the terror of Bright World warlocks. Zhang Lang spread his arms as if embracing the world and spoke full of confidence. Simple. The great elders can also be picked up. Wouldn't things be fine then? They are also women, beautiful women, and they also miss men. If I conquer them, everything else will be a given. Yang Feng was startled, then clapped his hands and laughed. Maverick! After they exchanged various experiences, Yang Feng and Zhang Lang went their ways, satisfied. Zhang Lang was a moonlight warlock from the Bright Moon School, the eldest senior disciple brother of his generation to boot. He had a wealth of experience when it came to the practice of cultivation. With just a few pointers from him, Yang Feng benefited greatly. The Holy Glory State's capital, the Holy Glory City, was a rare cultivation holy land located in the center of the Fuso subcontinent. Even though the Holy Glory State has declined, but the capital was still bustling. That's the Fuso Divine Tree, a true treasure. Standing on the deck of a flying vessel, Yang Feng gazed into the distance. He saw a divine tree thousands of meters tall piercing into the clouds. The divine tree's countless leaves looked like different planes, and they extracted various energies to nourish the divine tree non-stop. Wisps of life magic energy dissipated from the divine tree and entered the Holy Glory City, which were absorbed by the 9 story-tall warlock towers in the city. Zhang Lang took a deep look at the Fuso Divine Tree and chuckled. The Fuso Divine Tree is a treasure in its integrity, but it is also a peerless powerhouse of unfathomable strength. There was once an Infinity Warlock who wanted to cut it down and make it into a treasure, but the Infinity Warlock was suppressed instead. Reportedly, the Infinity Warlock has become its nutrients. Zhang Lang carried on. This Fuso Divine Tree lives in harmony with the world. It has existed throughout the 8 Warlock dynasties. The top figures of the 8 Warlock dynasties have all benefited from it when they were weak. Yang Feng, have a try. Maybe you'll get some benefits from it as well. Chapter 499, Fuso Divine Tree. Chapter 499, Fuso Divine Tree. Translator, Zayamoj. The Fuso Divine Tree was a powerful divine tree that has survived from the ancient God Age. It was a treasure in its entirety as well as a first-rate material for crafting Empyrean-grade secret treasures. The powerful divine trees of the same age as the Fuso subcontinent were basically all cut down by the Warlock Emperors or other existences of the same rank and made into powerful treasures. For the Fuso Divine Tree to be able to survive for so long, there naturally must be some reason behind it. As soon as Yang Feng came down from the flying vessel, Nakaho Sakura brought more than 20 enchanting female officials to welcome him and said with a lively smile, "Your Majesty Yang Feng, the great Fuso Divine Tree would like to see you." When Zhang Lang saw Nakaho Sakura, A gleam of excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he chuckled. What a beautiful lady! Beautiful lady, I am Jiang Lang. Won't you have a drink with me? A soft voice came from the side, and a girl in yellow clothes stared at Jiang Lang with those pitiful big eyes of hers. Senior disciple Brother Jiang, aren't you going to accompany us for a stroll in the holy glorious city? A tall, beautiful woman spoke, full of jealousy. This Fuso subcontinent's barbarian has bewitched your senior disciple Brother Jiang. So how can he be in the mood to care about us? Read latest chapters at freowebnovel.com only. Jiang Lang laughed it off. Holding the small hand of the girl in yellow clothes, they strode away. Haha, I was just joking around. She's a woman your senior disciple Brother Yang Feng fancies. I wouldn't mess with her. Let's go. Let's go for a walk. The other two beautiful girls from the Bright Moon School smiled helplessly and followed Jiang Lang into the Holy Glorious City. The Holy Glorious City was the most prosperous city in the Fuso subcontinent and was even more prosperous than many cities in the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was full of exotic charm. The three girls of the Bright Moon School came to the Fuso subcontinent for the first time, so they were naturally curious about the Holy Glorious City. When Jiang Lang and his party left, Yang Feng said indifferently, "Does it want me to enter the Holy Glorious Royal Palace? If so, then I'll have to pass." In its heyday, the Holy Glorious State has once birthed a bright world warlock. There were now countless restrictions in the Holy Glorious Royal Palace. In the Royal Palace, they could even suppress a Glorious Dawn warlock with just 2 Moonlight warlocks. Nakaho Suki Sakura's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she uttered, "My Holy Glorious State's reputation is excellent, and the secret methods we cultivate aren't those granted by the evil gods. Your Majesty Yang Feng, won't you reconsider?" Yang Feng chuckled. "After I have become an Infinity Warlock, I'll visit your royal palace." Once he promoted to an Infinity Warlock, the restrictions set up in the Holy Glorious Royal Palace won't be able to handle Yang Feng in the least. By then, no matter the ploy, he could crush it with absolute strength. A bland yet strong voice sounded directly in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. "Little friend Yang Feng, I asked Nakaho Suki Sakura to invite you. Come see me." Yang Feng was startled. "Fuso Divine Tree." The voice spoke. "It is I." freowebnovel.com. Yang Feng asked abruptly, "If I refuse, what are you going to do?" The Fuso Divine Tree answered gently, "I won't do anything. I just want to talk to you. If you don't want to, then forget it." Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he said, "Since this is an invitation from Sir Divine Tree, then I won't decline it." The Fuso Divine Tree was a terrifying existence capable of suppressing Infinity Warlocks. For such an existence, killing Yang Feng didn't involve any effort. Since the Fuso Divine Tree has showed its goodwill, Yang Feng wouldn't refuse to meet it. With Nakaho Suki Sakura leading the way, Yang Feng entered the Holy Glorious State's royal palace. Yang Feng could clearly feel that there were countless powerful restrictions hidden in the royal palace. Once operated, these restrictions could easily suppress a Glorious Dawn warlock. After crossing a series of winding corridors, a square thousands of hectares in area appeared in front of Yang Feng. Within the vast square, there was only the Fuso Divine Tree. The ground around it was gray in color, where not even a blade of grass grew. The Fuso Divine Tree clearly absorbed all the life magic energy crucial for the survival of plants in the square, which resulted in this barren place. A jade table was placed in front of the Fuso Divine Tree. Sitting at the table, an elegant and bewitching woman in white was looking at Yang Feng with a smile on her face. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the elegant and bewitching woman, he uttered, "I am Yang Feng. Could you please tell me where Senior Fuso Divine Tree is?" The bewitching woman in white replied with a bright smile, "I am the Fuso Divine Tree." Yang Feng was startled. "You are Senior Fuso Divine Tree?" "To be precise, I am just a split soul of the Fuso Divine Tree." The bewitching woman in white carefully looked at Yang Feng with admiration in her beautiful eyes and said, "In less than a century, you have reached the Starry Sky Warlock realm and implanted a semi-plane seed into your sea of knowledge. How amazing! When the Time Lord and the other 7 were at your age, not many of them have exceeded your accomplishments. Stormy billows were set off deep in Yang Feng's heart. Even Huang Yihe, who was comparable to an infinity warlock in terms fighting strength, couldn't tell that Yang Feng has implanted a semi-plane seed. Yet the woman in white in front of him could see through Yang Feng at a glance. Her eyesight could be rated as terrifying. With a smile on her face, the Fuso divine tree gave Yang Feng a cup of green tea. You don't have to be surprised. Those who have lived for a long time, they will naturally have more insights than others. This is a tea I brewed, please. Yang Feng took the cup of tea and smelled it. A wonderful aroma gushed out of the tea, poured into his body, and roused his spirit. Yang Feng drank up the tea in one go, and a refreshing flow suddenly ran through his body and poured into his soul, cleansing his body and soul. Black impurities releasing a foul smell poured out from Yang Feng's body and made him filthy. Yang Feng opened his eyes and pointed with his finger, and fresh water emerged out of thin air and washed him clean before a black glob of water was tossed aside. There was a flicker of cyan magic light, and Yang Feng changed into another set of clothing in an instant. Good tea. What kind of tea is this? Yang Feng's thoughts turned, and he was surprised to find that his soul aptitude has promoted to inferior level 7 due to the tea. He couldn't help asking. The higher the soul aptitude was, the more difficult it was to improve it. Yang Feng's soul aptitude hasn't been upgraded for a long time. He got a lot of herbs in the Fuso subcontinent that could improve the soul aptitude of warlocks, but none of them worked for him. For this cup of tea to be able to raise his soul aptitude to inferior level 7, it was extremely precious. The Fuso divine tree smiled mildly and said, "This tea is made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree." Yang Feng's heart shook. Tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree. Such a treasure. The mist hollow divine tree was from the same era as the Fuso divine tree. As its leaves could enhance the soul aptitude of warlocks, it was extremely precious. In the past, it used a secret method to shed its divine tree body and transform into a human, and then stood in opposition to the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord. Before the demonic divine lord became a warlock emperor, he was once defeated by it. However, the mist hollow divine tree was eventually killed by the third warlock emperor, the demonic divine lord, and its divine tree body was also cut down and made into a secret treasure. Since then, the tea made from the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree has virtually disappeared from the world. Now only the old antique that was the Fuso divine tree that has lived for who knows how long had some in stock. The Fuso divine tree smiled and uttered, "If you like it, then I can give you 50 grams of it." Tea made from 50 grams of the leaves of the mist hollow divine tree should improve your soul aptitude to superior level 7. Yang Feng's face lit up with joy. "Thank you. Please tell me, what do I need to do for you?" The Fuso divine tree replied with a gentle smile. "Nothing. But in the future, if you have the ability to craft an Empyrean grade treasure, don't come for my body. If you can and have the ability in the future, help me resist enemies once." Yang Feng muttered under his breath for a while before saying, "No problem. However, only when I'm capable will I help you." The Fuso divine tree smiled and waved her hand, and a golden leather scroll flew into Yang Feng's hands. "That would be enough. Here is a little gift for you. I hope you like it." As soon as Yang Feng received the golden leather scroll, he was shocked in his heart, and a burning fire rose in his eyes. This is the secret method demonic divine text created by the demonic divine lord. The Fuso divine tree chuckled. "Yes, the demonic divine lord and I were good friends. He kept a copy of the secret method he created with me. In my opinion, the secret method you practice is no worse than the demonic divine text. You can use the demonic divine text for reference." The golden leather scroll in hand, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he spoke gratefully, "Thank you." The demonic divine text was a peerless secret method created by the demonic divine lord. It was one of the 8 strongest secret methods in the Zhangji plane. After the collapse of the Third Warlock dynasty, the demonic divine text was broken apart and taken away by people in the ensuing struggle, and the full version has been lost since. In the Battle Demon sect, there was only 1/2 of a volume recorded. This demonic divine text secret method could become one of the foundations of a formidable warlock group. After all, it was a top-rate secret method practicing cultivation according to which may enable you to promote to a warlock monarch or even a Holy Spirit warlock. Chapter 500 Brilliant Ancient Capital. Chapter 500 Brilliant Ancient Capital. Translator, Zayamoj. The demonic divine text was very important for Yang Feng. If he wasn't practicing the secret method primal chaos imperishable body created by the taboo lord in his later years, he would definitely change to the demonic divine text and practice it as his primary secret method because unlike the demonic divine text, the taboo text in his hands was incomplete. The Fuso divine tree warned, "You can use the demonic divine text as you see fit. However, it's best not to let others know that you have obtained the complete demonic divine text, or you'll be in big trouble." The demonic divine text was a complete Empyrean grade secret method. In the Zhangji plane, powerful entities like the 10 Great Sects had copies of many Empyrean grade secret methods, but most of them were incomplete. A complete Empyrean grade secret method could even tempt Infinity Warlocks. Infinity Warlocks naturally wouldn't easily change their primary secret methods, but they could still use the knowledge recorded in the complete demonic divine text as reference. And if they can successfully cultivate some powerful offensive secret methods recorded in the demonic divine text, their fighting strength will increase substantially. Yang Feng responded, "Okay." The Fuso divine tree chatted with Yang Feng for a while and gave him a few pointers. The Fuso divine tree was an old monster who has lived for who know how many tens of thousands of years, so it was profoundly knowledgeable. If it was willing to shed its body and transform into a human warlock and practice cultivation a little, it could definitely become one of the strongest experts in the Zhangji plane. With its pointers, the problems Yang Feng has encountered in his practice of cultivation were virtually all solved. 3 days later, on a spacious square 30 kilometers west of the Holy Glorious State's royal palace stood 100 warlock geniuses from different states, and almost all of them possessed Starry Sky warlock rank battle prowess. There were 5 chairs placed on a dais in the square, on which only the heads of states of the Fuso subcontinent's 5 major states could sit. Sitting on a chair, Yang Feng overlooked the geniuses outside the dais and felt emotional. If he hadn't become the ruler of the Nishino state, he would have to fight with other geniuses for a spot to enter the brilliant ancient capital, and then stand there just like the others. Is that man Yang Feng, the head of state of the Nishino state? He's so young. That's Yang Feng of the Nishino state. One day, I will replace him. This is the Yang Feng who defeated the Tai Isek's holy son Xuanhuan. He's just a junior Starry Sky warlock. It seems that Xuanhuan isn't much. In the square, the geniuses gazed at Yang Feng with peculiar looks in their eyes. When they looked at Yang Feng, fear and reverence flashed in the eyes of many geniuses from the Fuso subcontinent, while disdain flashed in the eyes of many geniuses who came from outside the subcontinent. Many of the geniuses who came from outside the subcontinents were descendants of Bright World or Infinity Warlocks, and they were extremely knowledgeable. In their eyes, the geniuses from the Fuso subcontinent were a bunch of barbarians. The geniuses from the subcontinent and the ones from outside were clearly divided into 2 camps without any communication between the two. A mesmerizing girl in red with a hot and sexy figure, black hair tied into a ponytail, and an arrogant expression scanned Yang Feng with her gaze and spoke disdainfully. "That's the true disciple of the Battle Demons sect Yang Feng? His cultivation base is just at the junior Starry Sky warlock rank, yet even he could become the head of state of the Nishino state. It seems that there really are no talented people in the Fuso subcontinent." This mesmerizing girl with a look of arrogance on her face was Luo Mingyan, the treasured daughter of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Bright World warlock Luo Feng. A handsome young man in white glanced at Yang Feng, and a gleam of jealousy flashed past his eyes. "Junior disciple Sister Mingyan. He's just an upstart who obtained the Golem Lord's inheritance by chance. If I had that inheritance, I would have already become an Infinity Warlock. But he's still just a Starry Sky Warlock. What a waste." The young man in white was Luo Feng's eldest disciple Zhang Xian. He was a quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert, and has always been extremely haughty. He was looking at Yang Feng sitting on the dais with envy and jealousy. A beautiful girl in yellow with an oval face, a slender figure, and an air of arrogance about her said, "Whatever the case, to be able to reach that position, Yang Feng isn't a simple character. Although the Fuso subcontinent is only a subcontinent, but there are still some talents here. The beautiful girl in yellow was Mei Yi, a personal disciple of the Great Cloud Dynasty's bright world warlock Gui Wuheng. She, Luo Mingyan, and Zhang Xian were very eye-catching among the geniuses who came from outside the subcontinent. The three of them together with Gui Wuheng's two other personal disciples formed a small circle, and the air of arrogance and a faint aura of rejection of others spread from them. Yang Feng glanced at the genius warlocks from outside the subcontinent, and his gaze lingered on the two women Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi for a moment. No longer paying those people any attention, he looked into the sky. In the sky, the space suddenly trembled and distorted, and a fuzzy projection of an ancient city emerged. A weak green light shot out from the Fuso divine tree and entered the projection of an ancient city, and a gray path appeared. As soon as the gray path appeared, Yang Feng got up and, while treading on air, walked towards it. Only 100 people could enter this projection of the brilliant ancient capital. After 100 people entered the projection, the path will be closed. Unless you possess Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength, it was impossible to open a channel leading to the brilliant ancient capital at this time. As soon as Yang Feng moved, a spatial fluctuation rolled out, and a starry sky warlock who hasn't qualified suddenly flew towards the path. Standing aside, a ferocious glint streaked past Seijo Yorua's eyes, and he reached out with his hand that has transformed into a huge claw and squashed the head of the Starry Sky Warlock. Seeing this scene, the Starry Sky Warlocks hiding in the surroundings who were becoming restless calmed down. Seijo Yorua said calmly, "Everyone enters in order. Anyone who doesn't comply will be killed directly." The Starry Sky Warlocks lined up in a straight line, obediently followed behind Yang Feng, and set foot on the passage. As soon as Yang Feng entered the passageway, his vision blurred, and he appeared in a vast forest filled powerful life magic energy. Yang Feng glanced around. This is the brilliant ancient capital? How remarkable! The concentration of life magic energy here is even a bit higher than in the Battle Demon Sect. In the Battle Demon Sect, only a few cultivation holy lands are slightly better. There were all kinds of extraordinary plants growing everywhere in this place. Yang Feng took a cursory glance and found that there were dozens of extraordinary plants around, most of which were at level 3. A tyrannical aura suddenly rose from the forest, and a 100-meter-long starry sky warlock rank ancient black dragon, exuding ancient dragon might and emitting fierce light from its fierce eyes flew out of the forest and locked its gaze on Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the ancient black dragon with surprise in his eyes. Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient black dragon. This brilliant ancient capital is quite dangerous for ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks. The ancient black dragon had an advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. In the same rank, the strength of dragons was most tyrannical. Human advanced Starry Sky Warlocks were not a match for this ancient black dragon. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Watching Yang Feng, the ancient black dragon's eyes flashed fiercely, and it shot a black dragon breath blasting towards Yang Feng like a shooting star. "It's no use." Yang Feng smiled slightly and slashed with his hand, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared and swallowed the black dragon breath. A spatial fluctuation appeared above the ancient black dragon. A spatial crack emerged, and the black dragon breath flew out and slammed into the ancient black dragon. The violent dragon breath enveloped the ancient black dragon, and it released a scream of pain. "Let me send you on your way." Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he weirdly appeared on the head of the ancient black dragon. He pierced his hand into the head of the ancient black dragon and scooped out its dragon core. The ancient black dragon's body spasmed. The fire of life in its eyes died out, and it fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Yang Feng put the body of the ancient black dragon into a storage ring. Next, he took out a top-grade warp gate, installed it, and started it. After the warp gate was started, it radiated light and then turned still. FREO web novel. Calm. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, the warp gate cannot be used here, or else I would have another base. If the warp gate could be used in the brilliant ancient city, then Yang Feng could send his mechanical legion here to forcibly take possession of this place. By then, using the tremendous resources in the brilliant ancient capital, he could advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank in a short period of time. It's your turn. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. With a glimmer of light, a level 2 mobile fortified stronghold 100 meters in diameter suddenly appeared and floated in midair. A variety of radars were suddenly activated and scanned in all directions. Whenever the life force of strong extraordinary plants was detected, the information was fed back into the optical computer. The Level 2 optical computer quickly compiled a summary of the fed-back information and selected and piked out the most precious extraordinary plants. Chapter 501, Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus. Chapter 501, Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus. Translator, Zayamoj. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were many precious extraordinary plants that could be used to make various rare elixirs. They were sold at a sky-high price outside. Once the most precious extraordinary plants were found, countless battle robots flew out of the mobile fortified stronghold and went to collect them in accordance with the methods recorded in the database. Within a day, Yang Feng has collected virtually all the precious extraordinary plants in the area, which were worth more than 3 billion magic crystals. This was the result of a day and night work of 3,000 battle robots from the mobile fortified stronghold. Of course, this was also related to the fact that extraordinary plants in the brilliant ancient capital were very precious. After sweeping the area clean, Yang Feng put the mobile fortified stronghold away and proceeded to the next area. The mobile fortified stronghold was too big of a target. If he used it to fly in the sky, it will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. A few days later, a red glow suddenly rose from a mountain and entered the clouds. A treasure is being born. Yang Feng threw the corpse of a level 5 extraordinary life form into the storage ring, turned, and looked in the direction of the red glow, and a scorching light glimmered in his eyes. His figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the red glow. As soon as Yang Feng approached the mountain, he clearly felt that powerful auras were rushing over from all directions, clearly coming for the treasure that was about to be born. Yang Feng descended from the sky and landed in front of a crystal-clear pond. Although the water in the pond was clear, but the pond seemed to be bottomless and looked to be shrouded in endless darkness. In the center of the pond grew a black lotus flower with a dense black mist hovering around it. The faces of countless extraordinary life forms emerged in the black mist continuously. Inside the lotus flower, there were 9 scarlet lotus seeds radiating scarlet glows, which formed a pillar of scarlet light that soared into the clouds. When Yang Feng saw the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, he inhaled a mouthful of cold air, and a scorching light glimmered in his eyes. Scarlet immortal black mist lotus, a holy grade treasure. There's such a treasure in the brilliant ancient capital. That's a land created by one of the 12 Holy Spirit Warlock rank former followers of the Time Lord for you. Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was a holy grade secret treasure. The Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus seeds could break the Heavenman boundary and let the soul aptitude of a Warlock with superior level 7 soul aptitude break through the limit and reach inferior level 8 soul aptitude, and they could be consumed all the way until a person's soul aptitude reached superior level 8. In the Zhangji plane, Warlocks with level 6 soul aptitude were already considered geniuses, Warlocks with level 7 soul aptitude were considered super geniuses, and Warlocks with level 8 soul aptitude like Xuanhuan and Shui were regarded as monsters. Among the 8 Warlock Emperors, the Taboo Lord had the worst aptitude. It was by using unique treasures like the Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus that he improved his soul aptitude step by step and finally promoted his soul aptitude to superior level 9, became a Warlock Emperor, and founded the Second Warlock Dynasty. The higher your soul aptitude was, the harder it was to improve upon it. The Scarlet Immortal Black Mist Lotus was one of the less than 20 known treasures of the Zhangji plane that could break the Heavenman boundary and allow a Warlock with superior level 7 soul aptitude upgrade their soul aptitude to superior level 8. This treasure could even tempt Infinity Warlocks. Suddenly, a black blade ray silently shot out from the rear. A petite starry sky Warlock holding a long black blade secret treasure has mercilessly slashed at Yang Feng. Go to hell! As if he had eyes on his back, Yang Feng punched out. As if the space has collapsed, his punch instantly crushed into the head of the starry sky Warlock and blew his head apart. So strong, the petite starry sky warlock who has sneak-attacked Yang Feng was a genius from outside the continent. When they saw such a genius being insta-killed by Yang Feng, fear shimmered in the eyes of the starry sky warlocks who were flying his way. A strong wind blew over and set off ripples in the clear pond. Yang Feng frowned and cast the secret method demonic divine pupils recorded in the demonic divine text. Countless mysterious symbols welled up inside his eyes, and his pupils instantly turned pure gold alike the pupils of a god, and he looked towards the pond. On the originally empty surface of the pond, a human warlock in white without a trace of aura reflected in Yang Feng's pupils. Apparently, this warlock wanted to take this opportunity to snatch the scarlet immortal black mist lotus away. Yang Feng stared at the starry sky warlock with an enigmatic gleam in his. Yet he didn't take action. When the warlock in white came to a place 50 meters away from the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, the originally calm pond suddenly trembled, numerous water sprays sputtered out, and a snake-like extraordinary life form with a mouth full of black fangs and no eyes ejected from the pond, bit the human warlock and shredded them to pieces. This is the guardian beast of the scarlet immortal black mist lotus? But it's nothing much. Yang Feng smiled coldly and conjured the battle demon's secret method, and a black armor immediately covered his body. His figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. The snake-like extraordinary life form with black fangs shot out of the pond again and bit at Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't dodge. The black armor that covered his body ejected a 3-meter-long black blade. freewebnovel.com. There was a flash of black light, and the head of the snake-like extraordinary life form was immediately cut in half. Yang Feng appeared before the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, extended his hand, and pulled the whole scarlet immortal black mist lotus out of the pond. A black hole appeared in his hand, and the scarlet immortal black mist lotus was sent into the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and a water domain enveloped the pond, sucked all the water in the pond away, and poured it into the semi-plane. After a while, a clear and transparent pond appeared in the semi-plane. Around the pond, there were piles of low-grade magic crystals, and in the pond, there was a scarlet immortal black mist lotus. Zhang Xian and the other 5 warlocks descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Feng. Zhang Xian took a step forward and spoke in an aloof tone. Yang Feng, I am Zhang Xian, the eldest disciple of Luo Feng, the master of the Luo Feng mainland. That scarlet immortal black mist lotus is very important to me. Give it to me, and I'll give you 1 million high-grade magic crystals. In the Zhangji plane, magic crystals were divided into 6 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, superior grade, monarch grade, and holy grade. Most magic crystals were low or mid-grade, while high-grade magic crystals were much fewer in number. 1 mid-grade magic crystal can be exchanged for 100 low-grade magic crystals. 1 high-grade magic crystal can be exchanged for more than 1,000 mid-grade magic crystals. Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above had to use high-grade magic crystals to be able to speed up their practice of cultivation. After scraping the Nishino state, Yang Feng has gotten just over 10 million high-grade magic crystals. From this, it can be seen that high-grade magic crystal were precious. However, no matter how precious high-grade magic crystal were, they could never compare to the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus was a priceless treasure that could even move infinity warlocks. To give such a price, Zhang Xian was obviously looking down on Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded with a cold smile. Is there something wrong with your head? If you get me a scarlet immortal black mist lotus, then I'll give you 1 million high-grade magic crystals myself. Luo Mingyan stepped forward and said proudly, I am Luo Mingyan, the daughter of the lord of the Luo Feng mainland Luo Feng, and my soul aptitude is at superior level 7. I'm just a step away from breaking through the Heavenman boundary and reach inferior level 8 soul aptitude. The scarlet immortal black mist lotus is very important to me. Give it to me, and I'll give you a chance to pursue me. The bright world warlock Luo Feng was in control of a subcontinent that was larger than the Fuso subcontinent, which he named the Luo Feng mainland. In the Luo Feng mainland, Luo Mingyan was a proud daughter of the heavens. Not only was her father powerful, But she herself was a geniuses among geniuses who possessed superior level 7 soul aptitude. Under these circumstances, she developed a haughty and domineering temperament. In her view, for Yang Feng to be given a chance to pursue her, he was already lucky. When he heard Luo Mingyan's words, Yang Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then revealed a smile of contempt and responded, "I'm not interested in you." Luo Mingyan was startled, and anger welled up in her pretty eyes. This was the first time that someone rejected her. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. Zhang Xian uttered flatly, "Yang Feng, this is the brilliant ancient capital. In here, you don't have the mechanical legion, nor the quasi-glorious dawn warlocks like Seijo Yoruwa to guard you." Yang Feng replied, "So what? Do you want to use force to take my scarlet immortal black mist lotus away?" Without strength, holding a precious treasure is a recipe for disaster. Since you don't want to surrender the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, then we don't need to protect you. Zhang Xian took Luo Mingyan and the others to take several steps back and said, "This person has nothing to do with us. If you want to attack him, you don't need to mind us." Powerful wisps of spirit force full of killing intent locked on Yang Feng. Starry Sky Warlock with different backgrounds suddenly showed up and surrounded Yang Feng. They numbered 43 people in total. Chapter 502 Massacre. Chapter 502 Massacre. Translator, Zayamoj. The Starry Sky Warlocks originating from different places have previously been worried about Zhang Xian's group who had 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks. Now that Zhang Xian and his party have shown that they have nothing to do with Yang Feng, they had nothing to worry. To them, a mere junior Starry Sky Warlock didn't count for anything. A man in black with advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base leading 8 Starry Sky Warlocks took a step forward, stared at Yang Feng covetously, and barked, "Hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. Otherwise, today you die." Yang Feng suddenly smiled. "There is only one scarlet immortal black mist lotus, but you have 43 people here. How are you going to split it?" When his words fell, the 43 Starry Sky Warlocks looked at each other with vigilance. Among them, 16 solitary Starry Sky Warlocks cast stealth secret methods and disappeared. Although the 16 solitary Starry Sky Warlocks disappeared, but they became like poisonous vipers that could spring out of the bushes and give the other warlocks a fatal blow at any time. The remaining Starry Sky Warlocks formed 5 groups of people at once. Among the 5 groups, the group of the man in black and Zhang Xian's group were obviously more powerful than the other 3 groups. The other 3 groups also noticed this and approached each other, faintly confronting the man in black and company. The warlock in black smiled coldly and shouted, "Although there is only one scarlet immortal black mist lotus, but there are 9 lotus seeds. Let's attack him together. Once we kill him, we'll evenly distribute the 9 lotus seeds. Whoever contributes more, the more lotus seeds they will get. Then we join force to leave here and kill all the garbage peering in the surroundings." As soon as this remark was made, the eyes of the other warlocks flashed fiercely, and they stared at Yang Feng with killing intent overflowing from their eyes. With their strength, they were fully capable of accomplishing what the warlock in black has suggested. Yang Feng uttered abruptly, "Wait a minute!" Zhang Xian's eyes flickered with derision, and he sneered, "Why? Are you going to hand over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus?" Looks of derision and contempt focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng spoke indifferently, "I'm a peace-loving person who doesn't like killing people for no reason, but at the same time, I am also a person who likes to strangle troubles in the cradle. Before I finish speaking, you still have time to escape. I will spare your lives. However, if you don't run away, I will kill you without mercy." The warlock in black immediately laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Who do you think you are? You, a trifling junior Starry Sky Warlock. Want to kill us all? What an idiot. You're just a barbarian overlord of some subcontinent. A frog in a well who doesn't know about the vast oceans. What an arrogant fool. We have more than 20 people here, and even a moonlight warlock may not be our opponent. To want to kill us? How arrogant. Idiot. The warlocks around Yang Feng showed mocking smiles and ridiculed. Luo Mingyan suddenly wrinkled her eyebrows as an ominous premonition surged in her heart. And then she yelled, "Let's withdraw!" With that, she turned into a stream of light and rushed away without looking back. Mei Yi followed Luo Mingyan without hesitation. Zhang Xian was startled. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and then his figure shook, and he followed Luo Mingyan. The other two personal disciples of Gue Wuheng who had advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation bases hesitated, and then glanced at the Warlock in black, sighed secretly, blurred into motion and turned into two streams of light, and chased after Luo Mingyan. Although the scarlet immortal black mist lotus was precious, but you have to be alive to enjoy it. Without the three quasi-moonlight warlocks Luo Mingyan, Mei Yi, and Zhang Xian providing support, the two advanced Starry Sky Warlocks couldn't compete with the other warlocks. Yang Feng glanced in the direction that Luo Mingyan and the others have unexpectedly left in. After sweeping the area with his spirit force, he found out that except for Luo Mingyan's party, no one else has left. Instead, 6 warlocks flew from afar and hid in the vicinity. Visit frioubinovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. Wealth is indeed a great moving force. In this case, go ahead and die. Yang Feng's words still haven't completely fallen, when a spatial fluctuation surged, and he appeared behind the warlock in black and punched him in the head. The other party's head exploded. Luo Du was killed. Luo Du was actually insta-killed. Who is that guy? How could he possibly insta-kill Luo Du? Isn't he a junior Starry Sky Warlock? Shocked looks shot out from hidden corners and concentrated on Yang Feng. The warlock in black named Luo Du was a fierce expert from a certain subcontinent. More than 10 Starry Sky Warlocks have died in his hands. However, such an expert was actually insta-killed by Yang Feng, which left those warlocks stunned. After killing Luo Du in one shot, Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand and operated the Skyfire 7-tone secret method, and 7-color Skyfire flew out from his palm, turned into a fierce storm of fire, and rolled out towards the surroundings. Swept by 7-color Skyfire, the life force fields around the 8 Starry Sky Warlocks turned into fuel for 7-color Skyfire, making it burn more vigorously. 2 junior Starry Sky Warlocks were directly burned to ashes. The other 6-star Sky Warlocks screamed and unleashed secret methods to resist the burning of 7-color Skyfire. The face of an advanced Starry Sky Warlock fell, and he snapped, "Everyone, let's kill this fiend together. Otherwise, we'll be the ones to die." The Starry Sky Warlocks began to silently recite incantations and prepare powerful spells. 5 bloodline warlocks excited the power in their bloodline and transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant, an ancient white dragon, a winged snake, a rock wolf, and an abyssal fiend. A rain of spells shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng operated the law of space and pointed with his finger, and cracks in space suddenly appeared and devoured the myriad of spells. In the next moment, cracks in space suddenly appeared in front of the 6 Starry Sky Warlocks who were struggling to resist 7-color Skyfire, and the spells shot out and smashed them. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared above the giant and stamped the giant's head. With a loud sound, the giant's skull exploded like a watermelon, and a Starry Sky core flew into Yang Feng's storage ring. Spells blasted towards Yang Feng again, and then were swallowed up by cracks in the space in an instant before slamming into some of the remaining warlocks and killing them. A warlock in Psy and clothes yelled, "Everyone, use your trump cards, or else we're all going to die." Before the words of the warlock in Psy and clothes have fallen, Yang Feng appeared behind him and, amid the other party's shocked gaze, blasted their head apart with a punch. Seeing Yang Feng slaughter Starry Sky Warlocks like chickens and dogs, the remaining Starry Sky Warlocks felt a chill in their hearts, and then performed their secret methods and fled in all directions. "You want to run? Too late." Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the spatial domain erupted and covered an area tens of kilometers in radius in the blink of an eye. The Starry Sky Warlocks shuttled in the spatial domain, but to their dismay, they discovered that they were flying towards Yang Feng. Swinging his fists, Yang Feng blasted the Starry Sky Warlocks to pieces one by one. "Yang Feng, that's going too far. Everyone, let's fight him together." There was a flash of madness in the eyes of a Starry Sky Warlock. He silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and a big golden net exuding a brilliant light went to envelope Yang Feng. The golden net was a precious level 6 secret treasure that contained the mysteries of laws. It crossed the spatial domain and enveloped Yang Feng in an instant. The golden net cut off the vigor of heaven and earth, making it impossible for Yang Feng to cast powerful spells that consumed the vigor of heaven and earth. That's some dreadful secret treasure. With a dignified gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng operated the battle demon's secret method, and a black blade ejected from the black armor and slashed the golden net. The golden net suddenly became extremely soft and fluttered backwards, very strangely avoiding Yang Feng's strike. A dazzling blade ray and a brilliant spark crossed the spatial domain and, taking advantage of the golden net restraining Yang Feng, crushed into Yang Feng. The battle demon armor radiated a black light that blocked the dazzling blade ray. After the brilliant spark touched the armor, it was consumed directly. What secret method is that? How can its defense be so powerful? Battle Demon Secret Method. Is that the Battle Demon Secret Method of the 10 Great Sect Battle Demon Sect? When the Starry Sky Warlocks who besieged Yang Feng saw this scene, their hearts turned cold and their eyes shimmered with despair. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and the Starry Sky Warlock who has deployed the golden net oddly appeared in front of him. He blew the opponent's brains out with a punch. As soon as the Starry Sky Warlock died, the golden net dimmed. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and it flew into his hand. After the Starry Sky Warlock who deployed the golden net died, the Starry Sky Warlock struggled in the spatial domain for a while before they were all killed by Yang Feng. Chapter 503 Riftwind Canyon. Chapter 503 Riftwind Canyon. Translator, Zayamoj, looked at this scene through a crystal ball from afar. Mei's face turned pale, her heart filled with fear, and she whispered, "So strong! This Feng Yang is so strong." His expression unsightly, Zhang Xian rejoiced in his heart. If he hadn't escaped that place with Luo Mingyan, he would be dead along with the others at this moment. After Yang Feng started killing, many Starry Sky Warlocks have surrendered to him, but they were killed all the same. There were countless treasures in the brilliant ancient capital. These Starry Sky Warlocks have collected a lot of treasures these days. As they coveted Yang Feng treasure, he also wouldn't let their treasures go. Zhang Xian turned to look at Luo Mingyan, who was also staring at the crystal ball with a pale face, and a burning glow flashed in his eyes. Junior disciple Sister Ming's innate ability to sense danger is really amazing. If she hadn't noticed the danger, we would all be dead at this point. Luo Mingyan was not only Luo Feng's daughter, but after being born, she awakened the innate ability danger perception, not unlike many powerful extraordinary life forms. Whenever a threat to her life was about to arrive, Luo Mingyan will perceive it in advance and make an appropriate response. It was for this reason that Luo Feng let his precious daughter come to the brilliant ancient capital to look for opportunities. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Astounding. He actually killed more than 40 Starry Sky Warlocks. How astounding. The true disciples of the 10 Great Sects aren't all idiots. True disciples of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects have also traveled to the Luofeng mainland, but they were far inferior to Luo Mingyan in terms of strength, which made her look down on their ilk. Mei sighed faintly and said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects are worthy of their reputation. He's just a junior Starry Sky Warlock, yet he was able to kill more than 40 Starry Sky Warlocks, very skillfully to boot. How fearsome. It seems that the rumor that he has already formed a virtual world isn't false." Frubnov.com. Virtual world. As soon as Zhang Xian heard this term, his heart stirred and filled with a scorching fire. Powerhouses who formed a virtual world were unparalleled in the same rank. The master of the Luofeng mainland Luofeng has the support of the entire Luofeng mainland, yet he still hasn't formed a virtual world. This illustrates the difficulty involved in forming a virtual world. Zhang Xian's gaze fell on Luo Mingyan, a complicated look in his eyes. If there's anyone among us who has a chance to form a virtual world, then it should be her. With her superior level 7 soul aptitude, Luo Mingyan would be regarded as a genius even in the Battle Demon sect. After all, level 8 soul aptitude was monstrous. In the Battle Demon Sect, only Shui has a level 8 soul aptitude. Zhang Xian spoke suddenly. Let's go. After this, if he's filled with bloodlust, it will spell out trouble. Luo Mingyan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although she was curious about Yang Feng, but she didn't want to risk her life to contact Yang Feng. Several starry sky warlocks hiding in the distance cast various spells and ran away. They didn't dare to sneak attack Yang Feng. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge and released the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold, and scanning ripples spread out in all directions, searching for treasures in the surroundings. Within the area of dozens of kilometers in radius, there were no precious extraordinary plants. Obviously, the life magic energy in the vicinity was all extracted by the scarlet immortal black mist lotus. In a given area, the more precious and powerful the extraordinary plants were, the fewer they were in number. In places where there was a monarch grade or holy grade extraordinary plant, there won't be any second precious extraordinary plant. Such extraordinary plants absorb all the nutrients in the surroundings to strengthen themselves. After scanning the area, Yang Feng sat on a flying carpet and flew towards the depths of the brilliant ancient capital. Read ADST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. This mountainous area was just the outer part of the brilliant ancient capital. There was still the wind, fire, water, and earth areas to cross before he could enter the true brilliant ancient capital. The Riftwind Canyon was the only way to enter the Desert of Wind. Finally here, the Riftwind Canyon, the entrance to the Desert of Wind. When Zhang Xian's group of 5 arrived at the Riftwind Canyon, they looked at the yellow wind blowing from the center of the canyon, and their eyes revealed a look of excitement. The 4 areas, the Desert of Wind, the Mountain of Fire, the Sea of Ice, and the Land of Gravity, were the only way to go to the brilliant ancient capital. Of course, these 4 areas weren't so easy to pass. Each time the brilliant ancient capital was opened, more than 100,000 starry sky warlocks enter it, but less than 20 people can really reach the brilliant ancient capital each time. Stop! If you want to enter the Riftwind Canyon, hand over all your treasures. Zhang Xian and company have just gotten close to the Riftwind Canyon, when the auras of more than 30 starry sky warlocks burst out from around the Riftwind Canyon. Zhang Xian's group of 5 were surrounded. A petite, emaciated quasi-moonlight warlock in black looking like a refugee stepped out and shouted loudly. Luo Mingyan's face flickered. Her gaze swept the surroundings, and her heart shivered. Among the more than 30 starry sky warlocks that surrounded them, there were 10 quasi-moonlight warlocks, and the rest were either advanced starry sky warlocks or pinnacle starry sky warlocks. The combined strength of the more than 30 starry sky warlocks was far stronger than that of Luo Mingyan and them. Even the always arrogant and overbearing her had to reluctantly suppress her temper. After all, she was just a tsundere, not a fool. Zhang Xian performed a martial salutation. I am Zhang Xian, the eldest personal disciple of the bright world warlock Luo Feng, the master of the Luo Feng mainland. Please give me face and let us pass. In the future, if you ever come to the Luo Feng mainland, I will try my best to entertain you and let you all have a good time. Bright world warlock. When the more than 30 starry sky warlocks heard this term, their faces suddenly changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. Bright world warlocks were powerful existences comparable to intermediate divine force rank gods. A bright world warlock could wipe out the more than 30 starry sky warlocks with a single blow. The complexion of the warlock in black changed, and he showed a flattering smile. So it's Zhang Xian, the eldest disciple of the bright world warlock Luo Feng. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. My name is Lu Dajiao, a rogue warlock from the Gale mainland. It's my pleasure to meet a genius like you. Let's have a drink, get to know each other, and make friends. And then I'll let you in, okay? Give me face. There was a flash of scorn in Zhang Xian's eyes. In the Luo Feng mainland, after hearing his name, the warlocks who wanted to carry favor with him would reveal the same expression as the one Lu Dajiao did. For the rogue warlocks, to carry favor with a personal disciple of a bright world warlock was equivalent to an extra background. Naturally, there were countless rogue warlocks who came to carry favor with Zhang Xian and his party. Zhang Xian suppressed the impatience in her heart and reluctantly revealed a smile. Okay, I'll have a few drinks with you. With a wave of the hand of a starry sky warlock, a drawing flew out, and a set of tables and chairs as well as beautiful women flew out of the drawing. Acting as maids, the beautiful women quickly set up an elegant pavilion suitable for banquets. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian's eyes brightened, and he took a seat and praised, "This is an immortal feast drawing. I didn't expect you to have this secret treasure." The immortal feast drawing was a kind of secret treasure developed for feasts. The drawing had the souls of 108 beautiful women sealed inside. The bodies of the women were crafted from treasures similar to fuso wood and sealed inside the drawing. Once you wanted to hold a banquet, you can release those beautiful women and have them serve as maids. Because immortal feast drawings were too cruel, you had to use the souls of leaving people to refine them. They have been banned in the Great Cloud Dynasty. There weren't many immortal feast drawings circulating. When he saw the immortal feast drawing, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be tempted by it. Lu Dajiao smiled straightforwardly and raised his glass and drained it in one go. "That's right. As expected from someone of a prestigious background. You're really knowledgeable. Senior disciple Brother Zhang. If you fancy this immortal feast drawing, then I'll give it to you after we finish drinking, Senior disciple Brother Zhang. Come. I'll empty my glass first to show my respect." Zhang Xian first cast a few detection spells on the glass. After ascertaining that there wasn't anything amiss, he felt reassured and emptied the glass. Luo Mingyan and the others also cast several detection spells on the drinks and food. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, they began to eat and drink. Seeing this, Lu Dajiao showed a weird smile, then his left hand shook slightly, and he made a hand gesture. Black rays shot out of the back of the chairs Zhang Xian and them were sitting on, turned into 5 afterimages, and stabbed towards Zhang Xian's group of 5. Zhang Xian, Luo Mingyan, and Mei Yi radiated light, and trigger magic shields suddenly appeared. The 5 black rays stabbed into the magic shields like shooting stars, broke through the shields, and pierced into their bodies. Black curse marks spread along the bodies of Zhang Xian's groups of 5 people, and locked their life forces completely, leaving them unable to move. 1. Tsundra. Chapter 504 Yang Feng arrives. Chapter 504 Yang Feng arrives. Translator. Zayamoj. Shocked and enraged, Zhang Xian spoke coldly. "Lu Dajiao, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Dajiao showed a mocking smile. "The meaning of this? Are you stupid or something? You still don't understand? We want to snatch away your treasures, and then kill you." Zhang Xian threatened fiercely. "If you dare to touch us, my teacher will never let you off. A bright world warlock can easily kill you all." A cruel gleam in his eyes, Lu Dajiao sneered. "Are you stupid? This is the brilliant ancient capital. Every time it's opened, thousands of starry sky warlocks die. We won't kill you either. We'll only destroy your seas of knowledge, cut off your limbs, and throw you into the desert of wind and bury you. Even if your teacher is proficient in astrology, he'll only be able to tell that you died in the desert of wind. As for your companions, we'll have them accompany you after we have some fun with them." A cold smile on his face, a quasi-moonlight warlock stared at Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi with a lascivious look in his eyes and uttered sarcastically, "These noble fools are really proud. They aren't even aware of their current environment. In the outside world, we cup our hands because you have a good teacher and a good background. But in here, you are nothing but our prey." Another quasi-moonlight warlock revealed a sinister smile and stared at Luo Mingyan with a lewd glint in his eyes. "These two are really beautiful. This is the first time that I'm going to have fun with such beautiful female warlocks. Compared to them, ordinary women taste lackluster." Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi suddenly felt ice cold as if they have fallen into an ice cave, a gleam of despair in their eyes. They felt a chill at the thought of the miserable end that awaited them upon falling into the hands of these scum. Her face ashen, Luo Mingyan threatened loudly, "I am Luo Mingyan, the daughter of the master of the Luofeng mainland Luofeng. If you capture me and ask a ransom from my father, he'll surely pay you handsomely. You might even be able to promote to moonlight warlocks. But if you dare to touch me, my father will definitely kill you all." Lu Dajiao sneered. "You're such an idiot. It's precisely because your father is a bright world warlock that we must have you die. As for the ransom, if we ask a bright world warlock for a ransom, isn't this akin to looking for death? Do you think that we're stupid? If it wasn't for the brilliant ancient capital, which was a peerless treasure crafted by a holy spirit warlock capable of isolating countless spells, Lu Dajiao and them wouldn't dare to mess with Luo Mingyan and the others. As for asking ransom of a bright world warlock, that would be beyond moronic. The bright world warlock could trace back to them via some spells and kill them from 1,000 kilometers away. Lu Dajiao glanced at Zhang Xian and revealed an evil smile. That's right, Zhang Xian. I still lack a dog. Let me set up a restriction on you, and be my dog, and I'll let you live. The rest of the Starry Sky Warlocks showed an excited smile and stared at Zhang Xian with a vicious glint in their eyes. To rogue warlocks who have gone through countless difficulties, warlock geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds were the most loathed existences. They have been bullied by many such individuals in the past. Now that they were able to torment such individuals, they felt extremely excited. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. There was a flash of fear in Zhang Xian's eyes, and he lowered his head and stayed silent. There was no longer an air of arrogance around him. You're really proud. In this case, go to hell. Lu Dajiao showed an evil smile and extended his hand, and a big invisible hand grabbed Zhang Xian and threw him to the ground. Next, he took a step forward, stepped on Zhang Xian's head, and slowly increased the force. Tremendous pain spread all over Zhang Xian's body, making his face twist and his hands struggle. Lu Dajiao smiled excitedly. Seeing a person born with a silver spoon in his mouth cut a sorry figure beneath his foot filled him with satisfaction and elation. If you don't want to be my dog, then die. Woof! Pain and fear of the impending death flooded his mind, and the despairing Zhang Xian made a sound and grabbed Lu Dajiao's foot with both hands. Lu Dajiao was stunned, and then laughed loudly. Ha! Did you hear that? A personal disciple of a magnificent bright world warlock barked. Ha! That's hilarious. A disciple of a bright world warlock. How disgusting. Ha! The Starry Sky Warlocks taunted and mocked. There was a flash of incredulity in Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes, as if something has collapsed, and she snapped, Zhang Xian, how can you? Even if you die, you cannot surrender to these scum. Face covered in blood, Zhang Xian got up from the ground, looked Luo Mingyan's bewitching face with a flash of madness in his eyes, and shouted, Luo Mingyan, shut up. I have tolerated you for long enough. Shut up. Shut your trap. With a condescending look in his eyes, Lu Dajiao spoke like a fiend. A fallout? How amusing. Zhang Xian, since you're willing to be my dog, then after I've played with this woman, I'll give her to you to have some fun. Zhang Xian spoke flatteringly. Yes, thank you, master. This woman is unruly and wayward. I have been putting up with her all this time. If her father wasn't a bright world warlock, I would have already made a move on her. Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi looked at Zhang Xian with coldness and disappointment in their beautiful eyes. Zhang Xian was the most outstanding man of the younger generation that the two girls have come into contact with. Both of them had a good impression of him. But today, Zhang Xian's performance completely shattered their favorable impression of him. Lu Dajiao's eyes showed a fiendish smile, and he glanced at Luo Mingyan's group of 4 and said, I'll spare your lives if you become my dogs. A glimmer of fear in her pretty eyes, Luo Mingyan clenched her teeth and uttered, Just kill me. My father will avenge me. Mei Yi closed her eyes to conceal the fear and despair that filled them. freewebnovel.com. The other 2 Starry Sky Warlocks fell silent. Stubborn fools, go to hell. A sinister smile on their faces, 2 Starry Sky Warlocks took a step forward, then stepped on the heads of the 2 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks from Luo Mingyan's party, squashed their heads and took out their moonlight cores. When Zhang Xian saw this, he trembled, and fear overcame his face. Lu Dajiao pointed at Luo Mingyan and said, a lewd glint in his eyes, I'm going to have a go at this girl first. As for the other one, decide among yourself who's going to play with her first. When it's time to divide their treasures, I don't mind getting a bit less. Don't kill her. Old Lu, don't break her. A dead body isn't fun to play with. Dot. Hearing the licentious remarks, Luo Mingyan felt her blood run cold and trembled, full of fear. Suddenly, a starry sky warlock in charge of scouting uttered, "Someone is coming!" Lu Dajiao responded, flustered. "What bad luck! A few of you go and kill him. Don't kill my vibe. You want to kill me? Then go and die." An overbearing voice resounded in the area, and a fist slammed into the head of a starry sky warlock and blew the head apart. A figure with an extraordinary and domineering temperament appeared in the area. The more than 30 starry sky warlocks immediately threw Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi aside, and quickly enchanted themselves with defensive spells. For those rogue warlocks, keeping their lives was the #1 priority. The death of everyone else was inconsequential. Luo Mingyan opened her eyes and looked at the figure full of hope. "It's him, Yang Feng." There was excitement in Mei Yi's pretty eyes. "Yang Feng." Zhang Xian looked at the heroic and domineering Yang Feng with endless envy in his eyes. "Bastard! It's him. It's really him." At first, Zhang Xian has looked down on Yang Feng, who was only a junior starry sky warlock. But now, Zhang Xian was stuck in a predicament like a dead dog. In the struggle over the scarlet immortal black mist lotus, Yang Feng has unleashed a massacre and displayed the bearing of the strong, which added even more insult to injury. Lu Dajiao stared at Yang Feng with a frown and spoke coldly. "Who are you?" Zhang Xian quickly said, "Master, he's Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect and the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state." Lu Dajiao's complexion changed, and he saluted Yang Feng and uttered, "So you're the peerless genius Yang Feng who defeated the Tai sect's holy son Yuan Yang in the Battle Demon sect. I am Lu Dajiao, a rogue warlock. Please forgive us for not recognizing you." Lu Dajiao smiled and carried on respectfully. "We brothers have always admired you, Yang Feng. Please give us face and have a few drinks with us. Let's get to know each other. Okay?" The more than 30 starry sky warlocks gathered. Exuding a faint sense of oppression, they looked like they would attack at any time. They were strong enough to contend against a moonlight warlock. Luo Mingyan wanted to warn Yang Feng, but to her dismay, she couldn't speak and couldn't sense spirit fluctuations outside her body. Anxious, she could only quietly watch Lu Dajiao and them preparing to deceive Yang Feng. "You ants aren't worthy to get to know me." Yang Feng smiled and operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of black armor enveloped him. Chapter 505, Killing Lu Dajiao. Chapter 505, Killing Lu Dajiao. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as the Battle Demon's secret method was unleashed, Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and spatial ripples surged. Suddenly, spatial mirrors appeared directly behind the warlocks and swept towards them, pulling them inside. Then, spatial mirrors appeared in front of Yang Feng, and 7 starry sky warlocks appeared in front of him. Helpless, Yang Feng sent 7 punches and blasted the starry sky warlocks into pieces. A starry sky warlock's face fell, and he cried out, "The law of space! He has grasped the law of space." The faces of the remaining starry sky warlocks fell as well, and fear streaked past their eyes. The law of space was one of the most difficult laws to grasp. Only the most talented warlocks who were freaks virtually unequaled in the same rank can grasp this law. Lu Dajiao barked, "Use space disruption spells. Disturb the space. The law of space is profound." At most, he only grasped a sliver of it. As long as the space is disturbed, his law of space is useless. Developed over the years, warlocks possessed plenty of combat experience. There were extraordinary life forms innately proficient in the law of space in many planes. To deal with these extraordinary life forms, spatial disruption spells were developed. Except for infinity warlocks, human warlocks who haven't mastered spatial disruption spells couldn't compete with extraordinary life forms naturally capable of freely grasping spatial force. 2 quasi-moonlight warlocks silently recited incantations and pointed with their fingers, and spatial ripples rolled out in all directions and made the surrounding space chaotic. Only a glorious dawn warlock proficient in the laws of space could use spatial force in this chaotic space. Yang Feng glanced at the distorted space and realized that he could no longer manipulate the space freely and easily kill these warlocks. Update D from frubnov.com. 13 Starry Sky Warlocks unleashed secret methods at once. Exciting the bloodline force inside them, they transformed into strange, extraordinary life forms with different innate abilities. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly emerged, turned into a fierce sea of fire whose flames blotted out the sky and swept towards those warlocks. Burned by 7-color skyfire, the magic shields of 6 warlocks crumbled almost immediately. The moment their life force fields came into contact with 7-color skyfire, they became its nutrients and made its flames burn even fiercer. The face of a quasi-moonlight warlock changed greatly, and he silently recited an incantation and took out a blue bead secret treasure and threw it. A river gushed out from the blue bead and flowed towards 7-color skyfire. A mist rose as the river and Yang Feng's 7-color skyfire canceled each other out and disappeared. Interesting. With the power of a secret treasure, you were able to compete with my 7-color skyfire. Sure enough, no human warlock of the Zhangji plane can be underestimated. Yang Feng sighed, then his figure shook and he appeared behind the quasi-moonlight warlock who has launched the blue bead's secret treasure like a ghost and blew the other party's head apart with a punch. Almost at the same time, a blue fork flew out from the side and stabbed towards Yang Feng while leaving behind afterimages. The blue fork was called the Hunting Dragon Soul Fork, and it was a secret treasure Lu Dajiao got after killing a quasi-moonlight warlock. This secret treasure could directly attack the soul of a warlock, and its might was tremendous. Even a moonlight warlock who hasn't cast a special defensive spell will have their soul wounded when stabbed by the Hunting Dragon Soul Fork. Yang Feng slapped the Hunting Dragon Soul Fork with his hand, and the blue fork immediately collapsed and turned into weird blue light that sank into Yang Feng's body. As if he was battered with heavy hammers, Yang Feng's body shook, and he felt unwell all over. He felt some pain coming from the abyss of his soul. The look in Yang Feng's eyes turned dignified at once. This secret treasure can directly attack the soul. To have such a secret treasure, it seems that these scum cannot be belittled. If the battle demon armor hadn't weakened the power of the Hunting Dragon Soul Fork by more than 90%, then even though Yang Feng has implanted a semi-plane seed in his sea of knowledge, he still would have been seriously injured by the Hunting Dragon Soul Fork. As soon as he saw this scene, Lu Dajiao felt a chill in his heart, and despair shimmered in his eyes. He even resisted my Hunting Dragon Soul Fork. Are the true disciples of the Battle Demon sect actually this powerful? Yang Feng turned around and looked at Lu Dajiao, and a flash of killing intent streaked past his eyes. Lu Dajiao's face fell. He cast a spell on himself and turned into a violent hurricane, and then ran away. Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of Lu Dajiao like a ghost and extended his hand, and the law of wind surged. The violent hurricane distorted and reverted into Lu Dajiao in midair. Lu Dajiao's face twisted, and he shouted frantically, "Save me!" 100 meters tall, covered in violent flames, a Balrog stepped forward and sent its fist punching towards Yang Feng. "Break!" Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind blades containing the law of wind suddenly appeared and swept towards the Balrog like meat grinders. The 100-meter-tall Balrog disintegrated in an instant, and its flesh and blood ignited. When Lu Dajiao saw the quasi-moonlight warlock rank Balrog being torn to pieces, his face changed dramatically, and he cried out frantically, "Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you. Spare my life. Spare my pathetic life. I know a big secret. A secret about the residence of an infinity warlock." With a slash from a 9 revolutions divine wind blade, Lu Dajiao's head was easily cut off, and then placed in a storage ring. "Let's attack him together. Let's kill him and take revenge for Lu Dajiao," a quasi-moonlight warlock yelled, then blurred into motion and turned into a streak of black light fleeing into the distance. Except for the 5 warlocks who couldn't assess the reality and rushed towards Yang Feng, the other warlocks performed various secret methods and fled in helter-skelter. It's too late to run away now. Yang Feng showed a smile of contempt, then spread the fingers of his hand and activated the 9 revolutions divine wind spell. A violent hurricane appeared in the horizon and slashed wildly in all directions like a catastrophic natural disaster. Slashed by the violent 9 revolutions divine wind, the warlocks were sliced into pieces one after another. After unleashing strange secret methods, 3 quasi-moonlight warlocks escaped from the 9 revolutions divine wind and disappeared. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yang Feng said indifferently, "Unexpectedly, some of them escaped. Quasi-moonlight warlocks do have some skill." Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Feng with envy in his eyes. Is this his full strength? So strong. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi flew to him. He patted them, and a powerful force entered into the 2 girls, and 2 black magic sealing needles shot out from them and fell on the ground. Quasi-moonlight warlock rank auras gradually spread from the 2 girls. Luo Mingyan's pretty eyes sparkled, and she uttered with an enchanting smile, "Yang Feng, thank you for saving us." Mei Yi also thanked, "Yes, senior disciple brother Yang Feng, if you hadn't arrived in time, we would have been defiled by those beasts." Yang Feng smiled and pointed at Zhang Xian. "What are you planning to do with this guy?" Luo Mingyan frowned and hesitated, a look of disgust in her eyes. Zhang Xian knelt on the ground. Tears streaming down his face, he growled towards Luo Mingyan pitifully, kowtowed repeatedly, and implored, "Junior disciple Sister Ming, I was in the wrong, but I was forced. I don't want to die. I'm really afraid of death. Please spare my life. I'll turn over a new leaf. For the sake of our century-long friendship, please give me a chance." Luo Mingyan was originally disgusted with Zhang Xian, but when she heard his plea, she thought of him caring for her for a century. Her heart softened, and she said chilly, "Zhang Xian, your performance was too disappointing. From today on, you no longer have a place in the Luofeng mainland. For the sake of our century-long friendship, I won't kill you. Now scram. The farther you go, the better. Never appear in front of me." Mei Yi frowned, but remained silent. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief secretly and lowered her head, a look of resentment in his eyes. He spoke respectfully, Yes, I'll scram now." Yang Feng watched Zhang Xian leave and raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. There were many dangers in the brilliant ancient capital. With his power sealed, Zhang Xian's chances were less than optimistic. Even if he could use his power, he wasn't Yang Feng's opponent at all. Luo Mingyan uttered, "Yang Feng, my father once entered the brilliant ancient capital and had a great harvest, which was how he advanced to a bright world warlock. I have a map of the brilliant ancient capital in my possession, which contains the location of a hidden treasury of the brilliant sage. Let's explore the treasury together. Okay?" Yang Feng responded after a while, "All right, but how do we divide the treasures?" Luo Mingyan smiled and said, 50 to 50. The 2 of us take 50% and you take 50%, what do you think? Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 506, Desert of Wind. Chapter 506, Desert of Wind. Translator, Zayamoj. As soon as he stepped into the Desert of Wind, Yang Feng saw violent yellow wind howling wildly in the endless desert, raising sandstorms and forming tornadoes. The sandstorms raised by the yellow wind covered the Desert of Wind. Inside the desert, it was equivalent to being attacked by a level 7 meteorological spell at all times. Once some of the weaker Starry Sky warlocks entered the desert, they will be torn to pieces by the sand blown by the yellow wind. It wasn't that Lu Dajiao and the other Starry Sky warlocks who blocked the Riftwind Canyon didn't want to go to the brilliant ancient capital, but they had no hope of crossing the Desert of Wind. The might of a level 7 meteorological offensive spell was only equivalent to that of a level 4 single-target offensive spell. However, when attacked by level 4 single-target offensive spells non-stop, even quasi-moonlight warlocks will exhaust their life force and be shredded eventually. Yang Feng glanced at the yellow wind, then operated the battle's secret method, and a black armor suddenly appeared and covered him. Sand raised by the yellow wind violently battered the battle demon armor and opened countless fine cracks on it. He frowned. Although the yellow wind could not breach the battle demon armor, but it was whittling away at the armor's power at all times. Yang Feng swept the two girls with a glance. Luo Mingyan fished out a yellow box secret treasure. A tremendous swallowing force emerged from the yellow box and devoured the wind and sand around her and Mei Yi, and then ejected them from the other side, forming a weird cycle. Protected by the box's secret treasure, Luo Mingyan looked very relaxed, as if the journey in the desert of wind was a walk in a park. Luo Mingyan's beautiful eyes brightened, and she spoke with a complacent smile. Yang Feng, if you want to be protected by the sandstorm jewel box, just ask. For the weaker human warlocks to contend against the innately powerful extraordinary life forms from other planes as well as resist various dangerous natural disasters, alchemists developed countless formidable secret treasures. Although Luo Mingyan may not as strong as Lu Dajiao in them, but with the sandstorm jewel box that restrained the desert of wind, it was enough to let her cross the desert effortlessly. This trifling desert of wind cannot beat me. Yang Feng looked at the complacent Luo Mingyan, smiled, and dispersed the battle demon armor, and then his entire body seemed to turn into a huge whirlpool. The sandstorm formed by the fierce yellow wind mercilessly slammed into Yang Feng before being swallowed and sent into the semiplane. A wisp of primal chaos force vibrated and transformed the yellow wind into pure wind elemental particles drifting in the semiplane. Dumbstruck, Luo Mingyan muttered in a low voice, "What a monster!" The sandstorm jewel box was a secret treasure that Luo Feng only got by chance and after spending countless wealth. If it wasn't for this secret treasure, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to cross the desert of wind at the time. Without using secret treasures nor defensive secret methods, Yang Feng was devouring the yellow wind. This was truly heaven-defying. There was a peculiar gleam in Mei Yi's eyes, and she whispered, "They are the strongest geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The powerhouses who formed a virtual world are indeed monsters, each and every one of them." Luo Mingyan clenched her little fists, gritted her teeth, and said, "A virtual world? I must also form a virtual world so that I can shock him." Mei Yi glanced at Luo Mingyan with envy in her beautiful eyes. Luo Mingyan was Luo Feng's daughter, and Luo Feng wasn't only a bright world warlock, but also the master of a subcontinent. With the support of an entire subcontinent, coupled with her superior level 7 soul aptitude, she was hopeful to form a virtual world. Although Mei Yi was a personal disciple of a bright world warlock, but the resources controlled by a rogue bright world warlock couldn't compare to those of a bright world warlock who was a master of a subcontinent. Moreover, Luo Mingyan was Luo Feng's daughter, so Luo Feng was naturally willing to provide countless resources to nurture her. As Yang Feng swallowed the yellow wind, the balance of the semiplane's 4 elements was gradually being broken. After some calculations, Yang Feng understood that his semiplane will collapse if he continues with the absorption. No wonder the experts who have formed a virtual world won't randomly absorb elemental energies of the world. As it turns out, once the limit is reached, the semiplane will collapse. However, as long as this problem is solved, then I can absorb all kinds of energies indefinitely, and many places with dangerous environment will have nothing on me. Just when the semiplane was about to reach its limit, 13 void energy furnaces set up in the semiplane were launched at once. The wind elemental energy was drawn away by the 13 void energy furnaces and refined into one wind crystal after another. Thanks to the 13 void energy furnaces, the equilibrium of the 4 elements in the semiplane was once again restored. Void energy furnaces were the crystallization of Shizu technology. While sailing the boundless universe, energy was the most important link. A void energy furnace was a machine that extracted the energy drifting in space and synthesized it into various energy crystals. The technology involved in void energy furnaces was extremely high-end. Originally, a level 4 large-scale energy and matter converter was necessary to synthesize the necessary materials. However, Yang Feng obtained many precious materials in the Fuso subcontinent, which also contained the materials necessary to craft void energy furnaces. He has refined 36 void energy furnace and put them inside the semiplane to extract elemental particles. After a while, 8 of the 13 void energy furnaces that were launched extinguished. The remaining 5 void energy furnace continuously extracted the wind elemental particles flowing into the semiplane, forming a state of balance. Yang Feng became relaxed at once. As he strolled in the desert of wind, he devoured the yellow wind. What is that? After walking for hundreds of kilometers in the desert of wind, he saw 9 violent wind dragons intertwining in the desert. The place where the wind dragons were located radiated yellow light. Luo Mingyan cried out, "It's a rare treasure hidden in the desert of wind. Yang Feng, I advise you not to go there. Before you, many people have gone to that place with wind dragons to try to get the treasure, but they were all torn apart in the end. Unless you have a special secret treasure, only a glorious dawn warlock may obtain the treasure guarded by the wind dragons." A rare treasure. Yang Feng's eyes brightened, and he said, "You go on ahead, while I'll take a look first." With that said, Yang Feng strode towards the place guarded by the 9 wind dragons. Luo Mingyan muttered in a low voice, a look of admiration in her beautiful eyes. This madman! If it wasn't for her lack of strength, Luo Mingyan would also like to go there and take a look at the treasure guarded by the wind dragons, a treasure because of which countless geniuses were shredded to pieces. The brilliant ancient capital was a relic that has appeared since the second Warlock dynasty. Since then, although countless powerhouses have entered the brilliant ancient capital, but this treasure has never been taken away, which illustrated the difficulty involved in its extraction. As soon as Yang Feng came near the 9 wind dragons, the fierce yellow wind suddenly changed into sharp wind blades that slashed towards him. As if the yellow wind has changed into a most elite royal army from a disorganized army, its combat power has increased tenfold. Each wind blade was equivalent to a level 5 single-target offensive spell. Even moonlight warlocks couldn't resist the hundreds and thousands of wind blades. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared and frantically sucked the wind blades into the semiplane. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. In the semiplane, a strong wind erupted and raged wildly, as if attempting to tear the entire semiplane asunder. 5 furnaces launched once more, and a total of 10 void energy furnaces frantically extracted the wind elemental particles from the semiplane to keep the balance of the 4 elements. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and the black Battle Demon armor suddenly appeared and shrouded him. The 9 wind dragons were nothing to scoff at. If careless, even moonlight warlocks could be torn to pieces by them. Yang Feng didn't dare to be negligent. He devoured the yellow wind all the way until he reached the 9 wind dragons. Beneath the 9 wind dragons, he saw a vast square. In the center of the square, there was a pond, in the middle of which was a yellow crystal floating. Violent wind elemental particles poured out from the yellow crystal and formed the 9 wind dragons. As if some mechanism was activated, the 9 wind dragons suddenly turned and stared at Yang Feng with a flash of intelligence in their eyes. They blurred into motion and lunged at Yang Feng. Frubnov.com. Chapter 507, by 1. Chapter 507, by 1. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he silently recited an incantation, pointed with his finger, and cast the spell 9 Revolutions Divine Wind. 9 Revolutions Divine Wind, which was fiercer than yellow wind, suddenly appeared and formed a pillar of wind around Yang Feng. Wind elemental particles of the surrounding yellow wind were continuously extracted by 9 Revolutions Divine Wind, and formed a 9 Revolutions Divine Wind barrier that separated Yang Feng from yellow wind. A wind dragon suddenly appeared, extended its claw, and directly removed the 9 Revolutions Divine Wind barrier that was capable of withstanding Moonlight Warlock rank attacks. The wind elemental particles that have formed 9 Revolutions Divine Wind were drawn away by the wind dragon in an instant. Shit! These 9 wind dragons are really stronger than Moonlight Warlocks. Yang Feng's face changed drastically, and a premonition of death welled up inside his mind. He immediately took out the ruler magic cube, too, and pressed it, and the magic cube quickly disintegrated and formed the ruler armor that covered his body. A wind dragon strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng and swallowed him. Purely composed from strong wind, The wind dragon's body was like a violent meat grinder. Countless, frantically rotating wind drills crushed into Yang Feng. As if he had withstood hundreds of level 5 single-target offensive spells at once, the ruler armor emitted harsh sounds and bore tremendous force. Could shatter at any time. Ruler Series. Maximum output. Yang Feng willed, and Glorious Dawn Warlock rank power flowed into him from the Glorious Dawn core on the Ruler Series armor. Yang Feng operated a secret method and turned into a huge black hole that frantically devoured the wind elemental particles of the wind dragon. Existences such as the wind dragons weren't life forms, and fundamentally couldn't be killed. Even Glorious Dawn Warlocks would be in a pinch when faced against them. The only way to annihilate them was to extract their power and let them extinguish. As the wind dragon was being absorbed by Yang Feng, it instinctively extracted wind elemental particles from the surroundings to maintain its existence. As wind elemental particles poured into the semi-plane, Yang Feng was forced to operate one void energy furnace after another to extract the wind elemental particles from the semi-plane. The figures of the remaining 8 wind dragons fluttered, and they pounced on the wind dragon that swallowed Yang Feng. The 9 wind dragons combined into one and formed a 3,000-meter-long wind dragon. Inside the huge wind dragon, countless wind blades, wind cones, and wind drills bombarded the ruler armor and blasted tiny cracks into it. Even if it was a true Glorious Dawn Warlock, if they weren't a freak with a virtual world, it wouldn't bode well for them in this situation. freewebnovel.com. Eyes shot with blood, Yang Feng extracted world force from the semi-plane and operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body, and strange runes suddenly appeared on his body. Break! An aura virtually comparable to that of a Glorious Dawn Warlock suddenly rose from the raging wind dragon, and Yang Feng roared and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist into the belly of the wind dragon. The law of primal chaos erupted in an instant. The wind elemental particles in the belly turned chaotic, and a passage void of wind was tore open. Yang Feng blurred into motion and followed the passage void of wind to the square. There was a powerful barrier opened in the square. The wind could not pass through the barrier and enter the square. Violent winds surged, and the belly of the wind dragon healed immediately. There was no sign of injury, and its might didn't diminish. The wind dragon extended its claw towards Yang Feng. When the wind dragon's claw entered deep into the wind, it oddly appeared before Yang Feng and grabbed at him. Yang Feng turned around, extracted world force from the semi-plane, and unleashed another primal chaos annihilation fist. The punch containing the law of primal chaos landed on the claw of the wind dragon, and the claw broke down and turned chaotic. Borrowing the power of the impact, Yang Feng shot into the square. The wind dragon against whom even Glorious Dawn Warlock may not be able to contend appeared outside the square and roared wildly. Yet it wasn't able to step into the square. The bruised and battered Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief and showed a smile. The ruler armor on his body contracted and turned back into a magic cube, and then was tossed into the semi-plane to be recharged and restored. Shizu first-rate battle robots had the ability of self-repair, and Yang Feng's ruler armor also had this ability. Of course, self-repair required a lot of energy. But for Yang Feng, energy wasn't an issue. Yang Feng turned around, and his gaze, instead of falling on the pond, fell on the bai at the edge of the pond. I am the brilliant saint. I specially left a wind origin crystal here for a fated person of a later generation. In the mountain of fire, the sea of ice, and the land of gravity, I left a fire origin crystal, a water origin crystal, and a gravity origin crystal respectively. If you're fated, then go ahead and take them. I only hope that the one fated to get the 4 origin crystals can fulfill my wish. My wish is in the brilliant hall, where my treasure is hidden. If you're willing to fulfill my wish, then go ahead and take my treasure. The words left behind by the brilliant saint on the bai were radiant. Despite the passage of time, they were still vivid, as if they could come to life. Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. The power of a Holy Spirit Warlock was incredibly. If it wasn't for the fact that the bai was a queer object, it wouldn't be able to bear power of the words inscribed by a Holy Spirit Warlock. Yang Feng only skimmed through the words left by the brilliant saint, and then his gaze was deeply attracted by the lines below. Ching! Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to get the wind origin crystal at the time. How could anyone enter this place in the starry sky Warlock realm? That's a good joke. 1. Light. Beneath the words of the brilliant sage, there were 7 lines of words, each of which radiated an overbearing and exalted aura. The spirit of the brilliant saint's words was completely suppressed by the 7 lines of words below, giving off a feeling of breathlessness. It seemed as if the 7 Warlock emperors were fighting through these words. The light word gave off the feeling that it was slightly inferior, even though the person who wrote this word has done their best. But they still couldn't compete with the other 6 lines of words. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and glimmered with enigmatic light. These words were left by the 7 Warlock Emperor. Evidently, the 7 Warlock Emperors have come here before to make up for the regret of not being able to enter this place in their youth. The 4 origin crystals were unique treasures that could let a semiplane directly evolve into a small world. For Warlock monarchs, the 4 origin crystals were rare treasures. But for the Warlock Emperors who have set up a complete world inside them, the 4 origin crystals weren't very useful, and they fundamentally didn't care about them. Yang Feng watched the words left behind by the 7 Warlock Emperors with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Each of the words of the 7 Warlock Emperors contained terrifying power. Even after countless years have passed, the power inside the words was still terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the Bai was a queer object, it would have shattered already. The power contained in each of the words was enough to kill a warlock like Yang Feng. If I wrote Yang Feng was here, what face will experts that will come here later make? Yang Feng suddenly had a queer thought. Feeling eager, he walked towards the Bai and touched it with his finger. With his physical strength, he could easily use his finger to write even on super alloy steel. When Yang Feng's finger touched the Bai, a horrifying force burst out from it, blasted into him and sent him flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were wounded, blood flowed from his facial orifices, and his soul shook. There was a look of horror in his eyes. So strong! After being boosted by the 7 Warlock Emperors, this Bai has become a treasure. With my current strength, I can't write on it. After drinking 2 vials of healing elixir, Yang Feng took a deep look at the Bai, and then looked around. In addition to the Bai, there was the crystal clear pond in the square. Yang Feng reached out with his hand. A strong attractive force shrouded the wind origin crystal, and the wind origin crystal entered his hand immediately. After losing the wind origin crystal, the violent wind dragon outside uttered a wail and quickly broke down into 9 wind dragons. 8 wind dragons directly flew into the square and formed a dot of yellow light in the pond. The last wind dragon absorbed the surrounding wind and split into 9 wind dragons guarding outside. There was a flash of admiration in Yang Feng's eyes. So it's like this. The wind origin crystal is formed from the power of heaven and earth. After hundreds of years, a new wind origin crystal will be born. What an extraordinary layout. This desert of wind was a weird natural environment formed from a unique formation set up by the brilliant sage. With the power of the desert of wind, dozens of wind origin crystals could be formed. The Holy Spirit Warlock used this method to simulate a celestial phenomenon. 1. By 2. Rubik's Cube was changed to Magic Cube. If you see any Rubik's Cubes out there, please tell me. Chapter 508, 4 Origin Crystals. Chapter 508, 4 Origin Crystals. Translator, Zayamoj. The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. With the wind origin crystal in hand, Yang Feng walked outside the square. The 9 wind dragons fled rapidly, not daring to approach him. The wind dragons were nonentities constructed from wind elemental particles, and even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses couldn't kill them, and could only extinguish their existence. The thing nonentities constructed from elemental particles dreaded the most was origin treasures. Once the wind dragons got near the wind origin crystal, they will be directly absorbed by the crystal, and become part of the crystal. With the wind origin crystal in hand, Yang Feng easily passed through the desert of wind and reached the junction between the desert of wind and the mountain of fire. At this junction, there was a flat land about 1 kilometer in radius. This flat land was calm and tranquil. Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi were sitting on the flat land and drinking elixirs to recover the life force they consumed. As soon as Luo Mingyan saw Yang Feng, her eyes brightened, and a gleam of joy flashed past her eyes. She said, "Yang Feng, you came out alive." Yang Feng showed a smile. Although Luo Mingyan was a bit unruly and wayward, but her innocent and straightforward personality made it impossible to get angry with her. Mei Yi's eyes brightened, and she smiled and uttered, "Congratulations, senior brother disciple Yang Feng. Since Yang Feng came back alive and unharmed, he naturally got the treasure guarded by the 9 wind dragons." Eyes sparkling, Luo Mingyan asked full of curiosity, "Yes, Yang Feng, what treasure did you get from those 9 wind dragons?" Yang Feng answered with a solemn expression, "It's a secret. If I tell you, can you guarantee that you will never tell others?" Luo Mingyan hurriedly spoke, "I can. I promise that I won't tell this secret anyone, not even my father." Yang Feng revealed a meaningful smile. "I can also." Mei Yi's petite body trembled from laughter. "Scoundrel!" Luo Mingyan was startled, but then understood the meaning behind Yang Feng's words and grumbled coyly. She asked no more. Even Infinity Warlocks would be tempted if they saw the Wind Origin Crystal. It was one of the best treasures to make a semi-plane or a virtual world evolve into a small world. For those who possessed a virtual world, the Wind Origin Crystal was definitely a peerless treasure hard to come by. Once it was exposed that he had one such crystal, it will definitely attract Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't tell others this secret. Yang Feng glanced in the direction of the Mountain of Fire, where he saw one active volcano after another. Smoke billowed, the ground shook, and, from time to time, a volcano would erupted and eject columns of magma mixed in with stone. Within the range of the Mountain of Fire, the ground was covered in lava, flames burned everywhere, and the air was filled with various toxic gases. Even when standing outside the Mountain of Fire, you could feel the fearsome temperature inside. Apart from this, there were weird flames burning in midair near each volcano. As if they possessed a life of their own, those flames roamed the area unrestrainedly. Wherever they passed through, the place will burn with fierce fire. Without Flame Imp Lord, Balrog, or other special extraordinary life form bloodline, even a Starry Sky Warlock will be burned to cinders by the weird flames recklessly burning in midair if careless. Watching the flame sprites, Luo Mingyan took out an umbrella-shaped secret treasure and uttered, "Nervous. Those flame sprites are very dangerous. When burned by them, even Moonlight Warlocks will be severely wounded, or even burned to death. The best way to get through the Mountain of Fire is to avoid them." Before Luo Mingyan's words have fallen, Yang Feng stepped into the Mountain of Fire. He came before a flame sprite and reached out with his hand, and a huge vortex swept towards the flame sprite and pulled it into the semi-plane inside him. A wisp of primal chaos force vibrated and shattered the flame sprite and turned it into pure fire elemental particles that spread in the semi-plane. In the blink of an eye, 8 void energy furnaces activated and frantically extracted fire elemental particles from the semi-plane, maintaining the balance of the 4 elements in the semi-plane. Without hesitation, Luo Mingyan took Mei Yi's small hand and came to Yang Feng's side. With a slight smile, Yang Feng opened a huge vortex that extracted all the fire elemental particles around Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi. After walking for hundreds of kilometers in the Mountain of Fire, a huge volcano 1,000 meters tall appeared in front of Yang Feng and them. Above the huge volcano, there were 9 flame dragons exuding terrifying fluctuations of power. Even fire life forms like Balrogs and Flame Imp Lords, they will be burnt to death if they approach the 9 flame dragons. "You go on ahead. I'll go to take a look there first." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he rushed towards the 9 flame dragons. "Let's go." Luo Mingyan glanced at Yang Feng, then took out the secret treasure flame umbrella and opened it, and a flame barrier suddenly appeared and covered the 2 girls. Under the protection of the flame umbrella, they strode away. As soon as Yang Feng approached the huge volcano, he operated the Battle Demon's secret method and activated the Ruler series, and then turned into a streak of light and shot towards the heart of the volcano. The flame sprites surrounding the volcano rushed towards Yang Feng, and then were swallowed by him. Emitting fearsome flames that could burn moonlight warlocks to ashes, the 9 flame dragons turned and lunged at Yang Feng. Yang Feng crashed into the 9 flame dragons. His body turned into a huge vortex, the 36 void energy stoves in the semi-plane activated, and he frantically extracted the surrounding fire elemental particles. He charged out from within of the 9 flame dragons and rushed into the magma lake in the heart of the volcano. In the magma lake, there was a fire origin crystal suspended. Yang Feng extended his hand and grabbed the fire origin crystal. As soon as the fire origin crystal entered Yang Feng's hand, the 9 flame dragons behaved just like the wind dragons did, and began to birth a new fire origin crystal in the center of the magma lake. For days later, Yang Feng stepped out of the land of gravity. In those 4 days, Yang Feng used the same method to get the water origin crystal and the earth origin crystal hidden in the Sea of Ice and the land of gravity respectively. The Sea of Ice was sea full of ice force, and the water origin crystal was guarded by 9 ice dragons. The land of gravity was an area shrouded in powerful magnetic and gravitic forces, and the earth origin crystal was guarded by 9 gravity dragons. However, neither the 9 ice dragons nor the 9 gravity dragons could hold Yang Feng back. Once they walked out of the land of gravity, a magnificent group of buildings emitting an ancient atmosphere greeted Yang Feng and his party. Each building in the group was extremely high-end and radiated bright light. Even the passage of time could not erase the buildings. Luo Mingyan pointed at the buildings and said, "This is the brilliant ancient capital. Each of those buildings has treasures and inheritances hiding inside. However, once you enter any one of them and take away the treasures, you will be teleported out of the brilliant ancient capital." In his time, my father was lucky enough to find a hidden treasury with broken restrictions. We can take the treasures inside this treasury without worrying about being teleported away. Yang Feng nodded and followed Luo Mingyan into the brilliant ancient capital. Upon entering the brilliant ancient capital, rich life magic energy surrounded them. Yang Feng clearly felt that under the nourishment of the rich life magic energy, his physical aptitude was evolving and transforming little by little. There was a peculiar glint in Yang Feng's eyes. As expected of a city where a holy spirit warlock once lived, it's indeed a holy land for cultivation. freewebnovel.com. In the brilliant ancient capital, there were warlock towers filled with ancient aura, and each one of them was tall like a mountain and covered in countless runes. Yang Feng watched the warlock towers with a scorching glow in his eyes. If not for the magic barriers, the many secret treasures and elixirs inside would have decayed and lost their power after hundreds of thousands of years. When he created the brilliant ancient capital, the brilliant sage was in his heyday and was well prepared. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, those warlock towers were still well preserved, possessed tremendous strength, and were filled with tons of god stuff. Luo Mingyan looked at the runes engraved on the warlock tower and sighed with regret. These runes from the first Warlock dynasty era were already deciphered numerous times. Unfortunately, the experts who engraved them were at the Infinity Warlock rank. Therefore, even though they have been deciphered, but Starry Sky Warlocks can't break them. That's really a pity. After going through the battle experience and rune research of one Warlock dynasty after another, the development of Warlocks has exceeded that of the first Warlock dynasty by a wide margin. Chapter 509 Archgod 1 Statue. Chapter 509 Archgod 1 Statue. freewebnovel.com. Translator, Zayamoj. In the first Warlock dynasty era, the runes inscribed on the Warlock towers in the brilliant ancient capital were esoteric and almost undecipherable. Few Infinity Warlocks could decipher them. But in the modern era, those runes have been long since thoroughly studied, and any Infinity Warlock could easily break them. However, even if the method was known, Yang Feng and the other Starry Sky Warlocks could not destroy runes bearing Infinity Warlock rank power. Due to the continued progress made throughout the ages, if a Moonlight Warlock from the first Warlock dynasty era came across a modern Moonlight Warlock, they would have the crap beaten out of them. Only heaven-defying experts like the Time Lord could suppress modern Moonlight Warlocks when in the same rank. When Yang Feng's group of 3 crossed a street, a handsome warlock in black stepped out from the side, an indifferent look on his face. The warlock in black glanced coldly at the three people. With a look of vigilance in his eyes, he stepped back into the street he came from and disappeared. Those who could cross the four areas were the geniuses among Starry Sky warlocks. After reaching the brilliant ancient capital, there must be many treasures on their bodies. The warlock in black was vigilant of Yang Feng and them, afraid that they may harbor evil designs. Yang Feng and his party crossed one street after another before coming to a warlock tower emitting an ancient and desolate atmosphere. Right here, Luo Mingyan smiled excitedly, took out a black page, silently recited an incantation, and pressed the black page on the wall next to the gate of the warlock tower, and a black light flashed. A black gate suddenly opened. Luo Mingyan ran inside without hesitation, and Mei Yi quickly followed suit. Yang Feng stepped into the black gate. His vision blurred, and then a huge palace appeared in front of him. There was a spiral staircase leading to the upper floors of the palace. At the entrance of the staircase, there stood two 20-meter-tall statues quite similar to humans with ripping muscles, engraved with countless runes, and exuding domineering auras. There was a bloody imprint on the forehead of one statue and a Feng imprint on the forehead of the other one. When Yang Feng saw the two statues, his heart shook. Are these archgod statues? Before the Time Lord created the first Warlock dynasty, the Zhangji Plain was dominated by archgods. Powerful archgods possessed the terrifying power of moving mountains and draining seas. In the archgod age, humans were merely slaves, playthings, and even food of the archgods. Archgods possessed powerful physical aptitudes. Once they matured, they were comparable to fiend lords in strength, and possessed long lifespans. The lifespan of archgods exceeded 10 million years, while the lifespan of the oldest archgods has even exceeded 100 million years. The archgods of the Zhangji Plain were extremely formidable, and the existences of the other planes didn't dare to provoke them. The only weakness of the archgods was reproduction. Pure-blood archgods were extremely difficult to birth. It could take more than a year for a new archgod to be born in the Zhangji Plain. Moreover, archgods were extremely proud, and only intermarried within the race. Mixed-race offsprings were treated as slaves. The Time Lord rose abruptly in the archgod era. Leading the humans who have already achieved some success, he blazed a way through all manner of obstacles and step-by-step suppressed and killed archgods. After fighting for more than 1,000 years, he finally annihilated the archgods and established the first Warlock dynasty, letting the humans dominate the Zhangji Plain. The brilliant sage was one of the 12 Holy Spirit warlocks who followed the Time Lord. As such, it wasn't unusual to have two archgod statues sealed here. Apparently sensing the aura of life, the two statues radiated light and slowly recovered some luster, and Moonlight Warlock rank auras gradually spread from them. Advanced petrification. When Luo Mingyan saw this, her face changed, and she silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger, and a stream of gray light shot out and enveloped one archgod statue. Mei Yi also cast advanced petrification, and a stream of gray light enveloped the other archgod statue. Under the effect of advanced petrification, the two archgod statues who were recovering their fleshly bodies began to petrify, and their aura of life gradually disappeared. Advanced petrification was a level 5 single-target spell that was specialized in restraining powerful beings that recovered their fleshly bodies from petrification. It was of great use in many relics. In the first Warlock dynasty era, many powerful experts liked to seal powerful archgods with petrification and have them serve as guardians of their relics. After many relic explorations, the modern human warlocks have mastered the way to deal with these relic guardians, which was not to let the relic guardians resurrect and directly petrify them. Just before the two relic guardians were completely petrified, the Feng imprint on the forehead of an archgod suddenly burst out, and an odd maw appeared on the head of the archgod and strangely devoured the two streams' light in an instant. Moonlight Warlock rank auras slowly spread from the two statues. Luo Mingyan's face fell and she shouted, "No! Failed. Run!" As the most powerful beings in the Zhangji Plain, archgods were virtually invincible in the same rank. In the era of the Time Lord, only the unique experts who have established a world could compete with the archgods of the same rank. In his days, even the Time Lord has been defeated by archgods many times. Only when he established a complete world was he able to overpower archgods of the same rank and eventually reached the top. The two Moonlight Warlocks rank archgods weren't existences against whom trifling quasi-Moonlight Warlock could contend. Luo Mingyan's words have just fallen, when Yang Feng blurred into motion, appeared behind the archgod with the Feng imprint on the forehead, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist blasting towards the archgod's head. The maw on the archgod's head turned rapidly and strangely moved to the back, and then bit at Yang Feng. Covered in battle demon armor, carrying the power of annihilation, Yang Feng's fist slammed into the archgod's maw. An immense force broke out in an instant, and the archgod's maw together with its fleshly body shattered into countless fragments. Luo Mingyan and Mei swiftly recited incantations and pointed at the archgod with the blood imprint inscribed on the forehead, and streams of gray light entered the archgod's statue and sealed it completely. Yang Feng stepped forward and unleashed a primal chaos annihilation fist onto the remaining archgod statue, and a violent and outrageous force erupted instantly and blew the archgod statue apart. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Impressive. Before it recovered completely, it actually injured me. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng looked at his right hand, which had several bloody holes left behind by the bite. Due to the effect of some queer power, the wounds healed at a snail's pace. After he practiced the primal chaos imperishable body, although Yang Feng's cultivation base was only at the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank, but his physique was already comparable to that of a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock, and his physical healing ability was comparable to that of many extraordinary life forms. Ordinary injuries could be healed within a few breaths of time. The wounds caused by Archgod healed extremely slowly because the bite of the Archgod contained law force, which counteracted Yang Feng's physical healing ability and made it difficult to fully recover. Reportedly, the 8 Warlock Emperors died early because they suffered a grievous law injuries in battles against experts of the same rank. Yang Feng fished out a vial of elixir and poured it on his right hand. Sizzling sounds echoed and black smoke rose into the air. The elixir burned his right hand black, and bursts of pain transmitted from his right hand. Yang Feng glanced at the burnt right hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Archgod's law force wasn't strong. It seems that I have to make a weapon secret treasure. This way, even if the weapon is destroyed by law force, it won't injure me. Although the elixir has burned Yang Feng's right hand black, but the Archgod's law force has also been eliminated. His right hand exuded strong life force and quickly healed. Yang Feng reached out with his hand and collected the body of the Archgod with a Feng imprint into a storage ring. Archgods have virtually gone extinct. This body possessed great research value and could even be sold for a glorious Dawn Warlock rank extraordinary life form. Luo Mingyan and Mei Yi divided the body of the other Archgod and showed a look of satisfaction. 1. Ancient God was changed to Archgod. Chapter 510 God's Descendant Esrin. Chapter 510 God's Descendant Esrin. Translator, Zayamoch. In the Archgod era, Archgods could be seen everywhere, and the masters of powerful forces were Archgods. However, after hundreds of thousands of years of being persecuted by human warlocks of the 8 Warlock dynasties, the number of Archgods was very low, and they fundamentally didn't dare to appear in the open. Most of the Archgods that were alive have become strong divine force rank gods and mighty divine force rank of other planes. So long as they didn't enter the Zhangji plane, no one will provoke these formidable existences. Because Archgods were so rare in the modern era, their flesh and blood was very precious. Archgods were different from other races. Once an Archgod reached adulthood, a space similar to a virtual world will form inside them. The most powerful Archgods would even form a complete world inside them. Archgods were the source of various secret methods cultivated by humans. Starting from the Second Warlock Dynasty era, human warlocks began to explore other planes, where they obtained cultivation methods from formidable existences. From then on, various secret methods began to appear in the world of warlocks. Archgods were inherently capable of mastering a variety of powerful innate abilities. After dissecting their bodies, you could find various natural runes in their brains that resembled spell models. Spell models were the manifestation of the natural runes within Archgods. After improving upon them, humans used spirit force to construct spell models inside their sea of knowledge, after which they were able to cast spells. As the source of human secret methods, the flesh and blood of archgods possessed great research value. Once the corpse of an archgod entered an auction house, archgod warlocks with archgod bloodline will contest over it furiously. Visit fgaebnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. Archgod warlocks were human warlocks with archgod bloodline flowing inside them. In the first Warlock dynasty and the second Warlock dynasty, archgod warlocks were a powerful force among human warlocks. But with the passage of time, archgod bloodline has gradually become thinner, and the archgod warlocks gradually declined despite possessing various secret method inheritances. Bloodline warlocks were more powerful than other warlocks of the same rank, and their practice of cultivation was faster. However, they were very dependent on the power of bloodline. If the bloodline was thin, the speed of cultivation will instead suffer from bloodline shackles. In a lower realm, the practice of cultivation was very fast, but in a higher realm, the speed was as slow as a snail's pace. In the Fuso subcontinent, although there were many moonlight warlocks, but there were no glorious dawn warlocks because the people were affected by bloodline shackles stemming from evil god bloodline inside them, which made it difficult to break through. After dividing up the bodies of the two archgods, the group of three followed the spiral staircase and ascended to the second floor of the Warlock Tower. Once they reached the second floor, Luo Mingyan's pretty eyes lit up and her petite body shivered, and excitement filled her beautiful eyes. So many high-grade magic crystals. On the second floor of the Warlock Tower, there was a small mountain of high-grade magic crystals exuding rich life magic energy. In the Archgod Age, archgods were born with various cultivation secret methods that allowed them to absorb life magic energy of heaven and earth. They didn't need magic crystals to practice cultivation. As a result, in the Archgod Age, all kinds of precious treasures emerged non-stop, and high-grade magic crystals were everywhere. Modern human warlocks were able to mass-produce low-grade magic crystals through some extraordinary plants such as ancient energy-absorbing trees, but high-grade magic crystals and above still couldn't be mass-produced. This small mountain contained more than 1 billion high-grade crystals, which was equivalent to more than 30 trillion low-grade magic crystals. This was an astronomical sum. Freewebnovel.com. High-grade magic crystals were materials necessary for the practice of cultivation of bright world warlocks and above. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes, and she showed a smile. That's a lot of high-grade magic crystals. I made a fortune. Yes, there's really a lot of high-grade magic crystals here. My lord will definitely be pleased. Accompanied by a calm voice, a blond handsome man in a white cleric robe with a white scepter in hand and a divine seal on his forehead slowly stepped into the second floor. One after another, halos releasing the light of dawn appeared behind the handsome man, and made him look holy and majestic as if a god treading in the secular world. Behind the handsome man followed a person, Zhang Xian, whom the two girls have released. When Luo Mingyan saw Zhang Xian, her pretty face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Zhang Xian, how do you know the location of this treasury?" Zhang Xian smiled coldly. "Unable to trust me, that old fool Luo Feng only told you the location of this treasury. But Mingyan, you're too inexperienced. How can you possibly conceal something I want to know from me?" There was a flash of regret in Luo Ming's beautiful eyes, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "I really regret that I didn't kill you." Zhang Xian spoke with a sarcastic smile. "Who told you to be stupid?" Zhang Xian respectfully told the handsome young man. "Master, this person is Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. He has a scarlet immortal black mist lotus in his possession. I saw him get this treasure in the surroundings of the brilliant ancient capital with my own two eyes." Scarlet immortal black mist lotus? The handsome young man's eyes brightened, and he glanced at Yang Feng and uttered haughtily, "I am Esrin, a god's descendant of the supreme and only Dawn Lord, humble human warlock. Offer me everything you have and convert to my lord. Become a believer of my lord, and chant my lord's name at all times. Or else, I will purify you here today in my lord's stead." Yang Feng asked, curious, "The Dawn Lord? You're a god's descendant of which plane's Dawn Lord?" "Brazen. How can a lowly human warlock inquire about my lord's name? Kneel now. Esrin raised his eyebrows and snapped. The halos behind him shone brightly, and feeble divine force rank divine might spread with him as the center. Some starry sky warlocks with weak wills would have knelt now on the ground, unable to resist. You want me to kneel? You're not qualified. Yang Feng smiled coldly and operated the battle demon's secret method. A set of black battle demon armor appeared on him in an instant, and a powerful life force field spread with his as the center. Killing intent shimmered in Esrin's eyes, and he spoke, "Stubborn heretic, accept the mighty Dawn Lord's divine judgment, divine decree. Let there be light, let light fill the world." Esrin raised the god armament dazzling god scepter, and the divine seal on his forehead glowed with golden light. His eyes turned pure golden, and, with an indifference and majesty befitting of a god, he spoke word for word. A pure, almost boundless light of dawn suddenly appeared, and swept towards Yang Feng, Luo Mingyan, and Mei Yi. Luo Mingyan waved her hand, and a blue embroidered handkerchief level, 6 secret treasure blue sea handkerchief suddenly flew out, turned into a blue light curtain, and guarded her and Mei, illuminated by the boundless light of dawn. The blue light curtain was slowly eroded. No matter how Luo Mingyan stimulated her life force, it still couldn't resist the erosion of the light. If Luo Mingyan wasn't a quasi-moonlight warlock expert, she would be instantly purified even with the level 6 secret treasure. Illuminated by the boundless light of dawn, Yang Feng's battle demon armor made sizzling sounds and released black smoke. The battle demon's secret method cannot resist for too long. This god's descendant sure is strong. Yang Feng's face flickered, his figure blurred, and he shuttled across the boundless radiance. In a breath, he appeared in front of Esrin, extracted a wisp of world force from the semi-plane, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist that obliterated the empty space and ripped apart the glow barreling towards Esrin. Dawn Rampart! Esrin silently chanted an incantation and pointed with a finger, and dazzling light of dawn suddenly contracted and formed a huge wall of light blocking in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng's primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the wall of light and blasted a big hole into it. The wall of light was directly smashed, and all the light turned chaotic. To be able to destroy my Dawn Rampant, you're indeed strong enough to carve out a place among those humble human warlocks. But before the Supreme Dawn Lord, you're still just an ant, albeit a bit stronger ant. A gleam of astonishment streaked past Esrin's eyes. A thin golden scripture appeared in his left hand at some point. Dawn 12 movements him. The golden scripture opened on its own, and 12 golden pages flew out and floated into the air. From the 12 golden pages, 12 pure and holy angels flew out, 6 of which were male and the other 6 were female. They closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and chanted a church hymn. The figures of countless believers suddenly appeared behind the 12 angels, and their voices formed a powerful torrent of prayer that rolled out towards Yang Feng like the sea. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.